Episode 301, Who Will Invest? Looking at his son, other family members, and his son's friends who were there to support him, Reginald felt very grateful. They were much more loyal than many of his old friends. "Thank you, everyone, for being here," he said. David went to the front of the crowd and said, "Today, I'm asking you to support our family. The Fidelity Group needs at least $2 billion to get us safely through this crisis. But the Drake family has only $500 million of cash available." He continued, "I'm asking for a further $1.5 billion worth of investment. But as yet I've had no offers. I'm surprised and disappointed. I'm offering you a wonderful investment opportunity." Jason Morley called out, "David, I want to invest. Here's my bank card. Please, take it." Jason handed his bank card to David and said modestly, "I'm sorry, it'll be a relatively small investment. This is all the money that I've saved for the last few years. When I get home, I'll ask my father for more." "David, I will invest $1 million," someone else cried out. "Here, David, I have $3 million to invest. I'll also ask my brothers to get involved," said another friend. "David, I'll invest $1 million for now, but when I get home, I'll persuade my family to invest more. I'll give you everything I have," shouted another. All the rich young men were generous and keen to invest in David's company. Daryl Brennan was the only one who didn't want to get involved because his situation was a little different. The Brennan family had only arrived in D.C. 10 years ago. Unlike the other people there, Daryl hadn't grown up with David and didn't regard him as a brother. He also knew that the financial crisis facing the Drake family was serious. It wouldn't take much for their business to be completely ruined, and he felt that there was a strong possibility that their empire would never recover. He was reluctant to invest in their business because he felt he would never see his money again. But he didn't want to be the only person there who refused to invest in his friend. He had to at least give him a little money to show his support. He put his arm around Miriam's shoulder and winked at her as a signal that she should cooperate with what he was about to do. On the way there, Daryl had explained his plan to her. Although she felt uncomfortable with what he was asking her to do, she still nodded. She had been with him for quite a long time, and although he sometimes lost his temper with her, on the whole, she felt it was a good relationship. She knew that it would be hard to find a rich young man who would treat her any better than he did. Because she wanted to hang on to him, she devoted all her energy and attention to him. She hoped that he would soon ask her to marry him. Daryl went over to David and took a bank card from his pocket. He looked his friend in the eye and said, "David, this card has $1 million on it. Please take it. If you need any help from the Drake family, you only need to ask. My family will help you in any way we can." David hadn't expected Daryl, who had not grown up with him, to want to help him so much. He was very moved. Other friends of David and the Drake family were also very appreciative of Daryl's offer. "Thank you." David patted him on the shoulder and prepared to take the bank card. Miriam was standing beside Daryl. "Oh, Daryl," she said, "you've taken the wrong card. That's the card with only $5,000 on it. The other bank card is the one with $1 million on it." "I must apologize, David. I've given you the wrong card," Daryl said. Then he looked in his wallet and said in mock surprise, "Where's my other bank card?" "Daryl, I saw you put that card in the pocket of your other jacket. Did you forget to take it out when you changed clothes?" Miriam said. "Oh, what an idiot I am," said Daryl in mock annoyance. Daryl patted his forehead and said to David, "David, I realize what happened. I put the bank card in my pocket when I went out last night, but I was careless and forgot to put it back in my wallet." "Please don't worry. It's an honest mistake and I'm grateful that you wanted to help," David said. "Thank you for understanding. Take this $5,000 and I'll send you the other $1,000,000 card later," Daryl said. David believed what Daryl told him and was very grateful. Daryl said proudly, "It's nothing. I have several cards with $1,000,000 on each. I haven't spent as much as usual this month, so I can spare $1,000,000 for you. It's not a big deal." Daryl and Miriam walked back into the crowd. Miriam looked at Daryl's smug expression and felt a little disgusted. She still smiled at him, though. This man was her future life partner. She didn't mind if he cheated on others, as long as he didn't cheat on her. By the time everyone had finished offering him money, David estimated that more than 20 of his rich friends had contributed over $40 million for him. It was a lot, but only a drop in the ocean from the $1.5 billion that was needed. His friends realized that the amount of money that they had given wasn't enough. They started to think that they would not be able to help the Drake family survive the crisis. "We've all offered everything we can, but it's only come to $40 million. What a shame," someone said. "Yes, I bet some people could give more," said his friend. "David managed to get everyone here, but we still haven't been able to save his family. I bet the people who are against the Drake family will have a good laugh," said another man. "I'll call my father now and ask him to give $50 million to them," said another. David stopped the friend who was going to call his father. He said to everyone gratefully, "Friends, thank you. You all came here today as I asked, and have done so much to help me. I'm very moved." "But what about the Fidelity Group? Will it go bankrupt?" a friend asked. "What will happen will happen. We'll just have to see what fate has in store for us," Reginald said calmly. He looked desolate. Looking at his father, David said firmly, "No, Dad, although the money isn't enough, as long as we all unite together, I believe that we can win. There's no obstacle that can't be defeated if we work together, and I'm determined that the Fidelity Group will never fall." "Yes, if we're determined, we can do anything," agreed a cousin enthusiastically. "The Fidelity Group has been working in DC for so long, and so many people's livelihoods depend on it. The people of DC will not let it fail." Lindsay silently watched what was happening. She knew that the company could only be saved if the $1.5 billion were raised. If it wasn't, it really would all be down to fate. She quietly walked out of the office and walked up and down the corridor for a few minutes deep in thought. She suddenly came up with someone who might be able to help them. She thought of Alex. Although she didn't know what sort of family Alex was from, she had noticed how the Drakes and other influential families treated him. She also knew that Ken Stokes worked for him, and that his relations were treated with respect by everyone who had been at her sister's original failed wedding to David. He must come from a powerful family. She just didn't know how rich they were. Alex had also told her that he had been expelled from his family, but perhaps he'd been welcomed back to them by now. Whatever the situation, she felt it was worth asking him for help. She took out her cell phone and her cheeks flushed as she selected his number. She hadn't spoken to him for a long time. Ever since the day that he married her sister, she had tried very hard not to think about him. and until now she had achieved this successfully. But now, when she saw his name on her screen, her emotions were stirred up again. She could picture his face in her mind. She felt very nervous, but she tried to calm herself down. Taking a deep breath, she called his number. At that moment, Alex was carrying a fruit basket into the hospital, headed toward Don's ward. In the ward, Daisy had just served her brother his dinner and was now washing the dishes. When they saw Alex arriving, she and Don were both very happy. "Alex, why are you here?" Don asked as he tried to get out of the hospital bed. "Slow down, buddy. I'm a friend. There's no need to be so polite to me." Alex quickly went over and helped Don to lie back down in bed. He knew all about Don's injuries. "Don, I've come to see you because I've got some good news for you," he said, smiling at Don. "The university has accepted full responsibility for your injury, and their insurance will be covering your hospital fees. You don't have to worry about paying me back my money." Alex took out his cell phone and showed Don a copy of a work-related injury document to confirm what he had said. Daisy also looked at it and said excitedly, "That's wonderful, Don. And now you don't have to worry about getting out of the hospital as soon as possible to earn the money to pay Alex back." "Daisy, hush. I never said I was in a hurry to pay Alex back. I was never worried about it. He knew I would pay him back eventually." Don joked about paying Alex back now he had seen the compensation he would receive. But in reality, he had been very anxious about getting back to work to earn the money. Finally, he could relax. Looking at Alex, Don felt even more admiration and gratitude toward him. He said, "Alex, I know it was you that sorted this out for me. Thank you. When I get well, I'll invite you to dinner. I'll cook you my favorite dish." "Well, buddy, I'll take you up on that promise. I can't wait," Alex said with a smile. As they continued to chat happily, Alex's cell phone rang. He was surprised when he saw it was Lindsay calling. He was apprehensive about answering her call. After a pause, he answered the phone. "Hello, Lindsay. It's a nice surprise to hear from you. How can I help you?" When she heard Alex's voice, Lindsay became emotional again. However, she quickly calmed herself and said, "Alex, I'm calling to ask you if you'd be willing to help the Drake family in D.C. They're in a crisis situation and need to raise $2 billion as soon as possible, or they risk bankruptcy. They've only managed to raise $540 million, and they've run out of options. Do you have any way to help them raise the rest?" Episode 302, Rats Deserting the Sinking Ship. Alex was shocked as he thought, "They need over $1 billion. What's going on? What's happened in D.C.?" The Drake family worked for the Ambrose family, so Alex couldn't understand how his family had gotten into this situation. He wondered, is the Mitchell family involved? I remember hearing that they were becoming a real threat. Are they trying to damage my family? Although Alex was estranged from his family, he was still an Ambrose. Although he could not use their money or rely on their reputation or help, if the family was in trouble, he couldn't just stand by. "What's going on?" he asked Lindsay. "Well, yesterday, at almost the same time, all the subsidiaries of the Fidelity Group experienced a range of disasters all at the same time. Because of the problems, Most of their clients and partners have canceled their contracts with them. Their company instantly lost around $2 billion, Lindsay told him. She continued, "At the moment, all the Drake family businesses have been suspended, and they're losing more and more money. They've already asked everyone they can think of for loans and investments, but they've run out of options." Lindsay briefly described the difficulties the business had been experiencing. "How could every business suffer these disasters at the same time?" Alex asked. "I don't know, but David thinks that someone has set them up to deliberately harm his family," she replied. "Somebody deliberately targeted the Drake family," Alex murmured thoughtfully. He wondered again, was it the Mitchell family? He could think of no other family that would have the power to carry out such a coordinated attack. But why haven't the Ambrose family responded? He wondered. Has something happened to my family? He was becoming seriously concerned about his own family. "I'll try my best to get the money, and I'll fly out to DC immediately," Alex told Lindsay. He knew that he wouldn't be able to relax until he had found out for himself what had happened. "Well, right now everyone is at the company headquarters. Please come here as soon as you can." "Okay, call me if you find out anything else," Alex said and ended the call. After saying a hurried goodbye to Don and Daisy, Alex took a cab and went straight to the airport. He bought a ticket and caught the next flight to DC. After speaking with Alex, Lindsay felt relieved. She was sure that Alex would be able to do something to help. With him involved, she felt that the situation wasn't as hopeless as before. She thought, the flight from Baltimore to DC is just over half an hour, so Alex will be here soon. The thought of seeing Alex again made her happy. Back in the office, Lindsay told her father the news. They still didn't know whether Alex would be able to solve the Drake family's problems, so they decided not to tell Reginald yet. Reginald walked over to them and said politely, "Please, wait for me here. I'll ask my PA to bring you some drinks. Now I have to attend a meeting with the shareholders and senior executives. Please forgive me, I'll be back later." Reginald had already invited the shareholders and senior executives to attend the meeting at headquarters. He had to update them on the situation. One of David's cousins said, "Uncle Reg, we'll all go with you. We're all members of the Drake family and we know what's going on. It'll give a good impression to the senior executives and shareholders if we're there to support you." "Yes, we'll go with you," said another. "Let's go," said the first. The other young men of the family all agreed that they should accompany Reginald. He smiled at them and walked out of the office toward the conference room. "Good. Come on, all of you, come with me," David told his cousins and brothers. They followed Reginald into the conference room. All the senior executives, shareholders, and managers of the subsidiary companies were already seated, waiting for Reginald. Their expressions were serious, because they knew that over the last 24 hours, the problems of their respective companies had only become worse. Seeing that so many members of the Drake family were attending the meeting, the senior executives felt a little more confident. Most of the Drake family members stood at the back of the conference room to watch and listen. Reginald sat on the chairman's seat at the conference table, and David stood beside him. "Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. I know that you're all very concerned about the current situation that the Fidelity Group is in. I hope that we can unite to find a pathway out of the present crisis together." When he looked up and saw everyone's solemn expressions, Reginald felt very depressed. he looked to David for help. David stepped forward and said, "That's right, everyone. We are all part of the Fidelity Group, and no one should give up too easily. We're in this together, and if we unite, no one can defeat us." He wanted to take some of the pressure off his father's shoulders. Reginald looked at David gratefully and patted him on the back. He thought, David's spirit is commendable, but there's no way for Fidelity to get out of this predicament. "Please, could everyone report the latest situation with their company?" Reginald wanted to distribute the money he had to help out the subsidiaries that were in the most need. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone at the table shouting, "Mr. Drake!" The man stood up. He was in his 50s and of medium height and build. He had a large forehead and very small eyes, and his expression was cold. Everyone in the room was silent when they heard him call out. It was Noah Freeman, one of the directors of the Fidelity Group. Reginald didn't know that he was secretly in collusion with Colin Patterson. When he stood up, everyone in the room looked at him. "What do you want to say, Noah?" Reginald asked. It was very impolite to interrupt the chairman's speech. However, Noah was a very senior member of the board of directors, and Reginald had always been very tolerant of him. Noah didn't speak, but instead, he walked over to Reginald and placed a piece of paper in front of him. When Reginald saw the words on the paper, his anger rose. "A resignation letter?" David said in shock when he read the words on the paper. Everyone gasped when they realized what Noah had just done. Noah was one of the most important directors of the Fidelity Group. If he resigned, how could the company hope to recover from the current crisis? David couldn't believe it. He glared at Noah and asked, "Noah, what are you doing? The Fidelity Group is facing its most challenging moment, and you feel it's a good time to resign? You and my father built this company from nothing. Do you really want to abandon it now?" "David, I'm just a manager at the Fidelity Group. It is your father who founded this company. I can't take credit." "You can't?" David said. Noah replied, "As a worker, are you saying that I don't even have the right to resign? I assume you're joking." David couldn't believe that Noah, who is usually so polite in front of him and his father, was being so rude. He was angry and wanted to scold him. Reginald saw what was happening and raised his hand to stop David. Noah was an old friend and colleague, and they had been through a lot together. No matter what, David wasn't qualified to scold him. Also, Reginald could understand why Noah chose to resign at that moment. "Well, I accept your resignation. I'll make sure that you're paid all the money that you're owed," he said. Noah looked at Reginald and thought, "Do you think I'll just accept some money from you? Oh, Reginald, you look down on me, but you have no idea what I'm capable of. I want you to watch with your own eyes as I destroy the business empire you created. That's what I want." Noah looked around the table at the other executives and winked at them. He had already spoken to them individually, and they knew what was expected of them. A bespectacled executive stood up and handed Reginald his resignation letter. He said, "Chairman, I resign." Another slim female executive stood up and said, "Mr. Drake, thank you for all you've done for me over the years. I'm sorry, but I also have to resign." 6 or 7 executives stood up in succession and handed their resignations to Reginald. "Mr. Drake, I can't continue to work for you because of the current situation that Fidelity is in. I'm sorry, I quit," said one. "I quit too. I can't work in a company that's going to go bankrupt," said another. "I'm quitting too," said one more. Having watched nearly a quarter of the senior executives resign, the other people at the meeting were confused. What was going on? For so many of them to resign in one day was beyond their comprehension. Reginald felt a sharp pain in his chest and collapsed into his chair. He had devoted his whole life to building this company and had spent many hours training his executives to achieve everything they had. Now he felt betrayed. David tried to help his father. "Dad, are you okay? Take some deep breaths. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale." When Reginald's breathing calmed down, David turned angrily to the executives and said, "Do you have any conscience? Think about how my father has looked after you. And this is how you all choose to repay him? Well, since you want to get out of here, all of you can go now. We don't need anyone here with so little loyalty." David scolded the executives, and most of them felt extremely guilty. Many of them had started at the company straight from college, and with Reginald's guidance, had worked their way up to executive positions. In Reginald's company, anyone with talent who was willing to work hard had excellent opportunities for promotion. Their salaries were also significantly higher than those of their peers working in other companies. They knew that Reginald was a decent and noble person, and that they had betrayed his trust. None of them had wanted to do it, but they felt they had no choice. Noah had told them that the Drake family was being targeted by a larger force, and there was no way for the Fidelity Group to escape the disaster. Noah had also promised them that if they did as requested, he would give them a generous reward. Once the Fidelity Group had been acquired by the more powerful family, he assured them that they would all get their jobs back. They were all intelligent people, and after weighing up the situation, they all felt that their only choice was to turn away from the Drake family and follow Noah. Looking at the rest of the executives who hadn't yet resigned, Noah said, "All of you, listen to me. It's clear to everyone that the Fidelity Group is finished. If you choose to stay and work for the Drake family, you will be finished with them. I urge you to resign and leave Reginald alone on his sinking ship. Why should you all suffer for his mistakes? You have to think of your own futures." Episode 303, The End of the Drakes? "Noah, you're going too far," David said angrily. Noah was openly encouraging all the other managers and executives to betray the Drake family. David understood that the senior executives who had already resigned had probably also been persuaded to do so by Noah. The other members of the Drake family turned on Noah. They were young and loyal and refused to show him any mercy as they scolded him for what he had done to their family. Noah ignored their accusations as he continued to encourage the other executives to resign. David's cousins and brothers wanted to beat him up. With Noah's persuasion, several other executives decided to leave. One of them stood up and asked Reginald to accept her resignation. The others started to follow her lead. "Mr. Drake, I'm also quitting," one said. "I'm quitting too. I don't think the Drake family can survive this crisis," said another. "Mr. Drake, you'll only take us down with you," said a third. Finally, all of the senior executives had expressed their certainty that the Fidelity Group was finished, and their desire to resign before that happened. Noah had told them all that he would find them new positions when the company was bought over, so they all wanted to stay on good terms with him. After only 10 minutes, 80% of the senior executives of the Fidelity Group had resigned. The Drake family was in far worse trouble than they had imagined possible. "Who's behind this? Who is it that's targeting my family? Can you tell me now?" Reginald asked Noah. He was right to think that someone must be behind his company's problems. He felt that Noah's behavior had been extraordinary. He could only think of one reason for his performance, which was that he knew that the Drake family had no hope of saving the company. He must therefore know more than he was letting on. That's why Noah had dared to openly encourage the employees to resign in front of him. After listening to his father, David also realized that Noah knew who was trying to destroy the company. He said, "You're a snake in the grass, Noah. Tell us who's behind it. Our family have been so good to you. At least you owe us that." "You're both very smart. Yes, I know who's behind your troubles," Noah said complacently. Now that his task had been completed so perfectly, it didn't matter what he told Reginald. As soon as he admitted that he was involved, the other members of the Drake family started cursing him and calling him the most insulting names they could think of. "You are not qualified to scold me. I'm still your superior." Noah denounced the young people and said, "Don't you want to know who's targeting the Drake family? As a matter of fact, you all know him already. Like all of you, he's an ambitious young man living in D.C. The family members looked at each other. All were thinking, how's that possible? No one in D.C. is on the same level as the Drake family. Jason, a close friend of David and head of one of the subsidiary companies, looked at Noah and said, "Nonsense. All the young DC entrepreneurs are standing here, and we all support David." "Wait a minute. Why isn't Colin Patterson here?" "What about Colin?" someone said. They all looked around the room and realized that Colin Patterson wasn't there. David and Reginald were equally astounded. It must be the Patterson family who was responsible. At that moment, the door of the meeting room opened, and Colin and his father, Joseph Patterson, walked in. "Everyone's already here. I'm so sorry that we're late." Oddly, Colin was wearing a pair of round glasses, and there was a group of reporters behind them. When they saw the reporters following the Pattersons into the room, the young men immediately approached them and started to drive them out, yelling at them. "Who let you reporters in? Get out of here now!" The Drake family was now in a very difficult position. So many people wanted to resign, and now there were reporters present. Once this had been featured in the media, the family would lose all the confidence and respect of their clients, partners, and investors. their current situation would become even direr. "Wait, it's all right. I let them in," Colin revealed smugly. One of the young men whispered to him, "Colin, what are you trying to do? We're here to help the Drake family solve their problems, not add to the chaos by bringing the media." At that stage, they were still under the impression that Colin was there for the same reasons as them, to help the Drakes save the Fidelity Group. They never considered the possibility that the Patterson family, who were much less influential than the Drake family, was behind the crisis. "It's because I want to help the Drake family that I've invited these reporters. What's about to happen will be an important event in the history of our city, and they're here to cover it," Colin said, pushing aside a few of the young men who had approached the reporters. They all wondered what was about to happen. The other young people were surprised to see Colin's performance. He seemed unusually strong and confident. No one had seen him for a while, and he seemed completely different from the polite college student they had remembered. "Hello, David, Mr. Drake," Colin greeted the Drake family. Standing beside him, Joseph looked at Reginald and Colin. He was very worried. Could his son succeed in buying the Fidelity Group? He thought, "If we mess this up, we'll offend so many important families in D.C. We'll never be able to show our faces again." "Today, I'm here for only one thing. I intend to buy all the assets of the Drake family." Colin directly expressed his intentions. When David heard what he said, he became furious. He pointed at him and said, "Colin, it really is you who colluded with Noah to steal my family's assets. You were behind everything that went wrong with our businesses." He understood now that all the disasters that had occurred with the subsidiary companies over the last few days were related to Colin. However, he also knew that the Patterson family did not have the power to cause the crisis alone. Someone else must be behind it. The other Drake family members were furious with Colin and started berating and threatening him. But Colin looked at them and smiled. He had been expecting that reaction from them. He thought, "You're all so proud now, but soon you'll be on your knees begging to me." He said, "Mr. Drake, I think you know as well as I do how bad the situation now is for the Fidelity Group. It's still deteriorating. The loss will be in the billions, perhaps tens of billions. Your only option is to apply to the government for bankruptcy, and your family assets will be greatly reduced. Don't tell me that you still think the Fidelity Group can be saved. Your executives have all resigned. Nothing can save you now." Colin sounded supremely confident, as if everything was under his control. He continued, "I'm willing to pay $30 billion to buy the Fidelity Group and all your assets in D.C. I advise you to consider my offer very carefully." Nathan had given Colin a total of $35 billion, but he expected them to negotiate. He left himself $5 billion to increase his offer if needed. Hearing the figure of $30 billion, the reporters were surprised. If the transaction was completed, it would be the largest acquisition in D.C. and possibly the whole of the East Coast. The media would be in a frenzy. But the Drake family looked at Colin with disdain. They knew that the Patterson family couldn't afford to pay $30 billion. Joseph, standing beside Colin, was embarrassed by their reactions. As the head of the Patterson family, he knew what they were thinking about his family. At most, he had $500 million in property and less than $10 million in available cash. When Colin offered the $30 billion, everyone looked at Joseph with scorn. He felt like he was being mocked by the most important people in DC. Through his mini Bluetooth headset, Colin heard Nathan saying, "It seems they don't believe that you have $30 billion to spend. You have to prove it to them." Colin's glasses were also equipped with a micro camera, so Nathan could see everything that was happening in the conference room. He would command Colin through the Bluetooth headset and control everything. He said, "Now, call the headquarters of Metro Skybank and ask for the balance of the account number 245-654-84258. That'll prove to them that there are more than $35 billion available." Colin announced, "I know that none of you believes that the Patterson family can afford to pay $30 billion, right?" Following Nathan's instructions, he took out his cell phone and called the headquarters of Metro Skybank. "Hello, this is the Metro Skybank headquarters," someone replied. Colin turned on the speaker on his cell phone so that everyone could hear his conversation. He said to them, "So that you believe me, I'm calling the Metro Skybank's headquarters." Joseph and the rest of his family listened nervously. They believed that he was calling the Metro Skybank's headquarters. Could the Patterson family afford to pay $30 billion? "Please tell me how much money's in my account." "The account number is 245-654-84258. Colin said to the person on the other end of the phone. He raised his cell phone slightly so that everyone could hear the answer. The reply came after only a few seconds. "Thank you for waiting. The current balance on this account is just over $35 billion. Everyone was shocked and wondered how Colin had suddenly become so wealthy. David shook his head and looked at Colin in disbelief. Joseph also looked stupefied and in awe of his son. He looked calm, but actually, his heart had been pounding in his chest. Colin ended the call and smiled at his father. Then he turned to Reginald and said, "Well, now do you believe that I can afford to buy the Fidelity Group? Are you willing to sell it to me? It's a good solution for you because I'm offering you a fair price. If you insist on holding on to it, it will continue to lose money, and the Drake family will lose tens of billions. I believe that with your years of business experience, you'll make the right choice." David cursed at him. "Colin, get out of here right now. I can give you a definite reply right now. There's no way we'll ever sell the Fidelity Group to you. I know damn well that you're at least partly responsible for the crisis that our family's now in, and I promise you won't get away with it." Noah stepped forward and said, "If you say so, David. Colin's only trying to help by offering to take the Fidelity Group off your hands for a very fair price. Your problems could all be solved. But instead of being grateful, you decide to insult both myself and Colin? I think the whole of DC will look back and remember this day is the end of the Drake family." Episode 304, Whose Side Are You On? "How dare you!" David shouted as he rushed at Noah, intending to punch him in the face. "David, stop!" Reginald stepped forward and stopped David. He was also furious with Noah, but he was determined to protect his family's dignity. He couldn't let his son lose his temper. "Dad?" David didn't understand why his father was so calm, but he always followed his orders. He looked at Noah with hatred, but took a few steps back. "Good boy. Did you want to hit me? Better do as your father tells you. Now, why don't you agree with Reginald on how to complete the sale of the Fidelity Group to Colin?" Noah said with a triumphant smile. "Colin, you bastard! Tell us who you're working with and why. We welcomed your family when you first arrived in DC, and now you're turning on us like this? No one else would give you the time of day. But we helped you, and this is how you show your gratitude," David said angrily. Like Daryl, Colin hadn't grown up with David. His family had only lived in DC for a few years, and Colin still hadn't been fully accepted into the upper echelons of society. When Colin had first arrived in DC and found out that there was a circle of rich younger people who all knew and socialized together, he had been desperate to join in. He had begged his school classmates to help him be accepted by those elite young people. But however hard he had tried, he hadn't been accepted into the circle. Finally, David took pity on him and invited him to a few events and introduced him to his rich friends. Finally, the others started to accept him as one of them. After being accepted into the upper echelons of society, the Patterson family used the connections to build up their businesses, which started to thrive as a result. Colin had even been involved in conducting business deals on behalf of the Drake family. The younger Drake family members knew how David had helped Colin, and they were astonished at his betrayal. "Traitor!" one shouted at him. "If David hadn't introduced you into our circle, your family would still be struggling to make a living. You would never be where you are now. How can you be so ungrateful?" said another. "How blind I was to have trusted you and called you a friend. I can't even look at you," another told him. They were furious and continued to condemn Colin. Most of the people there had a lot of respect for David and were naturally on his side. They scolded Colin, and some even spat on his face. Colin wiped the saliva from his face with his hand and stared at the man who had spat on him. Then he walked slowly toward him. "You filthy bastard! How dare you!" he shouted in the man's face. Then he raised his slender hand and slapped him on the cheek. His eyes glowed with hatred as he turned and glared at the others. He hissed at them. "I would like to remind you that I fully intend to buy the Fidelity Group, and I will succeed. After today, the Drake family will fall into obscurity, and the Pattersons will be the most important family in DC." He continued, "My family will soon have wealth and assets worth tens of billions of dollars. I will remember how you have all behaved toward me today, and I will make sure that you regret it. If you doubt my words, by all means, continue to berate me." Colin felt confident in his threats toward the Drake family and their friends. Once his own family had taken their place, he could easily get his revenge. The room went quiet as his enemies contemplated their situation. Although they were incensed by Colin, they knew that they couldn't scold him anymore. They had to protect themselves. Noah said sincerely, "Former colleagues, I feel that I must advise you to rise above your anger and treat Colin with respect. You must accept what's happened. The wisest thing you could do now would be to apologize to Colin and hope that he forgives you. The Pattersons will become the most powerful family in DC, and by then, he might not be so forgiving." He wanted to persuade them to accept that the Drakes had lost to the Pattersons, and that it would be in their best interest to stay with Colin, as his family would soon be the most influential in the city. The young people understood Noah's meaning, but still could not bring themselves to apologize. Colin had always been below them in status, and they had looked down on him as someone from a less wealthy family. More importantly, if they apologized to him now, it would demonstrate that they believed that the Patterson family was going to succeed in buying the Fidelity Group, and that the Drake family had lost. David was their colleague, and in many cases, their cousin or brother. They refused to stab him in the back. Colin told them, "At least you all have backbone. The Drake family will soon fall, and you are all willing to go down with them. I admire you." But there was one person amongst them who felt differently, and that was Daryl. He didn't feel any particular loyalty to David, and he could see that the Drake family were about to lose everything. He was convinced that the Pattersons would succeed in buying the Fidelity Group. He felt that the wisest choice was to publicly back Colin. He was sure that he would appreciate his support even more because of the others supporting David. Then, when the Pattersons became the most powerful family in D.C., his own family would benefit from aligning with them before everyone else. Colin said coldly, "I'll make it clear for you all. When the Patterson family becomes the most powerful family in D.C., I will change the top 20 families in the city. Don't doubt my determination or my power. I can defeat the Drake family with or without you on my side." He no longer seemed like a rich young student. He had become a ruthless businessman. Daryl said proudly, "I will support you, Colin." Miriam, who was sitting beside him, was startled. She put her hand on his arm and whispered to him to be quiet. She felt that betraying the Drake family at that moment was dangerous and would damage Daryl's reputation. He would lose his good standing in society. But Daryl ignored her warning. In his eyes, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to curry favor with Colin, and he must seize it. "Colin, I support you," he repeated. Under the glare of the Drake family, Daryl walked over to Colin and said, "Colin, I disagree with everything they're saying. I'm convinced that from today the Pattersons will become the most powerful family in D.C., and I look forward to our families working together." "Daryl, I share your vision," Colin said with a smile. He was flattered by Daryl's words. He looked at him and said, "Since you choose to stand on my side, you should sever all your connections with the Drake family. So that I know I can trust you, I'd like to hear you say that to David and Reginald." Daryl knew that Colin was testing him. He was forcing him to choose in front of both the Patterson and the Drake families. To show his loyalty to Colin, he now had to publicly belittle the Drake family. "In my opinion, the Drake family is finished," he said proudly. "When they were still the wealthiest family in D.C., they liked to demonstrate their authority by ordering everyone around in front of the other important families. Now, their family's finished. I think this is a good thing for the people of D.C., and I, for one, will be celebrating." Then he looked at Reginald and David and said, "You should stop deceiving yourselves. It's impossible for the Fidelity Group to survive this crisis. Your only option is to let Colin buy you out as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be bankrupt, and your family will be totally humiliated." Daryl smiled with such sarcasm that the Drakes wanted to kill him. He had gone too far, and the young men shouted at him angrily. "You dirty dog! How could you?" one shouted. "You're so eager to show your loyalty to your new master," said another. "I'm ashamed to have ever been your friend," another said angrily. Because she was with Daryl, Miriam felt scared. She felt that she might be attacked at any moment. She also felt that Daryl had gone too far. He should have sworn his allegiance to the Patterson family in private. Now, everyone in the room hated him. But it was too late to think about that, because he had already done it. And as his girlfriend, she had no choice but to stand by his side. Good. Colin was very satisfied with Daryl's performance. He told him, "After today's acquisition of the Fidelity Group, I promised to take special care of the Brennan family. Of course, in a different way, I will also take special care of these losers' families." Through the miniature Bluetooth headset, Colin heard Nathan's voice saying, "Give the Drake family only 1 hour to consider your offer. This battle needs to be decided quickly." Colin looked at Reginald, who was sitting on the chair thinking. He said, "Reginald, my time is very precious. I'll give you 1 hour to weigh up your options and make a decision. After an hour, if you still can't give me an answer, I'll have no choice but to withdraw my offer. I'm sure that with your years of business experience, you'll make the right choice." Then he sat down and started playing leisurely with his cell phone. Reginald, on the other hand, sat quietly in his chair. He was trying to think everything through. David and the others stayed quiet, giving him time to decide. Lindsay quietly walked into the meeting room. She had told Alex what had happened over the phone, and she knew that at that very moment, he had landed in D.C. and was on his way to the meeting. Alex was also deep in thought. Colin is buying the Fidelity Group. Can he afford to pay $30 billion? When he had heard this information from Lindsay, he understood immediately who was behind the matter. His flight was only half an hour long, and it seemed like no time at all before he was landing in D.C. "Reginald, are you ready to give me your answer?" Colin said, as he stood up and looked at him with a patronizing smile. Nathan had just told him through the headset that he was certain that Reginald would accept his offer, so Colin was feeling very confident. Reginald was still sitting in the chair in silence. He didn't say anything, but it was clear from the devastated expression on his face that his heart was broken. When he saw that his father was struggling to speak, David made a decision. He stood up and said to Colin, "My family will not sell the Fidelity Group to you. Please leave now." "Wait," Reginald said suddenly. He slowly raised his head and looked at Colin. With great difficulty and sadness, he said, "I accept your offer." Episode 305, The Deal. Reginald had accepted. David and the rest of the senior executives who had stayed loyal were dumbfounded. Reginald had founded the Fidelity Group. How could he give it up? That was not how the Drake family worked. "Dad, what are you doing?" David asked anxiously. He couldn't understand what his father was doing. "Uncle Reg, you can't give in to the Pattersons," said one of David's cousins. "We believe that the Fidelity Group can survive this crisis," said another. "Even if the Fidelity Group is going to go bankrupt, we can't sell it to bullies like Colin and Noah," another agreed. They were all imploring Reginald to change his decision. They were all young people without much experience, but Reginald had run the business for many years. He thought more deeply about their situation and used his experience to consider more factors than the others. If he had any other choices, he would have taken them. He was willing to give up because he could see there was no other way. Reginald wanted David and the others to understand his decision. He looked at them and said earnestly, "The Fidelity Group is an important enterprise in DC. It doesn't only belong to the Drake family, but the whole of DC. Many people rely on it for their livelihoods. If the group fails or goes bankrupt, more than 9,800 workers will be affected, including their families. At least 30,000 people will suffer. The success of the Fidelity Group is inseparable from the prosperity of the people of DC. At this difficult time, we must not just consider ourselves and ignore the people of DC. Therefore, above all else, the Fidelity Group must survive. Now that the future of the group is in my hands, but I can't save it, the Patterson family has the wealth and ambition to buy it and make it prosperous again. For the sake of the people of DC, I must hand it over to them." After listening to Reginald's words, David and the others were silent. They understood what he had said. He was right, and they had nothing more to say. However, they remained very angry at the thought that the Fidelity Group would fall into the hands of the Patterson family. After listening to Reginald's sincere and humble words, the reporters on the scene were deeply moved. They judged him to be a very wise and considerate man with a lot of integrity. It made perfect sense to them that he had built up such a successful business enterprise. "Good. You've made the right decision. I really do admire you," Colin said with a smile. Taking a folder from his assistant, he handed it to Reginald and said, "I've drawn up a purchase contract in advance. Please check it. If you have no objections, sign it, and I will transfer $5 billion to your account immediately." Reginald opened the document and saw that the Fidelity Group and the rest of his assets in DC were listed inside. He laughed bitterly as he realized that the Patterson family were intent on driving the Drake family out of DC. But he had no choice. He had to sign it. He picked up a pen and went to sign his name on the document. David and the others wanted to stop him, but they understood that they couldn't. Colin and Noah and Nathan, who were watching everything through a micro camera, were all feeling satisfied. Suddenly, a voice came from the door. "Wait, please." Lindsay looked at the door of the meeting room, and her heart leapt as she saw Alex stride in. When they saw Alex, several people in the room shivered. At David and Leona's wedding, he was the one who had beaten the martial arts fighter They also knew that Ken Stokes and the Drake family in Chicago took orders from him. He was a bit of a mystery to them, and they were a little fearful of him. None of them knew much about the Ambrose family, or that Alex had been banished from it. When Collins saw Alex walk in, he was shocked and naturally wondered what he was doing there. However, Colin had witnessed Alex's expulsion from his family, and he knew that he did not need to be afraid of him. He was just a nobody now that he didn't have the support of his family. "Alex Ambrose," Reginald whispered, and suddenly he felt a glimmer of hope. "Mr. Ambrose, I haven't seen you for a while. What are you doing now?" Colin asked innocently. He thought that Nathan, who was listening in, might also want to know what Alex was doing. He didn't realize that Nathan had witnessed Alex beating Damon Walker in the underground boxing ring 2 days previously. "I'm a security guard at Johns Hopkins now," Alex told him. He noticed that Colin's attitude was completely different from when he met him at Richmond University. "Don't talk to him! Make Reginald sign the document immediately!" Nathan shouted through the Bluetooth headset. His voice was loud and impatient, and it made Colin's head ache. However, he did as Nathan instructed. He looked at Reginald and said, "Please, sign the document now." Alex noticed Colin's panicked expression and guessed that Nathan was monitoring everything and somehow communicating with him. "Why are you in such a hurry?" he asked innocently. He walked up to Colin and said, "You talk about cooperation, and yet you're forcing Mr. Drake to sign without giving him sufficient time to look into his options. Are you so sure that this is what he really wants to do?" Noah looked at Alex and said with disgust, "What are you even doing here? This has nothing to do with you. Leave now and stop trying to interfere with our business." Alex guessed that the short man was Noah Freeman, who Lindsay had told him about. He didn't say a word, but quietly picked up a pen from the conference table, and with a finger flick, shot the cap of the pen at Noah's calf. "Ouch!" Noah cried out as it hit his lower leg and he lost his balance. His body shook, and with a bang, his forehead hit the edge of the conference table. "Who did that?" he roared. He knew that someone was trying to hurt him, but he didn't know who had done it or exactly what they had done. The young people laughed and started to ridicule him. "I don't think anyone did anything to you. It's your guilty conscience," said one. "Yes, it's retribution," agreed another. "You really think someone's going to bother with you?" asked another. People had been feeling disgusted with Noah since the beginning of the meeting, and they were very happy to see him suffering. "Alex, I have no other options," Reginald told Alex bitterly. "Alex, please help our family. It's Colin and Noah who are plotting to destroy us," David said. Then he told Alex that now he was there, his family had some hope that their business could be saved. "Mr. Drake, if you tell me now that you don't want to sell, I can help you to protect the Fidelity Group," Alex told Reginald. He waited for an honest reply. Reginald saw the determination in Alex's eyes, and he responded humbly, "I honestly don't want to sell it, and I would do anything to save it." David and the others were becoming very excited. In their hearts, they were starting to have hope. Good. Then I promise you that the Fidelity Group will not be acquired by these men, Alex said with a smile. Colin sneered. Alex, are you kidding? Now you're ordering me not to buy it? Oh, how ridiculous. He thought, now that Alex is just an ordinary man, what can he do to stop me? Alex didn't pay any attention to Colin, but he looked at the reporters in the conference room. They all had bated breath, waiting to see what happened next. What Alex had to say next involved the Ambrose family, and their affairs couldn't be publicized. He knew that he had to get the reporters out of the room. He said politely to them, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask all the reporters to leave for a moment. We need to talk about some confidential matters. Why? We journalists have the right to report what's happening. The people of DC need first-hand information from us, one of them retorted. Yes, we had to cross a lot of hurdles to get in here. We're not leaving, said another. What qualifications do you have as a security guard to tell us what to do? We refuse to go, another said arrogantly. The reporters then looked away from Alex and stayed where they were. Alex smiled and thought, it seems that politeness doesn't work when dealing with reporters. He reached for a blade from his bag and moved over to the most arrogant reporter. Stealthily, he cut off the reporter's belt. Suddenly, the man's pants fell, revealing 2 fat white legs and a pair of red underwear. All the other reporters seized the opportunity to take photos and post them on the internet. They knew that the public would find them hilarious. The reporter quickly raised his pants and pointed at Alex. I know you did that, he shouted. He had noticed Alex moving behind him in the instant before his pants fell. It must have been him. Alex looked around the reporters and said, if you don't leave now, maybe all your pants will fall down like this guy. The reporters, especially some of the women, instantly stopped laughing. If something happened to them and photos of it were posted on the internet, it would seriously damage their reputations. If the reputations of their companies were damaged as a result, they would also lose their jobs. They slowly realized that they had no choice, and a few of the older reporters took the lead and walked out of the conference room. Gradually, all the others followed them. Alex went to the door and closed it behind them. Mr. Ambrose, what are you planning? Colin asked impatiently. If it hadn't been for Alex's arrival, Reginald would have already signed the contract. I know you're listening in and controlling everything that's happening here, Alex shouted at Colin. He was looking at him but seemed to be talking to someone else. The others looked at him curiously. When Nathan saw Alex on the screen, his eyes filled with hatred and his heart filled with rage. Colin smiled and said, Did I just call you Mr. Ambrose? Sorry, I forgot your current situation. You're no longer a part of the Ambrose family, but just a security guard. With that in mind, do you still think you can stop Nathan from buying the Fidelity Group? How ridiculous. He continued. The Fidelity Group makes money for the Ambrose family. I don't understand why you would want to stop this deal and damage your own family's business. Does the head of your family know what you're trying to do? Alex smiled back and said to Nathan, If you still want your puppet to buy the Fidelity Group, I will report what you're doing back to the owner. I hope that you have a clear understanding about the consequences of your actions. Episode 306, Close Call. Nathan clenched his fists in frustration. Even though Alex was still cut off from the family, there were things he could do to ruin Nathan's plans. If he told Justin and Nellie what Nathan was up to, they could go to their grandfather and let him know. If that happened, Nathan would be in big trouble. Reginald knew what was happening. He understood that Nathan was behind the whole affair. The audacity shocked him. He'd thrown his whole family under the bus, he thought, if it will help him enrich one of his lackeys. The others in the conference room were confused. They didn't know who Alex was talking to. Colin was getting anxious. I don't know what you're talking about, he protested to Alex. I'm the one making the decisions here. I'm buying this company because I want to, and that's it. He turned to Reginald. Reginald, just sign the contract. It's the only way. You know that. Don't listen to this nonsense. Colin. Nathan's voice rang in Colin's ear. He sounded weak and defeated. The deal is off. But, Nathan, Colin stammered. He was so panicked that he had forgotten to hide Nathan's involvement. Reginald is ready to sign. After he does, the Fidelity Group is mine. We'll control everything. Colin's mind was racing. Just one signature, he thought. Afterwards, we'll topple the Drakes. We could be the masters of DC. And now Nathan just wants to drop it? What's he doing? Nathan grew angry at Colin's disobedience. I said the deal is off. Are you listening or not? Colin took a deep breath. There was nothing he could do. If Nathan said the deal was off, then it wasn't going to happen. All right, he said unwillingly. Everyone in the room was staring at Colin. It was becoming clearer and clearer what was happening. Reginald, Colin said, I withdraw the offer. David and his friends jumped with joy. Those employees who had not taken Colin's bribes were equally happy. They did not fully know what had happened, but they felt like they had won a great victory. It was all thanks to Alex. Joseph, Noah, and those executives who had betrayed the Drakes looked utterly defeated. Many of them hoped desperately that they might be able to keep their jobs. Colin, what are you doing? Noah asked. Everything is going our way and you're backing out? Colin looked at him with a pitiful expression on his face. I don't want to, but the guy who backs me won't let me go through with it. There's nothing I can do. His words caused an uproar. Many in the room had risked their jobs by listening to Noah and backing Colin. They had gathered around him and demanded an explanation. Listen, I'm really sorry, Colin told them. You'll all receive $15,000. And if any of you need jobs, there's a place for you in my family's company. The executives became even angrier. 15,000? One of them asked indignantly. Are you joking? That's not even a month's salary. And come work for you? I know what you pay your managers. Compared to what we make now, it's peanuts. Colin grew irritated at their whining and bickering. You should consider your choices. Even if I don't buy the Fidelity Group, it's still going bankrupt. You'll lose your jobs anyway, and who's going to hire you when your last job was at such a failure of a business? I can promise you that I won't. He paused. When the Fidelity Group collapses, my family will still be a major employer. And without the Drakes, you'll need me on your good side. As he spoke, Colin felt better and better about the future. The Fidelity Group would collapse. Nathan might still give him some money to improve the prospects of his family. In time, the Pattersons could still become the most influential family in Washington, D.C. Very clever, Colin, Nathan whispered in Colin's ear. He realized that the Drakes would not forget what he had done. He still needed an ally in Washington, D.C. You're not going to fix what you did to the Drakes, are you? Alex asked forcefully. He was speaking to Nathan through Colin. Even if the deal didn't happen, only Nathan could save the Fidelity Group from going under. Nathan looked at Alex's gloomy appearance on the screen. He thought for a few seconds, and then he knew what to say. He had covered his tracks. The intermediaries he had used to destroy the Fidelity Group were loyal to him. They would swear that they had acted on their own. Colin, he said, tell Alex that I have nothing to do with the Fidelity Group's troubles. He can check with the companies that ruined their businesses. They'll tell him that they did it on their own. I can't do anything to save the company. Colin repeated Nathan's message to Alex. Alex stared at Colin in disbelief. He trembled at what would happen to the family if Nathan were ever in charge. Would a true Ambrose really hurt the family like this for his own profit? He asked. You don't know what you're talking about, Colin said, obviously directed by Nathan. You're not part of the family. Don't talk as if you were. Then, Colin turned to Reginald. Reginald, we'll let you keep your company, but you won't last a week. Your wealth will erode. You'll end up in the gutter. And it's all thanks to Alex. With that, Colin turned to leave. Reginald wanted to stop him and beg him to buy the Fidelity Group after all. The company could not be saved. If it was allowed to go under before they could sell it, the loss would be enormous. Who says the Fidelity Group is going bankrupt? Alex said. Mr. Drake, please rest assured. I think you can expect to return to normal within 1 hour. Colin turned to him and laughed. Dream on. The company is done for. It couldn't return to normal operations in 100 years. Alex ignored him and addressed Reginald. Mr. Drake, Lindsay told me you were trying to raise funds to use to weather this crisis. How much would you need to reverse the situation entirely? Reginald looked gratefully at Lindsay. He had not figured out how Alex had known to come here today. Now he knew. Lindsay had told him. Now that some of the mystery has been taken out of all this, I think we might get by with less. We need about $1 billion. That would be the bare minimum to keep us afloat, he said. Reginald paused, and his voice grew sad when he resumed speaking. But I can only muster up about $500 million on such short notice. The room fell silent as they considered the numbers. Even though all of David's friends were more than willing to help, they had each managed to pledge a couple of million. they knew that they would not be able to help the Drakes reach $1 billion. "Aren't you going to be a good boy and help them, Alex?" Colin said derisively. "You'd only need about $500 million. I guess you won't be able to get to be the hero after all." Alex smiled. The amount of money was very large, but he thought he might be able to make it work. He took out his phone and dialed Jessup's number. "Hello, Mr. Clifton," he said when the call was answered. The whole room stared at him. "Could you help me with a little problem?" Episode 307, Back from the Brink. Jessup was in his villa when the phone rang. He had spent the day getting reports from his people about how the work against the Stedman family was going. The Cliftons were well on their way to reestablishing control over Baltimore, and it was in large part thanks to Alex. When he heard Alex's voice on the other end of the phone, he was as surprised as he was delighted. "Of course, Alex," he said. He would do anything to pay Alex back for saving his family. "What can I do for you?" "I need to borrow about $500 million, Alex told him frankly. "I promise there's a good reason. Would that be possible?" Jessup was shocked. It seemed impossible to him that Alex would need that kind of money. But he was determined to help him however he could. "What's it for?" he asked. "Well, Mr. Clifton," Alex explained, "Reginald Drake, chairman of the Washington, D.C. Fidelity Group, is a friend of mine. The company's been sabotaged, and it needs about $500 million to recover. Once the situation improves, I promise to pay you back in full." That was all Jessup needed to hear. "Say no more, Alex," he said. "No matter what the money's for, I'll get it for you. I owe you that." He paused and thought for a moment before he continued. "I don't have that much money in cash. I can get you $250 million right now, and I can liquidate some assets in order to get you the other half of the sum you need. It shouldn't take more than 10 days. How does that sound?" Alex was overcome with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Clifton," he said. "I'll accept the $250 million. I'll find another way to get the rest." He was deeply touched by Jessup's generosity, but he couldn't let him sell off that much of his property. Jessup tried to protest, but Alex assured him that what he had done was enough. Jessup reluctantly accepted Alex's word, and then he asked him to give the phone to Reginald. Once he had gotten the bank account number and the money had been transferred, he said goodbye to Alex and hung up the phone. Alex had one more call to make. When his call with Jessup ended, he went onto the internet and looked up the phone number of the Embassy of Brunei. He felt nervous about doing it this way, but apart from the Cliftons, the only other person he could ask was Justin, and Justin could get in trouble if he lent him the money. Nathan would certainly use it against him. The Sultan of Brunei was the only option he had left. It was a long shot, but the Sultan had told Alex that he should call and ask for help if he was ever in trouble. Besides, $250 million was probably nothing to the royal family of Brunei. When the embassy answered, Alex told them his name and that he was a recipient of the National Medal of Honor. The embassy staff quickly verified this information and connected the call to the royal palace in Brunei. The Sultan himself answered the phone. "Alex, my friend," he said in Malay. An interpreter also connected the call, and she translated everything he said into English. "You finally remembered to call me. I'm very happy to speak to you." Based on his tone, it seemed that he had managed to overcome his grief for his wife. "Hello, Your Highness," Alex answered. "It's a great honor to speak to you. I have a great favor to ask of you. I need to borrow money for a friend. I hope you can help us." "Of course," the Sultan said. "I'll lend you whatever you need. Do you remember that you asked me to invest some money in New York? Well, I did. It's been very profitable, and a lot of our people have gone over there to be educated. It will help our country enormously. Thank you." "Your Highness is very kind," Alex said modestly. He was very pleased to learn that his advice might help improve things in Brunei. Once again, he gave the phone to Reginald, who gave the necessary information to the Sultan. Once the money was transferred, Alex thanked the Sultan for his help and hung up the phone. Reginald was stupefied. Alex had gotten him the $500 million he needed, and it had taken less than 20 minutes. He didn't know whether to be impressed or terrified. David and his friends stared at Alex in awe. Their shock turned to ecstatic joy when they finally understood what had happened. The Fidelity Group was saved. Colin's and Noah's heads were spinning. Less than an hour ago, they were on the verge of taking over the Drake fortune. Now, they had lost their hold of the company, and Alex had somehow managed to save it from bankruptcy. It seemed impossible. Alex pushed Colin aside and went to the door of the conference room. He opened it and was met by a large crowd of reporters. They looked at him with anxious confusion. It was clear that they were all itching for a story. Alex smiled at them. "There's big news inside," he said. "You should go and get some interviews." He stepped aside, and the throng of reporters rushed into the conference room. Reginald, Colin, and David and his friends stood dumbstruck. When Alex saw them standing there without moving, he called out to Reginald. "Mr. Drake, didn't you say that you could relieve the crisis immediately if you had the money?" Reginald looked at him and sprang into action. He took out his phone and called the largest partner of the Fidelity Group. "Hello, Mr. Wood. I think we should discuss our business arrangement again." "There's no point, Reginald," Mr. Wood answered. "I've already told you that I've had another offer with much better conditions, and they're promising to reimburse us for the breach of contract. I simply can't continue to do business with you." "Name or price, and I'll pay it," Reginald retorted. "I value our partnership, and I won't give it up. It's time we increase the value in this agreement, don't you think?" "Listen," Mr. Wood began. Then he stopped himself. "Did you say increase?" "Well, if you're serious, of course I'll stay with you. After all, we already have a contract. We'll talk later about amending it." Reginald hung up the phone and looked triumphantly at his executives. "Call every one of our suppliers and business partners," he said. "Don't try to negotiate. Just tell them that we'll increase their rates to continue our partnership. Now get going." The executives immediately took out their phones and started making calls. David immediately set his friends to work. They needed to make up for the positions left vacant by Colin's bribery. In a few minutes, the room was abuzz with frenetic phone conversations. Before long, it became clear that the Fidelity Group would manage to retain all their former partners. Every single one of them accepted the new terms. Nathan's machinations were no match for the deals that Reginald could now afford to make, and there was less of a cost in maintaining already existing relationships. For every call that was made, the resulting agreement was reported to Reginald. As he tallied up the results, he grew more and more relieved. When all the calls had been made, he sighed relief and looked at the results on his notepad. "We've managed to regain 80% of our business contracts," he said. "The remaining 20% consists of the businesses we've lost as a result of government intervention. Our next step is to reach out to governmental departments and explain our situation. I have no doubt that all prohibitive restrictions will be removed." The happiness in the room was palpable. The Fidelity Group had been saved, and the future of Reginald's family was secured. Some of the people in the room cried with relief, and many closed their eyes and gave thanks to God. Lindsay was particularly happy, not only for what had happened, but for Alex's part in it. She thought of him as the hero of the hour, and she needed everyone else to think so as well. She took a step forward and smiled. "Alex is the one who made this possible. He's the one who came up with the money." Alex had been temporarily forgotten in the frenzy of the phone calls, but Lindsay's words reminded everyone of him. The room went silent as they looked around at each other, and then their eyes fixed on Alex. Reginald reached out to shake his hand, and those closest to him slapped him on the shoulder. Further back, someone let out a cry of adulation. "Let's hear it for Alex!" More and more people joined in, and before long, the walls seemed to shake from the calling of Alex's name. Episode 308, Payback. Alex felt uncomfortable. He wasn't the kind of person who enjoyed being the center of attention, and he wasn't used to it. He didn't know what he was supposed to do. He tried telling everyone to stop cheering, but the more he tried, the more excited they got. Because David was particularly impressed and grateful, he cheered for Alex louder than anyone else. This only increased the intensity with which everybody else did, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Lindsay could tell that Alex was embarrassed, and she felt a little bad for him. At the same time, his bashful reaction only increased her feelings for him and her sense that he deserved the praise. She joined in the cheering with a sweet smile on her face. Alex saw her smiling at him, and he smiled back. He could tell that she knew how uncomfortable he was, and then he remembered that it was all her fault. With a mischievous smile on his face, he reached out and pulled her toward him. "There's someone else who deserves credit," he exclaimed over the cheers of the crowd. "If Lindsay hadn't told me what was happening here today, I wouldn't be here. You should thank her instead." Everyone laughed, and cheers for Lindsay started mingling with those for Alex. Her face turned a deep red, and she looked bashfully at Alex. "Why would you embarrass me like this?" she asked him in a playfully accusing tone. Alex laughed. "David's company's been saved. We should celebrate together. It's not every day you have a group of people standing around cheering your name." Lindsay smiled at him, and her embarrassment disappeared. In her mind, everything was just as it should be. The mingling of their names and the cheers of the crowd seemed to increase their connection. And and at that moment, she felt that they belonged together. It was as if they were together. The voices around them gradually subsided, and the silence brought her back to reality. She became aware that he was still holding her hand, and that every eye in the room was on them. She suddenly felt very awkward. "That's enough," she cried and pulled her hand from his. With her head lowered, she went back to her father on the other side of the room. Alex was taken aback. At first, he thought he must have crossed a line, but then he looked into her eyes again. There was no anger in them. Instead, he saw a secret joy, the happiness she wanted to conceal. He was assured that her action was not because of him, and he dropped it from his mind. The cheering had died down, and the executives who had gone along with Colin and Noah were starting to congeal around Reginald. They begged for his forgiveness, and many were desperate to have their jobs back. If they wanted to maintain the lives they were accustomed to, they had no other choice. David lashed out at them. "Get back!" he shouted as he waved them away from his father. Jason joined him. "You're all useless cowards," he said. "When it looked like the company was in danger, you all jumped ship as fast as possible. And now that it's been saved, you come crawling back? Why would they take you back?" David's other friends looked at the executives with scorn in their eyes. But the executives didn't care what they thought. The only one who mattered to them was Reginald. They knew that he was level-headed and fair. He would give them a second chance. "You can continue to work for us," Reginald said after a few seconds of thought. David couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Dad, how can you let them stay?" he protested. "They'll just be a massive liability." The executives ignored him and came forward to shake hands with Reginald. They looked as if they were about to kiss his feet. Reginald stopped them with a hand raise. "However," he continued, "while I will allow you to come back to work for us, you can no longer work in any kind of managerial role. It'll be low-level positions only, and any promotion within the company is out of the question. Forever." David laughed, not only at the executives, but at himself as well. "It was so stupid of me to doubt him," he thought. "He knows what he's doing. He'll never let himself be betrayed again." The executives were shocked. "You can't mean that, Mr. Drake," one of them said. "Please, cut my salary. Make it as low as you like. But I can't make it on a ground-level salary. I'll starve." "Yes," another joined in. "Mr. Drake, I just bought a house. The mortgage is very expensive. Also, my mother's in the hospital, and my father can't take care of himself. He needs to be in a care center. Without my salary, I don't know how they'll survive." They each told one sob story after another, but Reginald saw right through them. The more they spoke, the more they steeled his heart against them. It wasn't long before they knew that it was useless. They could see it in his eyes. Realizing this, one of them said, "This whole mess is Noah's and Colin's fault. We should settle it with them." They all turned from Reginald and swarmed Noah and Colin, who trembled in fear for their lives. The executives looked as if they were ready to tear them apart. "What are you doing?" Colin shouted in desperation. "I'm worth billions of dollars. I'll rule DC one day. Get away from me." His voice trembled with fear as he made his threats. "Billions of dollars?" one of the executives repeated mockingly. Yeah, sure. And you'll rule Washington? You're a liar. The executives were furious, and they needed some way to vent their frustration. They rushed at Colin and Noah, grabbed and hit out at them maniacally for several minutes, and then dispersed. They formed a circle, and Noah and Colin lay beaten on the floor in the middle. Colin's face was swollen on the left side and bright red on the right. His hair stood on end, and his clothes were torn. Noah had been beaten far worse. He had been kicked to the ground and stomped on by several feet. His suit was in tatters, and his face was black and blue. He looked as if a brick wall had fallen on top of him. David was indignant. As much as he hated Colin and Noah, the treacherous executives were no better in his eyes. "We're not here to act like hooligans," he said to them. "Get out! Security, throw these people out of here." Several security guards came into the room. They went over to restrain the executives, but some of them resisted. The guards struck at their legs, and they fell to the ground or kneeled. Noah raised himself onto his knees. He was shaking with pain. "Reginald, these spineless cowards might beg for your mercy," he said. "But I won't. I know you better than anyone. I know you're as rotten as any of them. And yet you stand there judging us. It makes me sick." Noah knew he had made a mistake by giving up his job in the Fidelity Group, but he would not bow to Reginald. The way he saw it, he didn't have anything more to lose. Reginald stared blankly at him. "Noah, I know you've felt slighted lately," he said. "You're wrong, but it doesn't matter now. You betrayed me because you think I sidelined you. But now you're out, and I'm doing better than ever. How does that make you feel?" Noah sneered. "You've always been a liar, Reginald," he said. "We started this company together. Sure, you handled the daily operations, but I was responsible for purchases and security. Do you remember the state of the neighborhood we were in? If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have survived. And then your precious Fidelity Group wouldn't exist." He paused, and the look in his eyes changed from contempt to a resigned sadness. He had carried these words inside him for many years. "Then you decided that the company was only yours," he continued with disdain in his voice. "But you deigned to let me stay on as a manager. How merciful." It was true that Reginald and Noah had started the Fidelity Group together. In the early days, it was a very different company, much smaller, and they had set it up using $15,000 of their own money. Since they started with so little money, they had rented a location in a rough neighborhood. The area was riddled with crime, and ruffians often came to the local shops to demand protection money. Other shops nearby were blackmailed or destroyed, but theirs was not. Noah had a history as a hoodlum, and he had served several years in prison. No one in the area dared to provoke him. Noah saved them from the problem of local crime, but they had faced other issues as well. Corruption was rampant, and politicians and government institutions needed to be appeased. If those people weren't satisfied, the company would be fined. Reginald had dealt with these kinds of issues. He was the one with the college degree. They operated like that for many years, and their little company gradually developed into a huge conglomerate. But the bigger they got, the less of a problem the local hooligans became. While Reginald was still instrumental in dealing with legal issues, Noah's usefulness decreased. He was marginalized. Reginald remembered all this very well. "That's your version of the story, Noah," he said. "But it is incomplete. Allow me to fill you in. A year after we started, the government stirred up trouble and tried to shut us down. But I made it go away. Do you remember?" Noah stared at him. He remembered. "What are you trying to say?" he asked. Reginald smiled. He had been wanting to tell this story for a long time. "I'm saying that it was a difficult time, not unlike today. We could have been closed down. For some reason, the local government kept demanding money from us and issued strange fines. One time, they even hinted that it wouldn't stop unless I got rid of you." Noah grew nervous. He still didn't understand what Reginald was getting at. "But without you, there wouldn't have been a fidelity group," Reginald continued. "I had to take care of it. So I went to City Hall one day, and after that, our problems went away." He fixed his eyes intently on Noah. "It wasn't until that day that I truly understood what was going on. You see, the government wasn't harassing us for no reason. There was a very good one. Can you guess what it was?" Episode 309, Resolution. "How should I know?" Noah snapped. A few years ago, he would have made short work of the pampered rich men who were gathered around him, but he was getting older. On top of that, Reginald was throwing riddles at him about things that had happened 30 years ago. Reginald watched him with pity in his eyes. "It has to do with why you went to prison," he continued. "Ordinary women were never good enough for you, were they? You wanted better. So you went to Washington, checked into an expensive hotel, and found what you wanted. A real beauty. You followed her around town, and then you brought her back to your hotel room. A few days later, you were jailed." Reginald looked around the room. At that moment, it dawned on Noah that he wasn't just talking to him. Reginald was telling the story to the entire room. He sought to make Noah look bad. He needed to defend himself. "So what?" he asked indignantly. "She was the daughter of some rich businessman who took offense. I didn't do anything wrong." Reginald shook his head. "So you still think her father was a businessman?" "She wasn't. She was the daughter of the mayor of D.C., a man who couldn't risk his reputation nor his honor. So he had you put in prison, and then he kept tabs on you. When you got out, he was watching your every step. And when he learned about our business venture, he used the resources of the city to try to ruin you." Noah was shocked. He had never suspected any of this, but somehow he knew that it was true. "That day when I went to City Hall," Reginald continued, "I met the mayor and found out what was going on. I told him that our company had great potential. He was a reasonable man, and he realized that it was wrong to kill a promising enterprise for your sake. He agreed to stop harassing you. But there were conditions. He made me promise that you would never be in charge of the business. I don't know if it was to stop you from succeeding, or if he thought that you would doom the company. Either way, he said that he would start coming after us again if you were ever put in charge. That's why I could never let you be the chairman of the board." Noah was confused. All these years, he had misunderstood Reginald's intentions. "Why didn't he tell me?" he asked himself. But then he realized that his friend had wanted to spare him the burden of knowing the threat he was under. He must have figured that the strength of their friendship would bear the strain of what he had to do. Noah was close to tears as he looked at Reginald, who stood over him with pity in his eyes. His friend had protected him all these years, and he had betrayed him. He had almost doomed the Fidelity Group twice over. He became so angry that he punched himself twice in the face. Then he crawled over to Reginald and stood on his knees in front of him. "Reginald," he said loudly as he sobbed. "I'm so sorry. I almost destroyed our company. I'll never forgive myself. How can you even look at me?" Reginald stepped forward and helped him to his feet. "Get up and stop talking nonsense," he said. "I'm equally to blame. I should have told you the truth. There will always be a place for you at the Fidelity Group." Reginald could be ruthless, but he was fiercely loyal to his real friends. "No, my friend," Noah answered. "If you really want to make this right, you have to kick me out. We both know I could never run the company." He smiled faintly. "I may have some skills, but running a business isn't one of them." Reginald nodded. He said that he would accept Noah's resignation and that he would give him a large severance package. As a founder of the company, it was unthinkable that he should be left wanting. Noah was overcome with gratitude, and the two old friends embraced. The heartfelt moment didn't last long. Colin had been lying on the floor while Reginald told his story, but now he stood up slowly. He was hoping that nobody would notice him. But as he rose, a voice called out across the room. "Colin, what are you still doing here? Haven't you had enough?" Every eye in the room fell on him. "All right," he said, "I'm leaving. But I'll be back, and someday I'll rule this town." He turned to leave. "Colin, wait for me!" Daryl cried out and hurried after him. It gave him no pleasure, but he had already picked it aside. Colin was not going to give up, and the best thing Daryl could do was to stay the course. Miriam followed Daryl. Before she left, she glanced over at Alex, but there wasn't a trace of malice left in her eyes. At that moment, all she felt was awe at what she had seen him do. Alex was surprised and saddened when he saw her. Daryl's hold over her was stronger than he had thought. Reginald went up to Alex. "Alex, thank you again. I really couldn't imagine what would have happened here without you." "You're welcome, Mr. Drake," Alex responded. "I'm happy to help. But what will you do now? I'm afraid this crisis won't be the last. I hope you're prepared." Reginald smiled. "You're right," he said. "But there's a silver lining to this whole thing. The traitors have been weeded out, and we know who's loyal to the company now. All we need to do is fill the vacancies with the right people. We'll also reconsider our range of partnerships, so that we're not so dependent on the larger ones." Reginald knew how to grow from adversity. He had learned his lesson. Everyone in the room looked at him with admiration. "That's good to hear," Alex said with a smile. "You clearly don't need any help knowing what to do. I admire you very much, Mr. Drake." Reginald smiled and put his hand on Alex's shoulder. "I'll get the Fidelity Group back on track as quickly as I can. With any luck, I'll pay you back in about 5 years." "I'll take your word for it, Mr. Drake," Alex said. It wasn't important to him when the money was repaid. It wouldn't matter to the Cliftons, and the Sultan of Brunei wouldn't miss it either. As long as the Drakes put it back, the time frame didn't matter. the important thing was that the crisis was over. Alex went out for lunch with David and his friends. They were all very curious about who he was, but Alex didn't talk about himself. He kept the conversation focused on other things, and they all respected him too much to ask. After lunch, Reginald and David drove Alex to the airport. Before he left them outside the airport, he asked them to control the media coverage as much as possible, and not to allow his name or his picture to be published. Too much publicity could bring unwanted attention to his family. Reginald and David happily agreed, and they saw Alex off. He went into the airport, went through security, and got onto the next plane back to Baltimore. When he found his seat, he sat down and closed his eyes. He had no internet access on the plane, but he didn't miss it. He only wanted to sleep. Just as he was closing his eyes, a beautiful woman came walking down the middle aisle. She was wearing a black and blue jacket that revealed her slim figure. Her hair was dyed blonde and tied in a ponytail, and her earrings shimmered as she walked. "She looks like a singer on TV," Alex thought. As he drifted off to sleep, he wondered if he hadn't seen her somewhere before. He woke up just as the plane landed in Baltimore. As it rolled into the terminal, he rubbed his eyes and stood up to disembark. He looked around for the beautiful woman, but he couldn't see her. When he came out of the airport and walked onto the street, he hailed a taxi and asked to be taken straight back to the university. Behind him, back inside the airport terminal, 2 men stood watching him. It was Chris and one of his men. Ever since his defeat at the hands of the Cliftons, Art had been in a terrible mood. He had not gone to work since then, but had locked himself up in his villa outside of town. Chris had never seen his father behave like that, and it worried him. The more he watched his father, the more convinced he became that their family was truly ruined. And it was all Alex's fault. But Chris also had questions. He needed to know how Alex was connected to the Cliftons, and why such an excellent martial artist would be working as a university security guard. Chris couldn't make any sense of it, and it was driving him mad. That was why he had been following Alex. At first, everything he did seemed perfectly normal. But then he had gone to Washington, D.C., and Chris's associates there had told him that he had gone to the Fidelity Group and somehow found them $500 million. That was when Chris had started to suspect that Alex might be the rumored son that had been cut off from the Ambrose family. The family kept a low profile, but the information had slipped out, and it fit. But Chris needed proof. Alex was connected and dangerous, and it might be dangerous to move against him. But if he was the disgraced son of the Ambrose family, then his family would not be protecting him. Chris could kill and move against him without fear of reprisal. "Chris, are we still following him?" his henchman reminded him. Alex's taxi was already driving off. Chris snapped back from his thoughts. "Yes, you go after him and report to me tonight." The other man nodded, left the terminal, and got a taxi to go after Alex. "I need to make a move soon," Chris thought. "I can't follow him around forever. I'm running out of money." Just as he turned around to go back to his car, a beautiful woman in a black and blue jacket came walking past him. It was the woman from the plane. As she walked past him, she muttered something to herself. He couldn't hear what she was saying, but it was something about money. And there was one word that had stood out among the rest: Alex. Episode 310, Financial Insecurity. Chris immediately sprang to attention. The mention of Alex's name had hit him like a thunderbolt. He looked over his shoulder. The girl was walking away from him out of the airport. His mind was racing with questions. I wonder how she knows him, he thought. Maybe she's an old flame. Anyway, she might be useful. He had to think fast. Based on what he had heard of her mutterings, he figured that she might have money troubles. It was even possible that she was after Alex for his money. If he was right, then he had a perfect opening. He took off his watch and rushed after her. It was a long shot, but it might work. When he caught up to her, he tapped her on the shoulder. She flung around with an annoyed expression on her face, but it softened when she saw him. This'll be easy, Chris thought with increased confidence. He had seen that look on enough young women to know what it meant. He held up the watch to her face and smiled. "Excuse me, miss," he said politely. "I think this fell out of your handbag." At the sight of the watch, her eyes brightened even more. Whoever she was, she recognized an expensive watch when she saw one. "Thank you," she said. "It's a gift from my boyfriend. I don't know what I would have done if I had lost it." She took the watch from him and quickly stuffed it into her handbag. "I'm always glad to return things to their rightful owners," Chris said. He looked at her with concealed scorn. He had sized her up as greedy, and it had paid off. It was usually a safe bet. And it's a good thing people are greedy, he thought. It makes them so much easier to exploit. "Not that I believe in fate," he told her, "but I have some time to kill, and now we've run into each other. Would you like to have dinner with me? My treat." "Of course," she answered. She seemed delighted at the offer. Chris got a taxi for them, and he took her to a luxurious restaurant in downtown Baltimore. He ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu for them, along with a bottle of the best French wine. It was all very expensive, and he made sure that she noticed. When they had ordered, he turned his full attention to her. "Tell me about yourself," he said and laughed. "I don't even know your name yet." "My name is Melissa," she answered. "I'm 22 years old, and I don't actually have a boyfriend. That watch is for my father." Her full name was Melissa Kennedy. The same Melissa Kennedy who had been part of the Dream Chasers girl group, who had nearly caused Debbie's death at the hands of Lou Rourke. After Alex had killed Lou at the Azalea guest house, he had chosen to spare her. But Melissa had not felt safe. She had fled New York for fear of her life. When she had felt that enough time had passed, she had come back to look for Alex. As scared as she had been, she still wanted Alex. He wasn't Ambrose, and he had Sam Woodsworth and Ken Stokes working for him. If she could only have him, her life would be filled with luxury and comfort. And no matter what had happened between them, he had still spared her life. In her mind, it meant that he must care for her. When she had come back to New York, Alex had already gone to Washington, D.C. to look for Debbie. She couldn't find him. Nobody at Preston University even seemed to know who he was. Melissa then went to meet with Sam, who had only told her that he was in Washington, D.C. She went there immediately, but she couldn't find him there either. She spent months looking for him, and she used up all her money. She was desperate. She needed money to keep looking, so she had flown to Baltimore to get a job as a singer. That was how she ended up on the same flight as Alex, and how she had bumped into Chris at the airport. Of course, Chris knew none of this. All he saw was a materialistic little rich girl who probably enjoyed making guys trip all over themselves to please her. "I can't believe it," he said mischievously. "How could you possibly be single? You must have dozens of guys chasing you. Like me, perhaps. I'm single too, but you'd expect that of me. I wouldn't stand a chance." He flashed his eyes knowingly at her. From the reaction on her face, he could tell that his words had the precise effect he had hoped for. "I guess I have high standards," she said. "I'm not interested in ordinary guys." She paused and stared pensively into the table. "I used to see someone," she continued. "He was from a very important family, the Ambroses. Have you heard of them? They have the richest men in New York and Chicago working for them." She leaned forward and continued in a gleeful whisper. "And I've seen him shoot a man, like it was nothing. His family's a force of nature. What do you think about that? He chased me desperately, bought me cars and diamonds, but I still turned him down." Chris sat silent and listened as she spoke. Everything was falling into place. "So Alex is an Ambrose," he thought. "It is as I suspected." Chris had always suspected that Alex was from a very rich family. It would have explained many of the things he had been able to do, but Chris still had his doubts. If Alex was an Ambrose, it seemed impossible that he would stoop to the level of working as a security guard at a university, even if his family had cut him off. There was just one more answer he needed to confirm his suspicions. "Sounds like quite a guy," he said. "What was his name?" "Alex," Melissa answered indifferently. There it is, Chris thought. His suspicions had been confirmed beyond any doubt. "Are you here in Baltimore to look for him?" Chris asked and smiled derisively. His polite veneer was cracking. "I have to warn you, you might be very disappointed." She stared at him incredulously. "Why? Do you know where he is?" she asked. "Can you take me to him?" At the thought of finding Alex, her flirtatious behavior toward Chris had all but evaporated. "If you really want to see him, I'll take you to him," Chris said. "After we've eaten." The food was served, and they ate quickly. Melissa was in a terrible hurry to see Alex, and Chris was thirsty for his planned revenge. When they had finished, he called a taxi and took her to Johns Hopkins. "What did you bring me here for?" Melissa asked when they stopped outside the university. "Does Alex go here now?" "You'll see," Chris answered. They got out of the taxi, and he led her toward the residential building. As they approached the door, Chris stopped her and dragged her off the road. They hid behind the corner of a building, and he pointed at the security guard who was standing outside the main entrance. "That's Alex," he told her. Melissa scoffed, but then she looked a little closer. The man standing guard outside the residential building was Alex. Her mind was spinning. "It's impossible," she thought. "Why would Alex be working here as a security guard? He's rich." At this time, 2 teachers came out of the building and started chatting with Alex. In the crisp, windless night, Melissa and Chris picked up their words quite easily. "You know, we're so lucky to have such a capable young man here to protect us," one of the teachers said and laughed. "I do hope the university treats you well enough." Alex laughed. "I can't complain. Sure, it's a modest job for modest pay, but I get somewhere to live. And it's peaceful. As far as I can tell, I'm almost pointless." They all laughed. Melissa was shocked at what she had heard. Why would Alex take such a humble job? She felt as if she was dreaming. Chris saw the puzzlement and disappointment on her face. He decided to make his move. "You know, you were right that Alex used to be someone. But his family cut him off. He's perfectly normal now, meaning he's poor and has no future. His family doesn't care what happens to him." "He's a loser," Melissa murmured bitterly. "You still want to talk to him?" Chris said with a smirk on his face. "He has a job at least. Probably a bike, too. Maybe you can live together in his cozy dorm room." "No!" Melissa exclaimed. From what she had just seen, Alex might as well be dead to her. "I don't want to see him. It's pointless." "Then let's go," Chris said. "I think we've seen enough sadness and poverty for one evening." He took Melissa's hand and led her off campus. When they came out onto the main street, they saw that a black Mercedes-Benz was parked and waiting for them. When Melissa saw the fancy car, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Melissa, please get in," Chris told her as the driver opened the door for them. "I've had a good time tonight. Would you like to have a final drink at my place?" Melissa nodded enthusiastically. She could hardly believe her luck. Just as one door had closed to her, another had opened. She got into the car. When she had gotten into the car, she took out her phone and Googled Chris's name. She immediately found out that he was a Stedman of Baltimore. He was the heir to one of the most influential families in the city. If she could land him, she would be set for life. Melissa pulled out all the stops. As he got into the car and sat down, she winked at him and stroked his thigh with her hand. Then she unbuttoned a button on her blouse, pretending she was warm. Chris smiled knowingly at her. On the inside, he was filled with contempt. To him, she was nothing but another snobby, entitled brat who would do anything for money. He resented her. But she fit perfectly into his newly hatched plan. "Melissa," he said affectionately as he took her hand, "I know we've only just met, but I think I'm starting to really like you. I had a good time at dinner. I was hoping that we could start seeing more of each other." Melissa was overjoyed. Her magic had worked even faster than she had thought, and Chris was already hooked. She agreed enthusiastically. "Yes, of course," she exclaimed. "I know I was a little distracted at dinner, but I really like you too. Of course I want to see you again." She leaned toward him and rested her head against his chest. Chris held her tightly, but in his heart, he felt nothing but disdain for her. It turned out she wasn't just a gold digger. She was stupid and naive as well. "Driver," he called out. "We're not going home. Take us to the hotel." Episode 311, Melissa's Return. "What do you have in mind?" Melissa asked as Chris pulled her into the luxurious hotel room. Of course, she knew exactly what Chris wanted. How could she not? "You know what we're going to do," Chris said, grinning at her. With that, he took off his coat and led Melissa across the room to the bed before pouncing on her. An hour later, Clothes were scattered around the room, and the bedsheets were rumpled. Melissa lay next to Chris with her hair spread over his chest. "You've completely worn me out," Melissa said, practically purring. "There's a prepaid card on the nightstand," Chris said. "There's $200,000 on it. Take it and buy yourself something nice." "Thank you, Chris," Melissa squealed. Chris was really very rich. It would take her years to earn that much on her salary. "I like you," Chris said, "more than any other woman I've been with. To tell you the truth, I want to marry you. But I'm afraid I can't. Not with the way things are right now." "What's wrong?" Melissa asked. "Is there anything I can do to help?" If she could solve his problem, then they could get married soon. "A few days ago, Alex cost our family a lot of money," Chris said, looking at Melissa. "My father is extremely pissed off, and my whole family's upset. If we don't take revenge, then no one will be in the mood for a wedding, and my parents won't approve of our marriage." "He cost your family money?" Melissa asked, surprised. "What happened?" "That's nothing you need to know," Chris said. "I love you, and I want to marry you right away. But I have to avenge my family first. Will you help me?" He pulled her in a little closer, tucking her head under his chin. "Well, now that I'm yours, why wouldn't I help?" she asked. She knew that if she married Chris, her life would be perfect, and her future would be secured. "Great," Chris said. "I knew you would help me." He pulled back a little to look at her. "I need you to get close to Alex and use any means necessary to make him trust you. You were with him before, so it shouldn't be too difficult, and then we can go on to the next stage of the plan." Melissa felt uneasy, but she nodded. "I'm only doing this for you, so after you get your revenge, you can't abandon me." "No, of course not, darling," Chris said, stroking her hair. "Have you had enough rest now? I really want you again." "Oh," Melissa said, as Chris rolled her over. The next day, Alex got up early, went for his usual run, and had some breakfast. Then he stood at the door and watched Debbie go to class with Celeste and Celine. Being a security guard was boring, but Alex made the most of it. He took the opportunity to work on his patience. When he had stood guard, he recited the mantras he had learned from Zora, which was almost like a form of meditation. He did this every day, strengthening his mind and his understanding of his martial arts techniques. "These are the halls of residence," came a man's voice. "You'll be in building 1. Chris had arranged for Melissa to attend university to help her get close to Alex. She had dressed just like a college student and had asked a male student to show her to the dormitory. Alex glanced at them and was shocked to recognize Melissa. This was the woman whose scheming had led to Debbie falling into the hands of Lou Rourke. Alex was furious, but he was also confused. What was Melissa doing here? He remembered the night he had spent in her room, and when Debbie had disappeared, Melissa had arrived at the Azalea guest house with a medical report, claiming she might be pregnant. Alex grew a little uneasy. "Alex!" Melissa exclaimed, running over to him. "You're here!" "Go away," Alex snapped at her. "I want nothing to do with you. Stay out of my way." "It's Melissa," she said, moving closer and running her hands down his jacket. "Don't you remember me from that time in New York when we—" "Shut up," Alex yelled, pushing her away. He used a little too much force and sent Melissa flying to the ground. "Are you okay?" asked the male student, leaning down to help her up. When he noticed her clothes were torn and her hands were bleeding from several scrapes, he turned to rush at Alex. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded. "That's no way to treat women. You have no business being a security guard here if you're going to behave like that." Melissa pulled him back. "Thank you," she said, "but let it go. I behaved badly in the past, so I can't blame him for being angry. Don't worry about it. I'm fine." Finally, the student left, still glaring at Alex. Melissa limped over to Alex. "I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you and Debbie," she said. "I've had time to reflect on my behavior, and it won't happen again. I just hope you give me a chance to fix the mistakes I made." Alex remained silent. He couldn't forgive Melissa for hurting Debbie. "I'm going to be studying here," she said. "I'm not asking you to forgive me, but please give me a chance to make amends." With that, Melissa picked up her things and walked into the dormitory. As he watched her leave, Alex wondered if she really had changed since he had last seen her, but he still couldn't forgive her for everything she had done. Episode 312, The Lunch Incident. At noon, when Melissa left the dormitory, she made sure to say hello to Alex, but he didn't even look at her. She gave him an apologetic look, but after she had walked away, she glanced back at him. "Stupid loser," she murmured. "Do you really think I'm interested in you? I'm only here because Chris wants me to get close to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't give you the time of day. And look at you, you're so full of yourself. Well, just wait. You won't be so arrogant in the future." She went to the canteen for lunch, got her meal, and then sat by the window to eat it. Meanwhile, Callisto and Luna came in to get Alex's lunch, like they often did. Celeste and Celine had accompanied Debbie to study in the library, so Callisto and Luna got in line at the canteen on their own. Melissa walked to the line and pushed in front of two women. "Give me a burger and fries," she said to the server. Callisto and Luna were angry. They had been at the university for a while now, and the students were all well behaved. They were surprised and angry that Melissa was being so rude. "Hey, it's our turn," Luna said, her tone polite. "You should go to the back of the line. There are a lot of students behind us." Melissa had once been part of a successful girl band with a string of rich boyfriends. Unfortunately, that had left her a little spoiled and overbearing. When she saw these beautiful women, she wasn't happy. She was used to being the prettiest woman in the room, and these women outshone her. "I'm hungry," she said, sneering at them. "So let me go first. Besides, what do you care? You're next anyway." "You've already eaten," a student called out. "I saw you." Callisto asked, staring at Melissa. "Do you think you're the only person who's hungry? What if we all behaved like you? It would be chaos." "Yes, we're all hungry," several people yelled. "This is a well-respected institution," someone called. "As a student here, you should know how to behave." Even the women serving the meals had had enough. She glared at Melissa. "Go to the back of the line," she said. "I won't serve you until you do." Melissa wasn't afraid of being criticized by so many people. They were only students, so who cared what they thought? She was only here because of her promise to Chris. "It's only this once," she said. "What's the big deal? I don't care what you think of me. You're nothing to me." She looked around at them, her nose in the air. Then she looked at the server. "You're refusing to serve me?" she asked. "Then no one gets to eat. I'm just going to stand right here, and you'll all just have to wait behind me." Celeste glared at Melissa, desperately wanting to teach her a lesson. She was being completely unreasonable, and someone had to deal with her. Luna shook her head in exasperation. Callisto squashed down the urge to slap the woman. They had to stay out of trouble for Alex's sake. "I'll be fine," Melissa said, her tone arrogant. "After all, I've already eaten. You can all stay hungry together. We'll see who cracks first." "Fine then," the server said, angry at Melissa. "I'll give you a meal. I've been working here for almost 10 years, and I have never come across such an ill-mannered student before." She didn't want to give in, but she couldn't let Melissa go on making such a fuss, not when the other students would suffer. She slapped a burger on a plate, added some fries, and shoved it at Melissa. "Thank you," Melissa said, taking the plate. She smirked at Callisto and Luna, and then she left. "Who was that?" Callisto asked, watching Melissa walk away. "She's such a bitch." "What are you looking at?" Melissa asked one of the students who was gawking at her. She strode outside feeling happy. She really enjoyed bullying people. As she approached Alex, she wiped the smile off her face. "Alex, I've brought you some lunch," she said, holding out the burger. "You must be really busy, so you should eat to keep your strength up." "No thanks," Alex said, pushing the burger away and starting out for the dormitory. Melissa followed him, unwilling to give up so easily. "Mr. Alex." Callisto and Luna rushed over with the lunch they had brought for him. "It's the women from the canteen," Melissa thought, feeling uneasy. "Do they know Alex?" "It's you," Callisto said, glaring at Melissa. "What are you doing here?" She turned to Alex. "This woman just caused a huge scene in the canteen and wouldn't let anyone eat." "That's not true," Melissa said. If she had known the women knew Alex, she wouldn't have picked a fight with them. Her mind worked fast, trying to come up with a lie to get her out of this. She needed to get close to Alex, or all this would have been for nothing. "I just knew how hard Alex was working, so I wanted to make sure he got some lunch," she said. "I was a little too anxious and I may have overdone it, but I had good intentions. I'm sorry I upset you." "Do you really expect us to believe that?" Callisto asked. "Stop pretending. It's disgusting." She looked at Alex. "Mr. Alex, we bought you some lunch. Why don't we go back to the dormitory to eat it?" Callisto and Luna led Alex toward the dormitories. "Alex, wait," Melissa said, hurrying behind them. "I've brought you some food too. Consider it a peace offering." She held out the burger and fries. "Get out of here," Callisto said, knocking the burger out of Melissa's hand. "No one wants your food, so take it away." The Moon Maidens weren't very sympathetic, but Alex looked at the food lying on the ground and felt bad for Melissa. After all, She had claimed to have gotten the food especially for him. "Mr. Alex, let's go," Callisto said. "Ignore her." Then, Callisto and Luna accompanied Alex into the dormitory. Episode 313, Making Amends. "Mr. Alex, that girl is awful," Callisto said, looking over at Alex, who was eating his lunch by the window. "How do you know her?" "Oh." Alex was tongue-tied for a moment. Then he said, "She used to be a friend." Callisto looked skeptical. "Be careful with her. I suspect she's up to something." Alex looked out of the window and saw Melissa picking the burger off the ground. She appeared to be doing her best to make sure there was no mess left behind. He had to admit to himself that he was impressed. By 10 o'clock in the evening, it was raining heavily. Alex called Debbie and checked that she was in the library with Celeste and Celine. When she said she hadn't taken an umbrella with her, Alex took 3 of them to the library. Melissa had been watching Alex's every move from the window of the dormitory. She sneered when she saw him leaving with 3 umbrellas. "Alex, if I keep treating you well, sooner or later you'll come around," she whispered. She picked up a vacuum flask full of soup she had made, and then she walked out of the building. Alex arrived at the library, but he couldn't get in because he wasn't a student, so he called Debbie and asked her to come out. "Alex, there you are," Melissa said as she walked over to him. "I've been looking for you." Alex frowned. Debbie was on her way, and he didn't want the 2 women to meet. "What do you want?" he asked, scowling at her. "I don't want to see you, so please go away." "I know you don't like me," Melissa said, "but I'm just trying to apologize." She held out the flask. "It's raining today, and I don't want you to catch a cold, so I've made some spicy lentil soup to warm you up." "I'm fine," Alex said, opening the flask and taking a sniff. "You should go." "Alex," Debbie called, walking up to them. Celeste was following close behind her. Alex and Melissa were both startled. Debbie was stunned, and she froze in place, staring at Melissa. After Debbie had recovered her memory, Alex had told her everything. He had explained that Melissa had been responsible for Lou Rourke picking her up from the airport, and he had told her that Lou had almost killed her. "Debbie, how are you?" Alex asked, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Melissa gaped at them. She hadn't known that Debbie was in Baltimore. The last she had heard, Debbie had disappeared. Now she understood why Alex was working as a university security guard. Melissa knew Debbie must hate her, and that meant that Alex would hate her too. That would make it impossible to carry out the plan Chris had devised. "Debbie, it's you," Melissa said, walking over to her. "I'm sorry about what happened. I should never have listened to Lou Rourke's lies, and I feel awful about what I did. Please let me make amends." "Go away," Debbie said. "I don't want to see you." She had forgiven Melissa before, only to be betrayed again. She had no faith in the woman and didn't want to hear another round of fake apologies from her. "Debbie, please give me another chance," Melissa said, taking Debbie's hand. "I really am sorry." "Debbie has already told you to leave," Celeste said. "So why are you still here?" She didn't know the full story, but she could tell that Melissa had hurt Debbie. Annoyed, she pushed Melissa, knocking her to the ground and sending her umbrella flying. Melissa landed right in a puddle, soaking her clothes as the cold rain drenched her. "Debbie, please forgive me," Melissa begged. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so awful to you at the talent show, and I shouldn't have faked Alex's phone number and allowed Lou to take you away. I've had a lot of time to think, and I'm disgusted by my behavior. Please, give me a chance to make it up to you." Melissa remained kneeling on the wet ground, blinking up at Debbie. The rain plastered her hair to her head, and she looked pitiful. Debbie remembered training with Melissa when they'd been part of the Dream Chasers. Although Melissa had bullied her every day, they had been bandmates and they had been through a lot together. Later, when Debbie had been in the hospital after the talent show, Melissa had taken good care of her. Debbie was soft-hearted, and she didn't like to see Melissa like this. She decided to give her a chance. "Get up," she said. "You're soaked." She leaned down to help Melissa up. "Does this mean you've forgiven me?" Melissa asked in disbelief. "Well, okay," Debbie said, nodding. "Get up." "Thank you," Melissa said, allowing Debbie to help her up. She looked over at Alex. "Can you forgive me, Alex?" Alex scowled at her. How could he possibly forgive her after all the awful things she had done to Debbie? "Alex, let it go," Debbie said, going to him and wrapping her arms around him. "It's all in the past and we should move on. Will you forgive her for me?" Alex looked helplessly at her. Debbie was far too kind, but how could he argue with her? "Fine," Alex said grudgingly. "From now on, we're friends," Debbie said to Melissa. "You can stop feeling guilty." "Thank you," Melissa said, beaming at her. "Thank you for forgiving me." She handed her flask to Debbie. "I made some spicy lentil soup. That should keep you warm." "Well, first we have to get you into some dry clothes, or you'll get sick," Debbie said, taking Melissa's hand and leading her to the dormitory. Alex walked back with them. As he watched them walking together, he sighed. "Melissa seems to be repentant," he thought. "I hope she genuinely wants to be Debbie's friend, but I'll have to warn her not to tell Debbie about the night we spent together." Debbie took Melissa back to her dormitory and helped her dry off and change her clothes. They sat and chatted for a while, and then Debbie left. She was very happy to have sorted everything out with Melissa. She would rather have a friend than an enemy. Once Debbie had left, the smile slid off Melissa's face. "They let me kneel in the rain," she muttered. "I could have gotten sick. The things I do for Chris. Well, at least we're one step closer to getting revenge. And then they'll be sorry." Episode 314. That's What Friends Do. Melissa called Chris. "I've managed to get closer to Alex," she said. "I don't think he's wary of me anymore, but give me a few more days to make sure." "That's good," Chris said. He was impressed by Melissa's efficiency, and he felt that he had made the right choice in getting her involved. "Chris, haven't you wondered why Alex is working as a security guard?" she asked. "Well, I found out that it's because his girlfriend is here." "Oh?" Chris asked. He was surprised, but he didn't really care. "You should work faster to get Alex on side. I want to act as soon as possible, and then I can marry you and make you part of the Stedman family." Yes, Chris, she said. I'll hurry. The next day, Melissa got up early and went downstairs. When she stepped outside, she bumped into Alex, who was on his way back from the canteen. Good morning, Alex, Melissa said, smiling at him. I want to talk to you, Alex said. Come over here a minute. He led her over to a tree and then turned to face her. I don't want Debbie to know what happened between us in New York, he said. And you need to know that I love Debbie, so there's no chance of you and me being together. Melissa knew Alex was afraid Debbie would find out about their affair. Alex had no idea that Melissa had faked the whole thing to become Alex's wife and gain money and power. Now that he was merely a security guard, Melissa wasn't interested in him anyway, so Debbie could have him. I can pay you compensation, Alex said, wondering if he could ask the Clifton family for money to pay Melissa off. No, I've already forgotten all about it, she assured him. I know you and Debbie are together, and I wish you well. You can't be earning much as a security guard, so you'd better keep the money. Melissa knew Alex wouldn't be able to give her much, and she didn't really care for such paltry amounts. Once she married Chris, she would never be short of money again. She left Alex and went to class. She knew Debbie was the key to getting close to Alex. If she could make friends with Debbie, then Alex wouldn't be a problem. She made her way to Debbie's class, sneaked in, and sat beside her. Callisto and Luna scowled at Melissa. It's you, Callisto said, curling her lip in disgust. Why are you sitting with us? Go away. Melissa was surprised to see the two women who knew Alex and Debbie. If Debbie hadn't been there, she would have yelled at them, but she had to behave herself. Callisto, what's gotten into you? Debbie asked, looking back and forward between Callisto and Melissa. Melissa, I'm sorry about Callisto. She's just a little too protective. Debbie, why are you talking to her? Callisto asked, confused. She's awful. If you don't believe me, then ask Luna. Callisto, I behaved badly yesterday, and I apologize, Melissa said, keeping her tone meek. Debbie and I are friends, so please don't come between us. Debbie, is she really your friend? Callisto asked, looking at Melissa and narrowing her eyes. She's not worth it. I think she has ulterior motives for being friends with you and Mr. Alex. She just knew that Melissa was not a good person. The teacher gave a fake cough, and Debbie realized that they had been speaking too loudly. All the students were staring at them. This is a classroom, not your home, the teacher said. Since you're so busy chatting, I assume you completely understand this subject, and you shouldn't have any trouble answering my question. Stand up. Debbie, Callisto, Luna, and Melissa all stood up. The classes were too large for the teacher to know all the students, so he did know that Melissa was from another class. Debbie felt like she was about to die of embarrassment. She had always hated being called on in class. Callisto and Luna glared at Melissa. What is a mode? The teacher asked. He had been explaining modes a moment ago, but they hadn't heard him because they had been talking. Mode? Debbie thought, desperately trying to remember. Callisto and Luna had no idea because they rarely paid attention in class. The students began to rifle through their books, looking for the correct definition. I don't know why I bother, the teacher said, shaking his head. Come and see me after class. You'll be getting a failing grade for this module. Sit down. A mode specifies which notes can be used and indicates which have special importance, Melissa said. It provides a theoretical framework for the melody. Thanks to her comprehensive knowledge of music theory, she had answered correctly. The teacher and other students all looked at her in surprise. "What's the difference between a major and a minor chord?" the teacher asked. Sure, she wouldn't get this one right. "The difference is in the third note in the scale," Melissa said confidently. "A major chord contains the first, third, and fifth notes of the major scale. In a minor chord, the third note is moved down by half a step." She walked up to the podium, picked up a marker, and wrote out the A major and A minor scales on the whiteboard. "Since I've answered your questions, you shouldn't punish us," Melissa said, handing the marker pen to the teacher. "Fine," the teacher said, looking a little shocked. "Go back to your seat. But no more talking." Melissa had clearly understood the lesson, so there was nothing left to say. The other students applauded as Melissa went back to sit next to Debbie. After class, Debbie turned to Melissa. "Thank you so much," she said. "If it hadn't been for you, I would have failed that class." "That's what friends are for," Melissa said, grinning at her. "I don't trust her," Callisto said, scowling. "I still think she's up to something." She wasn't happy that Melissa acted differently in front of Alex and Debbie, and she didn't like the way Melissa was getting close to Debbie. She could tell something wasn't right. "Callisto, what's wrong with you today?" Debbie asked, a little angry. Melissa had helped them, and Callisto was still complaining about her. "It's okay," Melissa said, pretending to be reasonable. "Callisto and I got off to a bad start. I don't blame her, and I'm sure we can get along." Her sickening display had Callisto biting her lip as she fought down the urge to slap Melissa. Episode 315, Stalking Alex. Within a few days, Melissa and Debbie were acting like close friends, and that led to Melissa getting along better with Alex too. But Melissa could tell that Alex was still wary of her, and she knew she needed to do more to gain his trust. When Alex asked Tony for time off to visit Don in the hospital, Melissa followed him. Once Alex had left Tony's office, Melissa stepped inside. "What are you doing here?" Tony asked, looking Melissa up and down. "Keep your eyes where they belong," Melissa said, scowling at him. "I'm Chris Stedman's girlfriend." She turned on her phone and showed Tony a picture of her and Chris together. "I'm sorry," Tony quickly apologized. He knew the Stedman family were powerful, and he couldn't afford to offend them. "What did that security guard want?" Melissa asked. "He asked me for time off to visit a colleague named Don at the hospital," Tony said. He paused for a moment and then added, "Miss, you should know that your boyfriend was the one who put Don in the hospital." Melissa walked out of the office and called Chris to ask him about Don. Chris told her that Don had been disrespectful, so he had sent someone to make an example of him. Melissa ended the call and took a taxi to Baltimore General. Alex bought a few things at the hospital gift shop, and then he went to Don's ward and walked inside. "Hi, Don," he said. He stepped inside, and then he ground to a halt, surprised to see Melissa sitting beside Don's bed. "Why are you here?" Alex asked curiously. "Oh, I heard that one of the security guards who worked with you was injured," Melissa said, standing up. "So I came to see him. I didn't know you would be here." "Alex, thank you for coming," Don said. "This is Melissa. She brought me some fruit and she's been sitting here talking to me. She's been so helpful." He beamed at her. Don had been single for quite a while, so he was thrilled to have such a beautiful young woman visiting him. "Alex, did you want to talk to Don?" Melissa asked, picking up her bag and preparing to leave. "I'll go and give you some privacy." "No, that's fine. I just came to see how Don is doing," Alex said, holding out a hand to prevent her from leaving. He was impressed by how nice she was being to Don. "Do you two know each other?" Don asked, looking between them. "Yes, we're friends," Alex said. Melissa nodded. "And his girlfriend, Debbie, is also my friend," she said, thrilled that Alex had admitted they were friends. That had to be a good sign. "What?" Don asked. "You have a girlfriend?" He was happy for Alex, although he was a little confused. He had spotted the ring on Alex's finger and assumed he was married. But Alex had never mentioned anything about a wife in particular, let alone a girlfriend. Alex just smiled. "I'm married to Debbie," he thought, "but the Cliftons won't let me tell anyone." Alex and Melissa chatted with Don for a while, and then they walked out of the hospital together and took a taxi to the university. Along the way, they talked and laughed, and Alex was getting along well with Melissa. Once they arrived at the university and went their separate ways, Melissa called Chris and told him the good news. Chris was very happy to hear things were going well, and he asked her to meet him at the Hilton Hotel later. That evening, Melissa went to the Hilton Hotel to meet Chris, who had arranged a candle-lit dinner. Melissa had never had such a romantic meal before, and she felt like a princess. "Alex already regards me as a friend, and he's no longer suspicious of me," she said. "What do I do next?" She looked over at Chris, excited by the thought that she would soon be marrying such a perfect man. "Melissa, you've done so well," Chris said. He took a small brown glass bottle from his pocket. "This is a special poison, and it's highly lethal. When you find a chance, slip it to Alex." Under the candlelight, the shadows played over his face, making him appear almost sinister. "Oh!" Melissa was so startled that she dropped her fork on the table. She hadn't expected Chris to ask her to kill Alex. Although she liked to bully people, she wasn't a killer. "Chris, I can't," she said, trembling at the mere idea of committing murder. "Don't you want to be with me?" Chris asked. "Alex cost our family so much money. If he doesn't die, then this will never be over." He took her hand and used his most persuasive voice. "As long as Alex is alive, my father won't allow me to marry you. Are you really refusing to help me? I love you so much, and I've already chosen a ring for you. I have the perfect place in mind for our honeymoon. But we have to deal with Alex first before we can have any of that." Melissa was shaken. She was afraid to kill anyone. But she had already done so much for Chris, and she desperately wanted to marry him. "I'll do it," she said, taking the bottle of poison from him. "Thank you, baby," he said, kissing her. "I knew you would help me." "But Chris, if I poison Alex, I'll be arrested," she said. "I don't want to go to jail." "Don't worry. My father is a big deal in political circles," he assured her. "We'll take care of you. Besides, although the poison is deadly, it's been diluted, so it won't kill him for several days after you administer it. Nobody will know it was you." "Well, okay," Melissa said, nodding as she looked at the small bottle in her hand. "But if I'm going to do such a terrible thing for you, then you must make sure I don't suffer for it." She stood up and leaned into his arms, and then they went to the second floor. Episode 316. Who ate the poison? The next day, Alex rested. The only thing he did was take a walk around the campus. He walked to the sports ground, which was full of activity. There were people playing basketball and others playing badminton. On the track, people were running or taking part in fitness classes. He noticed that one of the classes was the one that Debbie attended. He watched the young people flirting with each other. Some boys were brave enough to chat up girls, but they were usually rejected. He couldn't help but laugh as he watched them. Alex sat and watched Debbie's class for a while. He waved at her, and she gave him a big smile. He heard someone saying, "Alex, you're here." And she looked up to see Melissa walking toward him, carrying a thermos flask. "Hello, what are you doing here?" he asked. He was joking because he knew that he and Melissa were now friends. "I've come to see you. It's been getting so cold lately, and I made a big pot of mushroom soup. But I had plenty left over, so I brought you some," Melissa replied. She was smiling, but there was something unnatural about her expression. "Well, if you're offering, I wouldn't turn down some soup right now," Alex told her. "Great! I'll pour you a bowl. I've brought 2 bowls. We'll eat together." Melissa felt happy as she put the thermos flask on the table tennis table, took out the 2 bowls, and poured the soup into them. She secretly glanced at Alex and saw that he was looking at the sports ground and not paying her any attention. He didn't notice as she took the small bottle of poison out of her pocket and poured the contents into one of the bowls. "Alex, eat your soup while it's hot," Melissa said as she passed the bowl containing the poison to Alex. "Well, Melissa, whoever marries you will be a lucky man." Smelling the delicious aroma coming from the soup, Alex dipped his spoon into the bowl. Melissa held her breath as she watched him. As long as Alex ate the poison, it would all soon be over. At that moment, there was a commotion on the sports ground. Alex looked up and saw that Debbie had fallen over while she was running. He put down his bowl and ran over to her immediately. Melissa watched him and thought to herself bitterly, "Unbelievable! Debbie just had to fall right at that moment. It's almost as if she did it on purpose." Then she remembered that she was supposed to be pretending to be good friends with Alex and Debbie, so she should be concerned that Debbie fell. She thought she had better go over and see if she was all right. She carefully placed her bowl of soup on the table and ran over to them. "Are you okay?" Alex asked Debbie, who had been helped up by Celeste and Celine. "I'm okay. I wasn't looking where I was going, so I tripped and fell down, Debbie said. She was so embarrassed. Come and sit down with me for a while. Alex frowned and looked at Debbie. He was very worried. Melissa ran up to them with a concerned expression. She said, Debbie, are you all right? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Callisto answered before Debbie could say anything. Go away, she said. Debbie has us and doesn't need you. Callisto, don't be rude, Alex whispered crossly. He was secretly a bit pleased to see that Melissa was concerned about Debbie. He didn't want Callisto to ruin it. Callisto was quiet, but she still hated Melissa. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Debbie told Melissa cheerfully. Alex helped her over to the table, where he and Melissa had been sitting. Callisto managed her injured leg, but it was clear from Debbie's expression that she had not been badly injured. Alex, Debbie's fine. By the way, you didn't eat your soup. I'll pass it to you before it gets cold, Melissa told Alex. But when she looked at the table, she saw that 2 students were using it to play table tennis. Their thermos flask and bowls had gone. Where's my thermos? Melissa asked in a panic. Melissa, it's here, Alex called to her. The 2 students had put it on the ground, and Alex had found it. That's a relief, she told Alex as she walked toward him. This bowl's for you. Alex casually picked up one of the bowls and handed it to Melissa. He picked up the other bowl. Melissa stared at the 2 identical bowls of soup. She had no idea which bowl contained the poison. She hesitated as she tried to decide what to do, and she trembled as she thought about drinking poisoned soup. It's delicious, Alex told her. He had already eaten half of his soup. Melissa had an idea. Debbie's injured. I think she should have this soup to warm her up, she said. And then she passed the bowl to Debbie, saying, Debbie, this is my mushroom soup. It's really delicious. Try it. Yes, it's lovely. I already finished mine, Alex said as he showed them his empty bowl. Thank you, Debbie said as she took the soup and went to eat it. But Callisto grabbed Debbie's hand and said, Don't eat it, Debbie. I don't trust her. Callisto, if you talk like that again, I'm really going to get angry. Melissa's a good friend. She would never hurt me, Debbie said. Debbie took the bowl from Melissa and ate the soup. Your soup is delicious, Melissa. You should open your own restaurant, Debbie joked. I'm glad you liked it, Melissa smiled back. As she watched Debbie and Alex closely, she forced herself to keep smiling. Her heart was thumping in her chest, and she was rubbing her hands vigorously behind her back. Back in the dormitory, Melissa picked up a few of her things and ran away from the university. She asked Chris to meet her in a room at the Hilton Hotel. When he arrived, she threw herself into his arms. She kept saying in a low voice, I'm so afraid. Chris, I'm so scared. Well, did you get Alex to eat the poison? He asked impatiently. He didn't care at all about Melissa. His only concern was whether Alex would die. Yes, I gave him the poison, but I don't know whether he ate it or Debbie did. One of them definitely ate it. Chris grabbed her shoulders and asked impatiently, "What are you talking about? Did Alex take the poison or not?" His face was stern and frightening. "Maybe he ate it, or maybe his girlfriend did. Chris, even if his girlfriend ate it, that's nearly as good as him eating it himself. From what I know about him, if his girlfriend died, he wouldn't want to keep living." Melissa was frightened by Chris's hostile expression and tried to calm herself down. Episode 317, Black Poison Water. Is that true? Is his girlfriend really that important to him? Chris stared at Melissa in wonder. He had never known a man to be so infatuated. He certainly never cared that much about the girls he spent time with. "I'm not lying. Did you hear this story of the rich young guy in New York who offended one of the gang's leaders because they insulted his girlfriend? When the gang killed his girlfriend, he tracked them down and was determined to avenge her. In the end, they shot and killed him. Well, Alex is just like that guy," Melissa said. Although Ken had tried to suppress it, everyone was still talking about how a rich guy at Preston University had stood up to a local gang. However, none of them, including Melissa, knew that the rich guy was Alex. "Okay, I believe you," Chris said. "Chris, after Alex's death, we'll get married immediately and go abroad for a few months on our honeymoon. I want to forget all about this matter," Melissa said, looking at Chris earnestly. "That's easy to say now, but I need to know that Alex is dead before I can relax," Chris murmured. He was lost in his thoughts. Later that night, Debbie started to feel uncomfortable. She was lying in bed when her head started to ache. She felt dizzy and confused. The Moon Girls assumed that she was just tired, so didn't mention anything to Alex. It was not until the next day, when Debbie's condition became a lot worse, that they realized something was seriously wrong and informed Alex. They rushed her to the hospital. After her examination, Alex grabbed the doctor's arm and asked anxiously, "How is she, doctor?" "She has ingested some very potent poison. We have detected 10 different natural toxins in her system. At present, her condition doesn't look good. Once we've reviewed these results further, I can give you more information. But we can't do any more for her at this time," the doctor replied. He thought that Alex was a security guard and that the patient was just an ordinary student. He doubted that they had insurance or could afford to pay for such treatment. Even if they could afford to pay, there wasn't much that could be done for the patient. Her prognosis was very poor. Alex's mind was in turmoil as he asked, "What do you mean you can't do anything for her? Do you need more money, doctor? I have money. Is 100 million enough?" "Please, calm down, sir. Her prognosis is very poor, and there's nothing you or I can do about that." The doctor thought that Alex wasn't thinking straight. He was saying anything out of desperation. How could a security guard afford to pay the hospital $100 million? Alex took Debbie to several different hospitals in Baltimore, but they all said there was nothing they could do. Finally, they tried the Union Medical College. The college hospital told him that they weren't able to remove the poison from Debbie's bloodstream, but they could administer drugs that would inhibit the effects of the toxin and prolong her life. The medicine was extremely expensive and would cost him over $100,000 a day. Of course, Alex didn't care what it cost. All he wanted was for Debbie to recover. His heart broke as he looked at her lying in bed. Finally, Alex informed the Clifton family about Debbie's condition. When he got the news, Jessup was so worried that he was desperate to visit Debbie to see for himself. However, to protect her and the rest of the family, he knew that he couldn't let her relationship with the family become public knowledge. For that reason, he knew he couldn't visit her. He wouldn't allow any of the rest of the family to visit her either. Jessup did request that Alex go to their house to tell them more about the situation. Alex walked into the Clifton mansion, kneeled on the floor in front of Jessup and said, "Mr. Clifton, I'm so sorry. I didn't take good enough care of Debbie." He felt terrible for what had happened. Debbie was Jessup's granddaughter, and he had sent him to protect her. But he had not protected her well enough, and now she was in a critical condition in the hospital. He felt very guilty. "Alex, get up," Jessup said as he quickly helped Alex to his feet. He frowned and said earnestly, "You've been a great friend to our family. I cannot blame you for what's happened, especially as I know that your heart is hurting as much as mine." "How is Debbie now?" he asked Alex. That was his only concern. "A variety of toxins have been identified in her body. The hospitals all told us that there was nothing they could do to help. She's now at the Union Medical College Hospital, who have told us that they can prolong her life, but they don't know if they can cure her." When Jessup heard what Alex said, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Rufus grabbed him before he fell. "Dad, are you okay?" Rufus asked as he looked at his father anxiously. When he saw that Jessup had recovered a little, he pulled out his cell phone. On the screen, he brought up the copy of Debbie's laboratory results, which Alex had sent him to show his father. Jessup took it and read the list of toxins identified in her blood. Phospholipase A2, alpha neurotoxin, arsenic trioxide, tetrodotoxin. When he saw the list of toxins, Jessup was startled. "This is black poison water," he exclaimed. Alex asked, "What? Mr. Clifton, are you saying that Debbie was given black poison water?" Jessup nodded. Looking desolate, he said, "You can buy it on the dark web, and I've heard that street gangs sell it. It's a highly toxic mixture of various poisons taken from snakes and grasses found on thousands of small islands in Indonesia, combined with modern synthetic poisons. At present, there's no antidote for it anywhere in the world." There's no antidote. Those words felt like a bomb detonating in Alex's heart. All his hope was gone. Jessup covered his aching chest as tears appeared in his eyes. He asked, "How could this happen, Alex? How did Debbie get poisoned?" That was the first time that Alex thought carefully about how it could have happened. And he suddenly remembered Melissa persuading Debbie to eat her soup at the sports ground. He remembered thinking at the time that Melissa's demeanor seemed a little odd. Also, Melissa usually visited him and Debbie every day, but he realized that he hadn't seen her at all since Debbie was poisoned. It must have been her. He closed his eyes and thought it through again. He kept coming back to how oddly Melissa had been acting at the sports ground. He knew that it was her. Then he remembered that initially, she had given him one bowl of soup and had one herself. It was only after the bowls had been mixed up that she offered one to Debbie. That was obviously because she knew that one was poisoned but didn't know which. She was afraid to drink one herself, so she gave it to Debbie. It should have been him lying in the hospital, not Debbie. He was responsible. He had killed Debbie. Debbie was poisoned because of me. It's my fault, he said miserably. He was full of remorse, but also wanted to get revenge on Melissa. After leaving the Clifton mansion, Alex returned to the hospital. On the way, he tried to call Melissa several times, but she didn't answer the phone. That confirmed his suspicions. When he arrived back at the hospital, the four Moon Girls quickly pulled him into Debbie's ward. Luna said excitedly, "Mr. Alex, Debbie's woken up and she wants to see you." "Alex?" Debbie whispered as he walked in. She was still lying in the hospital bed. She was very pale. Her eyes were almost closed, and her voice was weak. These were common symptoms of digesting black poison water. With the gradual invasion of the toxin, the poisoned person would quickly become weak. Eventually, they would experience a very painful death. Episode 318, To the Moon Palace. I feel dizzy and have no strength. What's wrong with me? Debbie asked weakly. She couldn't work out why she was feeling so awful. When he looked at how haggard and pale Debbie looked, Alex's heart ached. It's okay, Alex told her as he sat by her bed and took her hand. He decided not to tell her the whole truth about the poison. He wanted her to try to keep up her strength for as long as possible. The doctor said that you just have a bad infection. You need to stay in the hospital for a couple more days. But you'll be feeling better soon. Okay, that's good. Debbie gave a small smile and said, Maybe Melissa will bring me some more soup later. I'm sure that will help me regain my strength and recover. When he heard that Debbie still thought of Melissa as a friend, Alex felt frustrated, but he couldn't tell her the truth while she was so ill. The four Moon Girls were also very angry, but they were under strict instructions from Alex to not say anything to upset Debbie. I'm tired and I need to sleep for a while, she said, as she slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Mr. Alex, we think it was Melissa who poisoned Debbie, Callisto told Alex. That's right. Debbie drank the soup that Melissa gave her, and straight after that she started to feel ill. And yesterday, Melissa disappeared, agreed Celine. The Moon Girls all told Alex their suspicions about Melissa. I know, Alex nodded his head. Then the four of us will go and kill her now to avenge Debbie, Celeste said. The other three women nodded in agreement. She's already run away and now she's hiding. Baltimore is so big. How am I going to find her? Alex said despairingly. He continued. My top priority now is to help Debbie recover. Her body is full of a very powerful poison. I want to find the best doctor in the world to treat her. Alex still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Although Jessup had said that there was no antidote to black poison water, he refused to believe it. Even if there was a 1% chance of success, Alex would try it. Mr. Alex, why don't we take Debbie to the Moon Palace? I think there's a certain flower, a special orchid that grows in the mountains near the palace that might help her, Celeste suggested. She had told him that while he had been gone, the four of them had discussed it and agreed that it might work. "This orchid, do you really think it might work?" Alex's spirits lifted a little as he looked at Celeste. "Jasper told us that the orchid has a detoxification effect on the body. She was once injured in a fight, and she used this orchid to cure her infection when the doctors couldn't do anything. She said it worked really well. And she said that a particular kind of this orchid is over 1,000 years old, and it can bring back the dead and they'll be reborn. I'm certain we can cure Debbie if we can find a special orchid that's 1,000 years old." 1,000-year-old orchid, Alex murmured. He looked at Debbie asleep in the bed. She was too weak to say anything, so he would have to decide for her. He made his decision and said to the four women, "Okay, we'll go to the Moon Palace." "Wonderful, Mr. Alex. We'll buy the plane tickets now," Celeste said, as she took out her cell phone and began searching online for plane tickets. She bought 6 tickets to fly out at 9 o'clock the following morning. Alex bought some drugs for Debbie to inhibit the spread of the poison. Of course, the Clifton family had secretly given him the money for them. Then he called Jessup and informed him that he wanted to take Debbie to the Moon Palace. Jessup knew that the doctors had no antidotes against black poison water. Since Alex said that the 1,000-year-old orchid could save Debbie's life, he agreed that they should try. Although he hadn't been involved in her life until relatively recently, he loved her dearly, and the thought of losing her was devastating. The next morning, Alex arrived at Baltimore Airport with Debbie and the 4 girls. They wanted to keep the severity of her condition secret from Debbie. Alex said gently to her, "Debbie, the doctor said that your condition is improving. He said that it would be really good for you to travel to the mountains where you'll breathe fresh air." Debbie leaned on his shoulder, but her mind was confused, and she didn't really comprehend what he was saying. "That's good. I've been longing to walk in the mountains. I haven't been for ages. I'd love to go," Debbie said softly with a smile. Debbie looked so fragile that the 4 girls were concerned that she might not survive the flight. Not long after they reached the airport, there was an announcement that their flight was boarding. "Let's go," Alex said, as he supported Debbie toward the boarding gate with the 4 girls following behind. Once their flight had taken off, a man stepped out from behind a pillar in the departure lounge of the airport. He was being paid by Chris to carry out surveillance on Alex. He called his boss's phone. "Chris, they just took off. The girl looked terrible. I think it'll be over soon." "How's Alex doing?" Chris asked. "Ever since he found out that the girl's dying, he's been inconsolable. Several times I've seen him secretly crying when he thought no one could see him. Yesterday he went to the Clifton house, but I don't know exactly what was discussed there." "Well done," Chris replied and ended the call. He was in the Hilton Hotel where he had reserved a room for Melissa to hide in. She was sitting beside him and had heard his conversation. "Chris, I'm right. If his girlfriend dies, Alex will never recover. I am certain that he'll commit suicide because he'd rather die for love than live without her," she said wistfully. "We don't know that for sure. What if he doesn't die for love? This whole thing is taking too long," Chris said impatiently. Melissa was annoyed. She had helped Chris with his plan, so she thought he should be grateful to her, not questioning her loyalty. Chris suddenly thought of something and asked, "Hang on. You said Alex's girlfriend is called Debbie. Isn't the Clifton's daughter called Debbie?" He wondered if it was just a coincidence. Chris, you can't think Debbie's from the Clifton family. It's impossible. I know all about her. She's from a very poor family. She was only able to enroll at university because she got financial aid, Melissa said quickly. She knew nothing about Debbie's history before she had arrived in D.C. Are you sure? Chris still had some doubts. Chris, don't worry about it anymore. Let's plan our wedding. When will you take me to meet your father? She asked expectantly. What's the hurry? Let's wait until we know for sure that Alex is really dead, he replied. Well, without Debbie, he'll definitely die of grief. Even if he doesn't die, he'll become so pitiful that he might as well be dead. Then he'll be much easier to deal with, Melissa said. Then she turned to him and said beseechingly, Chris, you haven't stayed over with me for 2 days now. I really want you. Please, stay with me tonight. I don't have time now. I have a lot of work to do. I need to go to the office. But I'll come and see you tomorrow. Chris pushed her hand away, stood up and walked out of the room without looking back. Melissa called after him. Chris! Chris! As she watched him walk out of the room, she smashed her fist on the bed. Trying to comfort herself, she muttered, He's just busy. Next time he'll stay with me, and soon we'll be married. Episode 319, Trouble in the Mountains. As he stared at the white clouds out of the window, Alex felt very agitated. Fortunately, Debbie continued to sleep in his arms. Soon the plane landed at the airport in D.C. It was slightly cooler than when they had left Baltimore, and Alex wished he'd worn something warmer as he stepped off the plane. Debbie coughed violently. Debbie, are you okay? Alex was so nervous that he hugged her tightly, worried that her illness was getting worse again. I'm okay. Don't worry about me, Debbie said softly, but her face was so pale that he couldn't help worrying about her. Alex and Debbie went to a restaurant and ordered dinner, while Celeste went and rented an RV for them all. As soon as she had eaten, Debbie vomited all of the food back up. Then her neck tilted back and she passed out. Debbie? Debbie? Alex cried. Flustered, he quickly pulled out the medicine that he had bought at the hospital and poured some into her mouth. Debbie, please be okay, he said with tears in his eyes. Celeste, we're going straight to the Moon Palace now. Alex feared that if they delayed any more, Debbie might not survive. Yes, of course, Celeste replied. We must hurry. Alex carried Debbie to the RV, and Callisto, Celine, and Luna sat with her to take care of her during the journey. Celeste sat in the passenger seat so that she could give Alex directions. They drove directly to the Moon Palace, which was located deep in the Appalachian Mountains. Very few people ever went near there except a few mountaineering enthusiasts and explorers. Fortunately, despite being remote, there was a good infrastructure in place, and the Moon Palace had access to modern conveniences such as electricity, good road access, and the internet. Under a splattering of light snow, Alex drove slowly through the mountains. The scenery was breathtaking. The lonely roads seemed to disappear into the distance, surrounded on each side by majestic mountains. Mr. Alex, after the death of the old master, I haven't yet told the other moon maidens that you've taken over. They will want to hold a ceremony to make you the new lord, said Callisto. None of that matters right now. I just want Debbie to recover, Alex replied. Debbie's strong. She will get better, she told him. Then Callisto said, I'll call my sisters now and ask them to send someone into the mountains to pick the special orchids for Debbie. When they arrive, they'll hold a ceremony to welcome you both. She took out her cell phone and called the Moon Palace. The phone rang, but no one answered. What's going on? Celeste wondered. She told the others, I just tried to call the contact office of the Moon Palace, but I couldn't get through. There should always be someone there answering calls. She looked worried as she ended the call and tried again. And again. And again. Each time she called and no one answered, Callisto felt more uneasy. Then suddenly the call connected, and she felt relieved. She was about to speak when the voice at the other end of the line said, Callisto, the place has been attacked. Because the Lord and the four of you have not been here for so long, 3 gangs got together and attacked us. We think the gangs are Blood Sacrifice, Ice Edge, and Falling Souls. They want to occupy our palace, and all of us Moon Girls are about to meet with them to discuss their demands. What? Do they all want to die? Tell them that anyone who dares to attack the Moon Palace will get their violence turned back on them tenfold, Callisto said angrily. Callisto, you're on your way back? That's wonderful news. Okay, I'll go and tell everyone now. When I tell the gangs you're on your way here, they might rethink their attack. The girl ended the call. What's going on? Alex asked. He could tell that there was something very wrong. Mr. Alex, because the old Lord and the 4 of us have not been at the Moon Palace for several months, some of the gangs from DC took the opportunity to attack the palace. They want to occupy it. When I get there, I'll teach those gangsters a lesson, Callisto replied angrily. Which gangs? Alex asked. When he had first promised to protect the Moon Palace, he had no idea that gangs from the city would bother with it. He felt responsible for the safety of everyone there. There are more than 10 large gangs and 30 small ones that operate in this area. When the old Lord was here, she was so powerful that no one ever dared to attack us. The gang leaders all knew that she was a stronger and more skillful warrior than any of them. But when they heard that the old Lord is gone, they knew it was their chance to beat us. We need to get there to help. Alex frowned. He had only come to the palace to cure Debbie, but now it seemed that there was another problem to be dealt with. At that moment, Luna called out from the back of the RV. Mr. Alex, Debbie just vomited blood. Alex's heart started pounding in his chest. He needed to climb into the back to see Debbie. Callisto guessed his thoughts and said, Mr. Alex, you go. I'll drive. Alex stopped the vehicle and climbed into the back. Callisto slid into the driver's seat and started driving. When Alex saw that there was a pool of blood on the floor of the vehicle, he ran to Debbie's side and saw that bright red blood was also splattered over her pale face. Where's the medicine? Give her the medicine, he shouted. Mr. Alex, we've already given her the medicine, Celeste told him. It was clear that the medicine was no longer helping. Alex, Debbie cried weakly. I know that you're lying to me. I know I'm dying. I'm so happy that you're taking me to the Moon Palace, but I think I might not last. No! Alex interrupted her with tears in his eyes. He said, Debbie, listen to me. I will cure you. Celeste said that they'll collect special orchids from the Appalachian Mountains around the Moon Palace. If you eat them, you'll get better. Believe me. Alex... Debbie struggled for breath. Then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Debbie, Debbie!" Alex exclaimed. After checking that she was still breathing, he asked Celeste and Celine to hold her as she lay on the bed. He sat down next to her. "Debbie, you won't die. We haven't had enough time together. You can't leave me now. I won't let you." As he spoke, he put his hands on Debbie's back and tried to transfer all of his internal power into Debbie's body. Episode 320, The Gangsters. Alex had only one thought going through his head. Debbie can't die. If she died, his world would collapse. Therefore, he conveyed his internal power to Debbie without hesitation. In essence, he was giving his life to her. With the input of Alex's internal power, Debbie's face gradually gained some color, and she started to look healthier. But he knew that it was only a temporary cure. To cure her permanently, they had to find a way to detoxify her body completely. "Mr. Alex, it's worked. Debbie's breathing is already stabilized," Celeste said happily. But Alex was exhausted. He couldn't physically continue transferring his internal power to her. As he slowly lowered his hand, his body was so weak that he collapsed. Fortunately, Luna was supporting him, or he would have fallen to the ground. "Mr. Alex, you must lie down and have a rest." Celeste helped Alex onto the bed next to Debbie so that they could lie together. He relaxed a little when he saw how much better Debbie looked. He had just used so much physical strength that he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Celeste received a call from the Moon Palace. "Celeste, will you be here soon? The gang leader said that they're not afraid of the new lord. They also said that he'll get here just in time for them to capture him and make him their servant." "What? These scumbags certainly think a lot of themselves. Don't fight with them. Just keep them safe, and when we get there with the new lord, we'll deal with them together," Celeste said angrily. "Yes, but there are more and more of them. I'm worried that they'll take control of the palace before you arrive." "Just keep everyone safe. We'll be there soon and then they'll all die," Celeste ordered. She turned to the others in the RV and told them, "The situation at the Moon Palace is very dangerous." "Will Mr. Alex be able to help us?" Celine asked. Celeste didn't answer. She glanced at Alex and thought, "He's just used so much of his strength. Will he even have enough energy to help us fight the gangs and save the Moon Palace?" Callisto continued to drive as fast as she could toward the Moon Palace. There were almost no other vehicles on the road, and it was slowly getting dark. As the temperature dropped a few degrees, the tops of the peaks gradually became white with fresh snow. After several hours, Callisto parked the RV in a lane. Light snow and a gentle breeze surrounded her as she stepped down from the driver's seat. "Mr. Alex," Luna gently patted Alex's face, and he slowly woke up. "Are we here?" he asked. "Well, we still have a long way to go to get to the Moon Palace, but we can't drive the rest of the way in the RV," Celeste replied. She looked at him and asked with concern, "Do you have the strength to walk there?" "Yes, let's go." Alex stood up. Although his body was weak, his will was strong. His deep sleep had helped him recover a little of his strength. He needed to get to the Moon Palace. He picked up Debbie and turned to carry her out of the RV. "Mr. Alex, hang on. Put this warm coat on Debbie." Celeste said as she handed him a padded coat. "It's very cold in the mountains. We'll warm up as we walk, but Debbie won't be moving, and we don't want her to get cold. Put this on her." Alex put the padded coat on Debbie, picked her up, wrapped in a sleeping bag, and carried her out of the RV. The temperature outside was very cold. Alex guessed it was at least -5 degrees when he noticed that he could see his breath in the air when he spoke. "Mr. Alex, the 4 of us could carry Debbie for you," Celeste suggested. As usual, they wanted to help him and share his burdens. Alex ignored Celeste's offer and said, "Let's go, come on. We need to hurry to get to the Moon Palace." "Yes, of course." Celeste and Celine led the way, while Callisto and Luna walked in the back behind Alex. In the moonlight, with a light covering of snow over the ground, the air felt crisp and clear. The 5 of them walked quickly and didn't feel too cold. After walking for more than an hour, they saw a bright light in the distance. Celeste pointed at the light and said, "Mr. Alex, that's the Moon Palace." "Well, let's go." As they got closer, they started finding bodies on the ground. The bodies were both gang members and girls from the Moon Society. The 4 Moon girls became understandably agitated. They wanted to rush to the palace immediately to kill the gangsters. When they were only a few hundred yards from the palace, they saw a group of people standing in front of the gate. It was the gang members, and there were several thousand of them. Then they noticed that the gangsters were surrounding several hundred women from the Moon cult. One of the members of the cult said to one of the gang leaders, "Blaze Quinn, I have warned you that the Lord of the Moon Palace is on his way back. Do you dare to invade the palace and risk his retribution? Can you imagine how severe your punishment will be?" Her name was Phoebe Ackers, and she had been left in charge temporarily when the 4 girls left the palace. A fierce-looking middle-aged man standing in front of her said patronizingly, "Phoebe, yes, you said that a few hours ago, and I've already given you my answer. Since you seem to have a bad memory, I'll answer you again." He was Blaze Quinn, and he was the leader of Blood Sacrifice, the largest of the 3 invading gangs. He was known to be ruthless and powerful. He looked at Phoebe and said calmly, "Until now, we've all respected your group and left you in peace. But I have never felt comfortable with that situation. Their last master was extremely powerful, however, and we knew that we couldn't invade successfully while she was here. But we never stopped watching and biding our time. As soon as I was convinced that she was no longer here, I secretly contacted some of the other gangs, suggesting that we unite to invade the Moon Palace. I didn't expect such an enthusiastic response from the other gangs, but it turned out that the leaders of Ice Edge and Falling Souls were feeling the same. So we met and plotted our attack. You know that you're outnumbered and defeated. No matter how good your martial arts warriors are, you cannot beat thousands of gang fighters." Then, he looked at the other gang leaders and asked, "Do you agree?" In unison, the other leaders responded, "Yes." "If your old lord comes back, we'll kill her," added one of them. "She blinded me in one eye. If she dares to come today, I'll enjoy getting my revenge," said the other. "We've already taken the palace. Now surrender," ordered Blaze. "You're delusional. The new lord's martial arts are so powerful that you would be no match for him, even if you had 10 times your fighters," Phoebe announced. She tried to sound more confident, and she really felt. "Little girl, Stop trying to intimidate us with your threats. I advise you to put down your weapons immediately and welcome us to the Moon Palace. We might let you girls stay and entertain my men for a while before you leave," said a short, fat man. His name was Falcon Truman, and he was the leader of the Falling Souls gang. On hearing what he said, all the gang members roared with laughter. "Yes, if you please us tonight, we'll let you go tomorrow," yelled another gang leader. "I heard that the beds in the Moon Palace are huge and luxurious," another man said excitedly. "But there are only around 700 women in the Moon Palace, and there are thousands of us. We're going to have to share. 3 or 4 men each girl, but that's okay," said another gangster. "The women at the Moon Palace are all beautiful and supple. It's going to be awesome," said another. Episode 321. Is Georgina back? The disciples of the Moon Palace were furious and ready to fight. "Do they have no shame?" said one disciple. "We will not be spoken to like that," yelled another angrily. "Let us get rid of them, Phoebe," screamed another moon girl looking at Phoebe. They all wanted Phoebe to give the order to fight. But Phoebe was only in charge temporarily, and she didn't know what to do. If she chose wrong, she would have to explain herself to Georgina. "Phoebe doesn't have anything to say," Blaze said, smirking. "I guess that means we're free to do whatever we like." He called over to his men and jerked his chin at the moon disciples. "Pick whatever girl you fancy," he said. "They won't dare to resist. And if they do, we'll destroy the Moon Palace and kill every woman here." The man stepped forward to examine the women, but they glared at him, shouting threats and promising to kill him if he got any closer. "No one move," Phoebe ordered. Blaze had said that he would destroy the Moon Palace if they fought him, and she couldn't bear the thought of that. She couldn't allow her sisters to attack. "Phoebe, are you going to let him do whatever he wants with us?" one disciple asked. Phoebe was paralyzed with indecision. She didn't like either of her options. "Pick me," she said. She couldn't let her sisters suffer, so she had to sacrifice herself. The man was overjoyed. He had been excited enough by the other women, but this one was of the highest rank, and she was the most beautiful woman here. He couldn't wait to touch her. He walked over to Phoebe and reached out his hand toward her chest, his eyes glued to her. Phoebe closed her eyes and clenched her fists. She felt humiliated, but she knew she had to endure this to protect her sisters. Right before the man's hand made contact with her chest, Phoebe heard a whistling sound as a blade flew through the air and pierced the man's hand. He fell to the ground, squealing with pain. "It's Georgina!" someone yelled. Everyone looked around, trying to find the person who had thrown the blade. Blaze and the other gang leaders knew that only Georgina Fox knew how to throw blades in that way. The disciples of the Moon Palace were overjoyed, and they were busy looking around, trying to find their lady. They all took strength from the knowledge she was here, and they began to regain their courage. "How dare you attack us?" called a voice from behind the gangs. "Clearly, you have a death wish." 2 women strode through the crowd to stand beside Phoebe. "Callisto, Luna, you're back!" Phoebe cried, happy to see them. "Thank you for looking after our sisters," Callisto said. The man who had been about to touch Phoebe got to his feet and ran back toward his gang, cradling his injured hand. "Coward!" Callisto called after him. Then she and Luna shot their white and yellow scarves from their sleeves, binding the man. "How dare you invade the Moon Palace?" Callisto said, pulling the scarf tighter. The scarves contained special steel wires, which began to dig into the man's skin. Callisto strode forward and struck the man several times, sending him crashing to the floor. When she unwrapped the scarves, he didn't move. The gangs watched, their mouths hanging open, and they all took a step back. 3 more people arrived and came to stand beside Callisto and Luna. It was Celeste, Celine, and Alex, who was carrying Debbie on his back. "Why are you just standing here?" Blaze roared to his men. "Deal with them, and don't screw this up." He looked around at his gang. "We outnumber them," he said. "No matter how good Georgina's martial arts are, they can't beat us. Tonight we will capture the Moon Palace. Then we'll take all their money and all the women." The other gang leaders also encouraged their men, and they all began to grow more confident. "You're all just disciples," Blaze said, looking at them. "Why doesn't Georgina show herself?" "I don't need Georgina to deal with you," Alex said, stepping forward. "I can deal with you myself." He still carried a sleeping Debbie on his back. Alex knew he had to keep quiet about Georgina's death. If word got out, then more people would come to attack the Moon Palace. "Who are you?" Blaze asked, looking him up and down, clearly unimpressed. "I'm a disciple of Georgina," Alex said. "Take your people and leave. Don't ever come back. Whatever happened is in the past, and you need to forget it." Blaze laughed. "Forget it?" he asked. "Our men are about to take the Moon Palace, and you expect me to just walk away?" He sneered at Alex. "Since you're Georgina's disciple, I'll kill you first, and then I'll take the palace." He's a weakling, Blaze thought. He'll make a fine example to the others, especially those 2 silly girls who attacked my man. All 4 Moon Maidens were ready to kill Blaze for Alex. Without waiting for a response, they rushed at Blaze, and everyone began to fight. Blaze was strong, and even though he was surrounded by the 4 women, he wasn't overwhelmed by their forces. He fought hard, managing to hold his own. "Let me help," someone called, and several gang members joined the fight, giving Blaze the advantage. The Moon Maidens were starting to struggle. "Stupid girl," Blaze said, sneering at Callisto. "Did you really think you were a match for me?" He punched her hard in the chest, knocking her backward. Callisto fell to the ground, her hand on her chest as she gasped for air. The other 3 women dashed over to her, determined to help. Alex could see that the Moon Maidens couldn't deal with Blaze and his men, and he knew he would have to join the fight. He handed Debbie over to Callisto and ran at Blaze. "Loser," Blaze said, his lip curling with contempt. "Are you finally ready to fight? Well, this shouldn't take long." He doubted Alex would put up much of a struggle. "I've given you a chance to leave," Alex said. "You didn't take it, and you've hurt my friends, so now you have to pay." He was furious, and he knew he would have to defeat these people to end the crisis. He dove into the middle of the gangs, striking out at several men and knocking them to the ground. He made each strike count, taking each man out of commission as quickly as possible, and then moving on to the next target. He kicked out at one gang leader and heard the man's leg break. Space began to appear around him, as some fighters hit the ground and others backed away. Blaze and the other gang leaders simply stared at him, recognizing that he fought just like Georgina. They were shocked by how powerful he was, but they wouldn't back down. "Let's go," Blaze urged the other leaders. "We can deal with him together." He realized they would have to work together to have any chance of defeating Alex. Episode 322, Love or Responsibility. The gang leaders knew that they all needed to attack at once. If Blaze couldn't defeat Alex by himself, then neither could the rest of them. They looked at each other and then they ran forward. Moments later, a large number of people had surrounded Alex. But Alex was still proving difficult to beat. Alex knew he had too many opponents. He was holding his own, but eventually he would grow tired and start to make mistakes. At that point, he would lose. He fought decisively and without mercy, determined to keep going. He punched a man in the face, and the gang member went down, his nose broken. Another man attacked Alex from behind, but Alex kicked backward, hitting the man right in the abdomen and sending him flying. A cracking sound suggested that several ribs were broken, so the man wouldn't be getting back up for a while. Several people rushed at Alex, and he jumped up, spinning around and lashing out with both hands and feet, taking out several opponents. All around Alex, people were being knocked to the floor, most of them unable to get back up. No one seemed able to injure Alex, and the Moon Disciples thought he was amazing. "Attack the women!" Blaze shouted the order. He hoped that if the gang members attacked the Disciples, it might divide Alex's attention. If Alex was distracted, then they might be able to defeat him. "On it!" someone called. And then many of the men ran straight at the Disciples. "Attack!" cried the Moon Maidens. "Fight back and avenge our fallen sisters!" The other women cheered their agreement, keen to attack these men who had invaded their home and insulted them. Now they could finally make the men pay. More than 700 women joined the fight against the gangs. Alex looked back, checking that the injured Callisto was still guarding Debbie. Although Callisto had been hurt by Blaze's attack, she was still strong enough to defend Debbie from anyone who got too close. But Alex was still worried about Debbie's safety. He kicked a man in the back, sending him sprawling, and then he made his way over to Debbie. Blaze realized where Alex was going, and he looked over at the unconscious woman. He realized she must be important to Alex, and he wondered if he could use the woman against him. Alex reached Callisto, but he had been followed by several gang members who were still trying to attack him. He grabbed one of Callisto's scarves and snapped the wire inside it into little pieces. "Get out of here!" Alex yelled, tossing out the pieces of wire as though they were throwing stars. The wires flew like bullets, hitting several of the men, who then fell to the ground, groaning with pain. That's his woman, Blaze cried, pointing at Debbie. Kill her first. The other men followed his gaze, and then they sprang into action, attacking Debbie. Alex was startled and scrambled to put Debbie on his back, but he was surrounded by dozens of gang members. He was watching the men in front of him when he heard a noise from behind. Surprised, he turned around to see two men reaching for Debbie. Don't even think about it, Alex yelled, kicking the men away. Do you really expect to survive this? Blaze asked, laughing. He struck out, and Alex was unable to dodge the blow. It hit him right in the face, sending him to the ground, and blood trickled from his split lip. A quick check assured him that Debbie was unharmed. Look, Blaze said, pointing at him. He can't fight us while he's protecting the woman. He turned to the men and screamed, Get him! Dozens of men rushed at Alex. Alex knew he was no match for these people. He had to protect Debbie, and that put him at a disadvantage. He couldn't hold her and fight, so if he stayed, they would both be killed. But if he ran away with Debbie, then the women wouldn't be able to fight for long. He was getting pulled between his love and his responsibility. Suddenly, Callisto yelled, Mr. Alex, please run and save Debbie. Don't think about us. We will fight till our last breaths. We are Georgina's disciples. We won't give up so easily. Run. Save Debbie. Alex looked around, planning his retreat. There's no escape, Blaze told him. Only death. He moved closer, wanting to end this quickly. Debbie groaned, and then she roused enough to be sick. Worryingly, her vomit contained a trace of blood. Debbie? Alex asked, really worried. Are you okay? He needed to find a quiet place where he could push his inner power into her and make her better. He didn't have time to fight with Blaze, so he fled, still carrying Debbie on his back. He needed to stabilize Debbie's condition, and then he would come back to save the Moon Palace. Don't let him get away, Blaze shouted. Kill him! He chased after Alex, and the other gang members followed him. Although Alex was carrying Debbie, he was still faster than Blaze, but he couldn't quite manage to lose him. He ran into a pine forest, and he noticed that the air seemed clearer and more peaceful, making it easier to breathe. Strangely, Blaze and the other men were nowhere in sight. They seemed to have disappeared. What's going on? Alex wondered, looking around. He stopped and listened carefully for any sign of the men pursuing him. It was eerily quiet. Pale moonlight shone on scattered leaves on the ground, and there were no signs of anyone nearby. He let out a breath, unsure why the others were no longer chasing them, but relieved they weren't. How are you, Debbie? Alex asked as he placed her gently on the ground. Her face was far too pale, and there was a trace of blood around her mouth. Her body was limp, and she was shivering uncontrollably in the cold air. I'll give you some of my internal power, he said, placing her on the ground, propped up against a tree. He sat beside her and tried to pass some of his power to her, hoping it could heal her. Who are you, and how did you get in here? A voice called from among the trees. Alex looked around, but he couldn't see anyone. The voice seemed to have come from nowhere. Who are you? the voice asked again. "And how did you get through my barrier?" Alex stood up, ready to carry Debbie away. A flash of white came from the dark forest as a man rushed out. Alex was surprised by the attack and scrambled to defend himself. The man was incredibly strong, and Alex had to work hard to block him. Alex was shocked. The man used moves that were more powerful than Alex's, and Alex struggled to cope. The man moved back a little, and Alex realized he was an older man with white hair. "I recognize that fighting style," the man said, looking at Alex. "Who are you? And why do you fight like Georgina?" Episode 323, A Blast from the Past. Alex remembered that when Georgina and Zora had been fighting back in Washington, D.C., they had spoken about a man called Xavier Myers. They had mentioned that Xavier had set up a barrier so they couldn't find him. "Is this man Xavier?" he wondered, gaping at the man. "Are you Xavier Myers?" Alex asked. "Only I can ask questions here," Xavier said sternly, not denying his identity. "Who are you to Georgina?" "Her student," Alex said, telling him the truth. "Ah, no wonder you fight like her," Xavier said, impressed by Alex's skill. "How is she?" "I'm sorry, Alex trailed off, feeling sad. "Georgina and Zora fought, and they both died. They passed on their internal power to me." "What?" Xavier asked, stunned. He had grown up with Georgina and Zora, all of them studying martial arts together, and now both women were gone, leaving him alone. "When they died, they were still arguing about which of them you loved more," Alex said. "They were both loyal to you." He wanted Xavier to know how much the women had loved him. "I know," Xavier said, closing his eyes and sighing. The two women had died because of him, and he was sorry about that. But if he had to do it all over again, he would make the same choice and lock himself away, ignoring them both. "Why did you come here?" Xavier asked, opening his eyes. "I came to find a special orchid to cure my girlfriend," Alex said. "But several gangs have attacked the Moon Palace, and now they're under siege. Please help me. The Moon Society is Georgina's work, so we can't let it be destroyed." "I'll come," Xavier agreed. Georgina had died because of him. He felt this was the least he could do for her in her memory. "Thank you," Alex said, relieved. Debbie coughed. It was too cold outside, and the poison was attacking her body, making her feel uncomfortable. Alex's chest grew tight with worry. He knew he needed to give her more of his internal power as soon as possible. "It's you!" Xavier exclaimed, staring at Debbie with an ecstatic expression. He could never forget that face. He was so excited that he was shaking as he ran over to Debbie, his eyes roaming over her. Debbie scrunched up her nose, and a trickle of blood came from the corner of her mouth. Xavier was shocked. "What's wrong?" he asked. He quickly took her hand and concentrated on passing his strong internal power to her. Xavier's skill was extraordinary. Debbie soon looked a little better. Debbie slowly opened her eyes and saw a man with white hair who seemed to be helping her. She smiled at him and said, "Thank you." "Do you remember me?" Xavier asked, watching her face to see how she reacted. "Have we met?" Debbie asked, frowning. She was sure she had never seen this man before. "You had been unconscious for a long time when I found you," Xavier said. "I took you back to the place I shared with my two friends, and I spent days trying to make you better. You were dizzy a lot, but sometimes you opened your eyes and saw me. Then one day your family came to look for you and you left with them. Do you remember now?" Xavier had taken care of the woman and had fallen in love with her. The woman had barely spoken to him, but he had been attracted by her appearance and temperament. When the woman's family had come for her, he had asked for her name, and they told him it was Cynthia Clifton. His feelings for Cynthia had made him keep his distance from Georgina and Zora. Eventually, he had hidden himself away from them, shutting them out of his life so that he could dream about being with Cynthia. He had never expected to see the woman again in his lifetime. But this seemed to be Cynthia before him, in the flesh. Debbie frowned. She wasn't sure who this man was, but she knew she had gaps in her memory that might be preventing her from remembering him, so she couldn't honestly say they had never met. "No," Debbie said, shaking her head. "I don't remember." "Can you heal Debbie?" Alex asked. Xavier had already helped her more than Alex had been able to, so perhaps he was strong enough to cure her. "Debbie?" Xavier asked, confused for a moment. He looked at Debbie and asked, "Isn't your name Cynthia?" "Cynthia is my mother," Debbie said, giving him a faint smile. Xavier gaped at her. He released Debbie's hand and asked, "How is your mother now? And where is she?" Xavier was growing old, and he wanted to see the people he cared about before he died. "She's gone," Debbie said, tears welling up. "Really?" Xavier asked, sighing. "Yes," Alex said. 20 years ago, Debbie's mother fell off a cliff and died." 20 years ago?" Xavier repeated to himself. "She fell off a cliff and died." He shook his head. "All this time I've been waiting for her, and she's been gone for 20 years. He looked up at the sky and laughed bitterly. "I'm sorry," Alex said, but Xavier wasn't listening. "What have I done?" Xavier muttered. "I turned my back on the two women who loved me, and for what? My beloved died 20 years ago. Georgina and Zora cared for me, and I let them down. They died because of me." He shook his head. "I'm cursed. There is no man more damned than I am." He looked away, looking up at the sky. Then he stopped a short distance away, clenched his fists, and screamed like an injured animal. The sound echoed through the trees. "What's wrong?" Alex cried. Xavier turned and ran at Alex, slapping his hand hard against Alex's forehead and pressing his palm to his skin. Alex reeled back, shocked. Xavier had hit him so hard that, for a moment, he had thought the blow would knock his head off. But now he felt Xavier's internal power flooding into him, so strong that it threatened to overwhelm him. "I'm giving you all my internal power," Xavier said, watching him. "You already have the combined power of Georgina and Zora. With mine added to your strength, it'll be more than enough for you to eradicate the men who are attacking the Moon Palace." He sighed and shook his head. "I never managed to reconcile with Georgina and Zora while they were alive, but our power is united within you. That's all I can do." Episode 324, The Battle for the Moon Palace. Alex barely heard what Xavier was saying. He fought to control his breathing as Xavier's internal force continued to pour into him. Gradually, the flow of power slowed, and Xavier dropped his hand, falling to the ground. "Xavier!" Alex cried, squatting to check on his condition. But Xavier's eyes were closed. He had already slipped away. Alex leaned Xavier's body against a pine tree and bowed his head. "I didn't expect you to die so soon," he said, sighing. "Georgina and Zora spoke highly of you, and I wish I'd had more time to speak with you. I hope you'll all be reunited now. Rest in peace." He remained silent for a moment, honoring the man. Then he raised his head. "Now I need to go and save the Moon Palace," he said. "I promise I'll return and bury you once everything is safe." He took a final look at Xavier, and then he went over to Debbie. Debbie had improved slightly after Xavier had given her some of his power, but she was starting to fade again, and she was drifting in and out of consciousness. "Debbie, I have to go and save the Moon Maidens," Alex said. "You should get some sleep." He hoped that if she were unconscious, then she wouldn't feel any pain. Debbie nodded. Alex stroked her hair, pushing a little power into her and sending her to sleep. Then he lifted her onto his back and sprinted back to the Moon Palace. As Alex ran, he found that his speed and physical strength had greatly improved since he had absorbed Xavier's vast internal power. He reached the Moon Palace in no time, and he could hear that the fighting was still ongoing. Worried, he placed Debbie beside a pine tree and covered her with weeds and branches. Then he ran toward the Moon Palace. The gangs and disciples were locked in battle, fighting fiercely, and neither side was willing to back down. Hundreds of people were badly injured. The Moon Disciples knew the territory better than the invaders, and their martial arts skills were superior. But they were badly outnumbered, and dozens of them had fallen. The women's clothes were blood-stained, and many of the disciples were hurt. They knew they couldn't hold out much longer. Defeat seemed inevitable. The 4 Moon Maidens had fought well, dispatching many of their enemies. They knew they had to survive, or the Moon Cult would be defeated, and all would be lost. They were all injured, and the gang leaders knew that without these 4 women, the others would be easily defeated. "There's no need to fight," Blaze told them. "We don't want to damage such beautiful women. If you surrender, then we'll let you remain in charge here. Isn't that better than serving Georgina?" "Shut up," Callisto said, shooting one of her white scarves right at his eye. Blaze raised his knife and cut the material into pieces. "Just for that, I'll kill you first," he said, striking out at her with his knife. "Callisto!" the other 3 Moon Maidens cried out. They could see that Callisto was in danger and they wanted to help. But they were surrounded by enemies, and they wouldn't be able to reach her in time. "Go to hell," Blaze snarled. his eyes gleaming with his anticipated victory. Callisto watched in horror, knowing that she couldn't avoid the blow. She was so scared she could hardly move. Just as the knife was about to make contact, it was kicked out of Blaze's hand, falling harmlessly to the ground. Blaze shook his hand as he fell back. "Are you okay?" Alex asked, coming to stand beside Callisto and wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Mr. Alex!" Callisto exclaimed. She could hardly believe it. Alex had managed to save her at the last moment. "You again," Blaze said, recognizing Alex. He turned to all the gang leaders around him. "Let's deal with this loser once and for all. We'll send him to hell." "You first," Alex yelled, pushing Callisto away. It was too dangerous for her to be around him. "We won't let you run away this time, loser," Blaze said. "Get him!" Dozens of men charged at Alex. Alex knew he would have to subdue these men if he wanted to save the palace, so he ran toward them. As he reached the first man, he leapt into the air and kicked out, knocking the man to the ground. Everyone gaped in awe, realizing that this young man's skill was greater than Georgina's. Even Alex was surprised by how much faster and stronger he was now. Alex kicked out 2 men, causing them to drop their weapons. Then he struck another man, knocking him out cold. He took the legs out from under a 4th man, sending him sprawling. These men were renowned martial arts experts, and Alex had humiliated them. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't look away. Alex was too impressive. They were all in awe of him. Alex didn't stop. He continued to attack, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Men lay on the ground, groaning with pain. Several gang leaders were thrown through the air, landing hard and breaking their limbs in the process. The gang members grew wary and started to lose their taste for fighting. Blaze knew he had to act quickly. If Alex managed to turn the tide, there would be no mercy. Blaze had led the attack on the Moon Palace, and Alex would never let him go. So even though Blaze was afraid, he still tried his best to kill Alex. "We can't let him survive," he cried out to the other men. He looked over at Falcon, the leader of one of the other gangs. Falcon's position wasn't any better than his. If Alex got the upper hand, then both Blaze and Falcon were dead. Alex turned to look at Falcon, and Blaze made his move. He grabbed his blade and lunged at Alex's back, determined to end him. Instead of turning around, Alex kicked his right leg backward, knocking the knife out of Blaze's hand. Then he kicked again, smacking Blaze right in the middle of his chest and sending him flying. Although Blaze was in pain, he smiled, knowing that Alex's actions had put him at a disadvantage. While Alex had been distracted, Falcon had tossed a small explosive device at him. He had missed, but the blast shook the ground, causing Alex to lose his balance and fall. Explosions were Falcon's specialty, and he just loved blowing things up. A hole had appeared in the ground, and Alex fell into it, pulling Falcon in alongside him. "Gotcha!" Falcon said. He pulled out a wire, wrapping it around Alex's neck. He began to pull the wire tighter, determined to strangle Alex. Nobody could save him now. Episode 325, Begging for Mercy. Everyone stumbled as the ground continued to shake, and they stared at the hole where Alex and Falcon had disappeared. The gang leaders expected that Falcon would kill Alex while they were inside the hole, and the Moon Maidens were all worried. They knew how powerful Falcon was. A moment later, 2 figures burst out of the hole, and the Moon Maidens were relieved to see Alex wasn't dead. Alex was quick to react. Before Falcon could pull the wire tight around his neck, Alex grabbed him, preventing him from moving. Falcon knew that this was his only chance to kill Alex, and if he failed, he would be in trouble. He used all his strength, but Alex resisted him. Alex surprised him by dropping to the ground, and Falcon lost his grip on the wire, setting Alex free. "It's not so easy to kill me," Alex said, hitting out at Falcon's chest, sending him staggering. He kicked out, striking Falcon's abdomen, making him grunt with pain. Then he continued to pummel Falcon, never letting up. Finally, Alex kicked him solid in the chest, and Falcon dropped to the ground. He raised his head a little, but he couldn't get back up. Falcon lay there, panting heavily as he glared at Alex. His hands clenched at nothing as he tried again to get up. Finally, he gave up and let his head fall back with a thud. The other gang leaders were scared stiff as they stared at Alex. They had stopped fighting the Moon Maidens and watched Alex, afraid he would attack them next. Alex stamped his foot on the ground and looked around at the Moon Disciples. The women sprang into action, hitting out at the invaders. The men screamed as they fell, scrambling to escape. Alex fought with several gang members, dealing with them swiftly and protecting the disciples of the Moon Cult. "Stop, please," one of the gang members cried. It was clear that they couldn't possibly win, and if they continued to fight, they would die. All the gang members stopped fighting and began to plead for mercy. "We give up," one of the leaders yelled. "Let us leave, and we'll never dare to invade the Moon Palace again." The other men cried out, abandoning their pride. "We swear," cried one with a bloody nose and missing teeth. "Just let us go," said another with a broken limb. "It was all Blaze's fault and Falcon's," cried another, laying on the ground, panting. The 4 Moon Maidens walked over to Alex. "Blaze was the one who instigated the attack," Callisto told him. "He has always wanted to control these mountains, and now he has killed some of my sisters. We cannot let him go." Alex nodded. Then he looked at her with concern. "Sit down and rest," he said. "And Blaze?" Callisto asked. Then she looked around and gasped when she couldn't see Blaze anywhere. Alex's eyes swept the crowd, locking onto something, and then he stalked off. Everyone hurried out of his way. They had seen what he could do, and they didn't want to be next. Terrified, they ran for cover. As the crowd parted, Alex spotted Blaze. When Blaze saw Alex bearing down on him, he raced forward to meet him. He tried to use all his skills to block Alex, but nothing worked. Although Blaze was a big man, he was no match for Alex. Alex slapped Blaze's face, leaving him dazed. Then Alex grabbed his arm and pulled it hard, twisting it a little. Blaze screamed as his shoulder was dislocated. Alex grabbed Blaze by the shirt and threw him in the direction of the Moon Palace disciples. The women fell on him, yelling at him as they attacked. "Avenge our sisters!" cried some. "Deal with him once and for all," cried another. "Not so tough now, are you?" They all hid and kicked him, crowding in and blocking Alex's view. When they eventually stepped back, Blaze was lying motionless, his eyes closed and his clothes torn. The disciples were satisfied with their revenge on the man who had invaded their home and hurt their sisters. The gang members trembled with fear when they saw what had happened to Blaze. Again, they began to beg for their lives. "Please, let us live. Forgive us," said one man with a blue eye. "I swear we'll never bother you again," cried the others. They all dropped to their knees, not too proud to plead with Alex to spare them. "Mr. Alex, these lowlives invaded the Moon Palace," Callisto said, her hand holding the injured shoulder as she looked at the gang members. "That is unforgivable, and they deserve to die." The gang members began to shake even harder, their eyes wide with terror. "Callisto, let Mr. Alex decide," Celeste said, looking at her sister. She knew it was wrong for them to interfere with Alex's decision. They were sworn to serve him, not give him orders. "What do you think should be done?" Alex asked the four women. He didn't understand the situation with the gangs in this area, and he didn't have enough information to know what to do. The Moon Maidens had stayed in the Moon Palace before, so he wanted to hear their advice. "Mr. Alex, the gangs here fight with each other, killing and injuring countless people every year," Luna said. "Only when the Moon Palace is superior in strength can we maintain the peace around here. I suggest we make these gangs answerable to the Moon Palace. If any of them try something like this again, then some of the other gangs might warn us." Luna rarely said much, but she often saw things clearly. "Luna is right," Celeste said. "That way, whenever there are conflicts among the gangs, we can intervene. Besides," she thought, "we can also ask them to pay a tribute." "We agree," Callisto and Celine said. "Okay," Alex said. "Then we'll go with Luna's suggestion." He turned around to announce the decision, but Celeste stopped him. "Mr. Alex, wait a minute," she said. She walked up to Alex and looked around at everyone. "This is Mr. Alex," she called out. "He is Georgina's apprentice, and 2 months ago, Georgina passed on the leadership of the Moon Palace to him." Episode 326, New Alliance. Now, as the people didn't know who Alex Ambrose was, nor were they aware of their old master's death, Celeste decided that it would be a good idea and opportunity to bring all the gangs in the Appalachian region together and make an official announcement. Her words shocked everyone. They didn't understand how Georgina could have passed on her role as their master to some strange man. Although the disciples were shocked, they didn't dare object. The other gang members whispered to each other about the news, wondering what it meant for the Moon Palace. "Come look, this is the Master's ring handed over by Georgina herself." In a low voice to Alex, Celeste said, "Mr. Alex, please show your ring to the sisters." Alex slowly raised his left hand, the Master's ring on his finger. The emerald green light shimmered under the night sky. "It's really the boss's ring," whispered a gang member in disbelief. "All hail the new lord!" screamed all the gang members in unison. "Come, see the Master," said Celeste in excitement. When the disciples of the Moon Palace saw the ring, they all agreed that this godlike man must be their new master. For a moment, more than 700 female disciples of the Moon Palace kneeled on the ground to pay respect to Alex. "Welcome," they all greeted him. Alex had never had so many people kneel before him. "All of you get up," he quickly said. "Our master commands you all to get up," Celeste echoed Alex's message, but the disciples were too shocked to listen and remained on the ground. "What about our former master?" one of them suddenly asked. Georgina had been deeply loved by her disciples. They hadn't seen her for months, and they were worried. Although thinking about the deaths of Georgina and Zora made Alex sad, he knew he needed to inform the disciples of the Moon Palace of their master's fate. Georgina was in DC, fighting against someone close to her that she used to train with. "She and Zora are both dead," Alex answered. The news hit the crowd like a bolt of lightning. The disciples of the Moon Palace were stunned. A cry broke out. Each of the disciples paused and recalled fond memories of their old master and her time with them. After a few moments, Celeste broke the silence. "Sisters, the old master has passed away, but she has found a better master for us. Under the leadership of our new master, we will restore the Moon Palace to its former state of happiness and prosperity. Now, our master has something to announce," Celeste finished, directing all the disciples to focus on Alex. The crowd listened quietly as Alex consoled them over their master's death and reassured them of his dedication to his new position, just as he had with the four maidens when he had first met them. In no time, it was clear that almost all the party was convinced of Alex being suitable for the role. Even if a small number were doubtful, they felt it was the best to trust their new leader and his vision. As a result, no one spoke against him, and he continued. "From now on," he said, his voice booming, "all of you present shall be considered allies of the Moon Palace. If any gang dares to spread evil in our country, the Moon Palace shall unite with you to defeat them. Yes, there may be times when you shall be called to stand with us, but the palace will not ask too much from you. If any gangs attack you, the Moon Palace will not sit idly by and will hand you support." No one could refuse such an offer. To have an ally like the Moon Palace, and the promise of a fighter as great and powerful as Alex, would be an enormous help if any other gangs were to cause trouble in the future. Seeing that everyone was satisfied, Alex concluded, "Let's form an alliance here today. We shall call it the Appalachian Alliance." Several gang leaders cried out. "Yes, I agree," cried a gang leader. "I agree with Mr. Alex," cried another. Then all the people cheered. "Long live the Alliance! The Appalachian Alliance will be an unstoppable force." "Don't kneel on the ground anymore," Alex said to the gang members who were still on the ground. "Now, everyone is a member of the Alliance. We need to treat the wounds of all the injured, whether they are from the Moon Palace or one of our new allies." When Alex said this, all the people of the other gangs slowly rose, still stunned. They couldn't believe Alex was so ready to help them after they attacked the palace. "Celeste, let all the people here go inside the Moon Palace. It's too cold out here," Alex ordered. "Yes, my lord." Celeste ordered the disciples to open Moon Palace and let all the people inside. Callisto and the others were also helped, guiding people into the warmth of the palace. Debbie! At that moment, Alex remembered that Debbie was still hidden under the tree and ran to the hillside to find her. Debbie was still in a coma, her whole body shaking slightly. Alex picked her up and carried her on his back into the palace. He immediately found an empty room and placed her on the bed. Although Debbie was asleep, Alex could see a miserable expression on her face. She was frowning tightly, and her face was pale again. Even inside the warm room, Debbie still shivered. "Alex, I feel terrible. I feel terrible," she mumbled, dizzy. Just at that moment, Celeste walked into the room, quickly noting Debbie's condition. "The orchid, Mr. Alex. She will need that special orchid. I will send all my disciples to find one in the Appalachian Mountains." She turned quickly and walked out of the ward. Soon, her announcement could be heard throughout the palace. "I'm sorry to disrupt the festivities, but at present, the Master's lady's life is in danger. In the mountains grows a special orchid. We need to find one from the 1,000-year-old strain in order to save her life. All uninjured disciples must immediately go up the mountain. Find as many orchids as you can and bring them back to the palace immediately." Alex sat on the bed and held Debbie in his arms. "Debbie, everything will be okay," he kept murmuring. "They will all go find the orchid in the Appalachian Mountains. You'll be better soon." Alex felt helpless as he stared at her. Only the orchid from the mountains can save Debbie now, Alex thought. 1 hour slowly ticked by. Then 2 hours passed. Dawn was beginning to break when finally someone returned. Before, there would hardly have been anyone willing to go into the mountain to find the orchid, neither disciples of the Moon Palace nor the other gangs. Once they heard Celeste's announcement, though, more than 1,000 uninjured disciples had gone out to find the orchid in the Appalachian Mountains, just for Alex. But although all had picked orchids, they struggled to find one that could save Debbie. Either orchid was either too small or too young. None had found the special ancient strain of orchids that would save Debbie. Finally, the leader of the Grizzlies came in. He had a huge orchid in his hand. It was as big as a softball. "It's really a 1,000-year-old orchid," Celeste exclaimed, looking at the flower in awe and wonder. "Bring it," Alex ordered excitedly. He laid Debbie back on the bed and quickly grabbed the orchid. "Celeste, how can we use this orchid?" he asked. "Let me take it, my lord. The orchid must be boiled in a pot of porridge. Then Miss Debbie can eat it." Celeste said that was what Georgina did when she ate the orchid to cure herself. "Please do it. Boil the flour in the porridge and serve it to Debbie," cried Alex impatiently. "If she eats too much of the orchid, Miss Debbie will not be able to hold it down. Only a little bit can be used," Celeste stated. "The effect of the flour is strong. If you give Miss Debbie too much, she will die." She gave Alex a nod and left the room to prepare porridge. About an hour later, she returned with a tray that had 2 bowls of porridge on it. "My lord, here are 2 bowls of the orchid porridge. You and Miss Debbie shall have 1 bowl each." Alex took up a bowl and helped Debbie sit upright in the bed. He carefully fed her the porridge, spoonful by spoonful. After eating, her eyebrows raised, as if she was surprised. He watched, worried, his heart beating erratically. But when he saw her once pale face become ruddy, regaining a healthy color, He breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart settled down to a stable pace. Her eyelids fluttered, until, finally, she slowly opened her eyes. Episode 327, Healing for All. "Debbie, can you hear me?" Alex said in a low voice. "Alex?" Debbie stared at him, confused. She couldn't believe that she was still alive. "How do you feel now?" Alex asked. "I feel comfortable, and much stronger now than before. My head still feels a little fuzzy, though," she replied after a few moments. "Don't worry, Miss Debbie, that's a good sign. It means that you're getting better," said Celeste. An older man in his 50s came into the room. "Mr. Alex, this is a doctor from one of the foreign sects. His medical skills are excellent," Celeste introduced him. "He's come here to check on Debbie." "Please look after Debbie. She was given black poison water," Alex said. "Yes, my lord." The doctor went to the bedside. He looked at Debbie's face, checked her pulse, and then said in surprise, "You have nothing to worry about. Miss Debbie's pulse is steady at present, which shows that most of the toxins in her body have disappeared. There may be a trace of residue left, but after a period of rest, she'll be healthy and back on her feet." "Great!" Alex was overjoyed. "Debbie, can you hear me? The poison in you has been removed." He couldn't contain his excitement. "Now you're safe. Lie down and rest." He took the other bowl of porridge from the table and scooped it into his mouth. It was delicious, sweet and sticky, and he quickly ate every morsel. Alex and Celeste walked out of the room and around the Moon Palace. The palace had an elegant, ancient garden with pavilions, flowing water, rockeries, strange stones, and willows. It was full of beauty and wonder. Despite the palace's traditional design, every room was also equipped with modern household appliances, such as an air conditioner and a heater. There was definitely no shortage of money at the Moon Palace. Whatever they needed, they would be able to afford. Alex also noted that all the people were carrying bowls of the orchid porridge. After asking Celeste, he learned that she had cooked the orchid in a large pot. Now all the guests at Moon Palace had a bowl of their own, eating the porridge, which would, in turn, help them to quickly recover from their injuries. "Orchids from the Appalachian Mountains don't last very long. As Miss Debbie can't eat it all herself, I've given it to the others, or else the rest of the orchid would have been wasted." "Mr. Alex, you aren't angry with me, are you?" asked Celeste. Alex was in fact very happy, and as he looked at Celeste, his heart was filled with joy. But he wanted to have some fun with Celeste, so he pretended to be displeased. Fear immediately crept over her face as she saw him raise his hand high. She covered her ears and closed her eyes. However, the slap that she was expecting never came. She jumped slightly as she felt his hand rest gently on her head instead. She slowly opened her eyes and saw that Alex was smiling at her. She understood he was just teasing her. "Mr. Alex, you were so bad. You scared me half to death. I thought you were angry," Celeste said, half angrily, half relieved. "What? How dare you say the Lord is bad?" Alex laughed. "Oh, my apologies, Master." For a split second, Celeste had forgotten her place. She was a maid. It was considered inappropriate for her to speak that way to the Lord of the Moon Palace. Alex laughed again. "Silly girl. Let's go and see Callisto and the others." Alex turned and walked forward. Celeste stared at his broad back and felt a wave of happiness wash over her. She gently touched her hot cheek and followed him. Alex came to Callisto's bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, he was hit with the faint fragrance of the perfume. In yesterday's fight, Callisto, Celine, and Luna had all been injured. Now, they were recuperating together in Callisto's room. When they saw Alex come in, they all stood to salute him. "Praise to the master of the Moon Palace. We shall call him Lord Alex Ambrose." "Sit down." Alex hurriedly walked over and gestured for the three of them to sit on the bed. "Forget all this Lord business. Just call me Mr. Alex, as you did before." Celine and the other three girls were surprised but felt very happy. "The three of us are injured and can't serve you, Mr. Alex. Please forgive us," Callisto said. Alex grinned mischievously. "I know what you're trying to do, Callisto. Fine. Let me be your maid for the day. I'll take care of you all." "Mr. Alex, you can't do that." The women were shocked. They couldn't let Mr. Alex take care of them. Alex Ambrose was the Lord. They were just maidens. "Why not?" Alex asked as several female disciples entered the room with bowls of orchid porridge. Alex told the disciples to put down the porridge and leave. He took up a bowl and went to Callisto first. "Your hand is hurt," he said. "I'll feed you." "Mr. Alex!" There was no way she could let the Lord feed her porridge. "Open your mouth," said Alex. She did as she was told, accepting the first spoonful that Alex gave her. And again, she reluctantly allowed herself to be fed. She did not dare to speak this time. She only opened her mouth and ate the porridge. It was sweet. In fact, it was the best porridge she had ever had in her life. After eating the entire bowl, she felt much better. Next came Luna, and then Celine. Like Callisto, they were all fed by Alex. It was all too much for the maidens, but they were touched by his kindness and swore to be loyal to him all their lives. Celeste couldn't help but feel a little jealous as she watched the other maidens get fed by Alex. She felt a little left out and was angry with herself for only sending for 3 bowls of porridge. If there had just been one more bowl, she could have been fed some of the porridge too. "Celeste, come sit down." She jumped at Alex's voice as it snapped her out of her daydream. Celeste sat on the bed with the others. They were like 4 golden flowers staring at him. He couldn't help but note their beauty as he looked at them, and they returned his gaze uncertainly, unsure of what he was thinking. "It's rare that the 4 of you are injured and can't fight." "Ah, I have an idea," he burst out, confusing the maidens even more. "Mr. Alex, what are you talking about?" Celeste was concerned. "What's going on? This is not Mr. Alex. We are injured and unable to fight for him. Why is he so cheerful?" she thought. "You massaged me before. Today, I'll give all 4 of you massages," he said. Indeed, the Moon Maidens didn't know how many times they had ever had massages themselves. Every day they were serving others. Now, Alex finally had a chance to serve them back. As soon as Alex offered to give them a massage, the 4 girls immediately withdrew. Alex Ambrose was the master. They were supposed to serve him. How could they do the opposite of what they had been trained to do? "No, Mr. Alex, you can't do it," said Callisto. "You're the Lord. You can't massage us," said Luna, shocked. "It's too shameful," said Celeste with her red cheeks. "Ladies, I am the Lord, and everything I say will be obeyed. It was all settled today. If you oppose me, then you will be disobeying the Lord's order," Alex said. This time the maidens did not say another word, although they were still nervous. "Well, let's wash your feet first." Alex called 2 disciples. "Go and get 4 pots of hot water for your sisters to soak their feet." Episode 328, New Lord and Lady. The 2 disciples brought 4 pots of hot water and put them under the feet of the 4 maidens. Alex grabbed a small bench and sat in front of them. They took off their shoes one by one and let their feet soak in the water. First, Alex washed Celeste's feet. Her feet were smooth as porcelain, and the blue veins were clearly visible. They were light and delicate in his hands. Alex felt his pulse increase suddenly with nerves. He paused momentarily, giving himself a moment to calm down. Then he slowly poured water on Celeste's feet and carefully washed them. Celeste felt shy, but she liked seeing Alex bow his head and wash her feet so seriously. She felt the pain leaving the soles of her feet and let herself be happy for a moment. After that, he washed the other ladies' feet. First Celine, then Callisto, and finally Luna. As he attended each of them, he noticed how different all of the maidens were. Celine's feet were the smallest, while Callisto's feet were the palest. Luna's feet were the most delicate and slender. When he was finished, Alex wiped the water off their feet with a cloth. The maidens sat on the bed, each of them feeling too shy and relaxed to break the pleasant silence between them. "All right, all 4 of you must rest now," Alex ordered as he poured the water out. The 4 girls immediately lay on the bed. Their feet, white as jade, dried over the edge of the bed. Alex noticed Celeste's symmetrical face, how Celine was the smallest of the 4 maidens, and that Callisto was paler than the others. Luna was the tallest, her long arms and legs giving her the appearance of a model. All 4 of them were beautiful and seemed even more so after eating the porridge. Alex shook his head. All he needed to focus on was taking care of the maidens. The 4 of them had taken good care of him and everyone else. Now he had an opportunity to repay them. "I'm going to massage you. If it hurts, let me know." He began to massage the 4 girls. First, he pressed the soles of their feet, then the shoulders, back, waist, thighs, and calves. He used a little force in his massages, which helped their sore muscles and made the women feel more comfortable. After 2 hours, he had finally finished massaging all the maidens. Massaging was a tiring thing. He hadn't realized how much hard work the ladies had to endure when they had to massage him. "How was that?" he asked as he rested on the bench. They sat up. They were so happy to be massaged by Alex. They felt as if they had been bestowed a great honor. As the Lord, Alex had the right to be cold and aloof and unfriendly, but he chose to be kind and make sure that they were looked after well. All 4 maidens truly believed that the right person had been picked to rule the Moon Palace. "Very comfortable. It seems that all our fatigue has been driven away," they gushed. "Yes, as soon as Mr. Alex pressed my foot, I felt the energy from Mr. Alex's hand like an electric current. Very comfortable, exclaimed Celeste. Mr. Alex, I think your martial arts have made you a fine masseuse, said Celine. Alex left their room, feeling pleased that he had managed to help them recover from the stress of the battle. After helping the maidens, Alex remembered that Xavier's body was still in the pine forest. He left the women, allowing them to have a good rest in the palace. He gathered a few disciples to venture out to the forest with him to retrieve the body and give him a proper burial. When they returned to the Moon Palace, many of the guild leaders from the outer sects were waiting at the front gate with their disciples. They were ready to say their goodbyes. After all, the palace had only been built to accommodate 700 disciples. It would be impossible for 5,000 people to all stay there at once. Besides, the Moon Palace was home to all the Moon Society's female disciples. They all agreed it would be improper for the outsiders to stay. It was time for them to return to their own homes. Mr. Alex, we will always remember what you said last night about all our gangs belonging to the same alliance. If our gang is in trouble in the future, please help us. And in return, we shall be loyal to the Moon Palace. If there is anything you need from us, we will not disobey you. Before he left, Rocky Dalton, the leader of the Grizzlies, reminded Alex that he still had a lot of authority in various gangs in the area. You seem to have been reading my mind, Mr. Dalton, Alex said with a faint smile. Mr. Alex, my members and I shall take your leave now. They shook hands, and Rocky left the Moon Palace with hundreds of the Grizzlies' disciples. The rest of the gangs also bid farewell to Alex. By 2 o'clock that afternoon, all of the outer sects had left. Alex immediately went to Debbie's ward to find Celeste with the doctor, who was examining Debbie's pulse. My lord, the poison is now under control, and only a little remains in her system. It's safe to say that she will be better soon, the doctor reported. Really? That's great. He was elated. So when will Debbie recover? It will be impossible to quickly remove the remaining toxin. Her metabolism will have to increase so that it can be excreted naturally. That'll take about a month. During this time, you must pay attention to her nutrition and strength, said the doctor earnestly. 1 month. That's not too bad. Thank you, doctor. As long as Debbie recovers, I don't care how long it takes. Celeste, give the doctor $150,000 as a reward. Yes, my lord. The doctor could have thanked Alex 1,000 times, expressing his gratitude continuously as he followed Celeste out to collect his payment. Alex sat by the bed and stared at Debbie while she slept. Now, he felt very relieved. After a few weeks, Debbie's condition had greatly improved. No one could ever have expected that she almost died. She appeared as healthy as she did before, as if the events from a few weeks prior had not occurred at all. Over the past few days, Alex accompanied Debbie on walks through the Moon Palace. As they passed by, they were always happily greeted by the disciples. Good morning, my lord. Good morning, madame. Alex and Debbie had not only taken many walks together, but had also been managing the affairs of the palace. Alex had approved and commissioned the repair of the cemetery for $1.5 million. He also managed some external requests for assassinations that needed his approval. Although the palace disciples took this kind of work from time to time, to Alex's satisfaction, they were not reckless or bloodthirsty. His disciples only killed truly bad people, those who had committed various crimes. He also kept his promise to the other nearby gangs and ordered hits on criminals that were being targeted by their allies as well. In this way, the palace was not only able to make money, but rid the world of more evildoers. They had the best of both worlds. Alex also spent time teaching martial arts to the disciples of the Moon Palace. More than 600 disciples would watch and follow Alex, and he would have to single-handedly take charge of their training. It was hard work, but enjoyable. One day, on another walk with Debbie, they decided to go to the mountain behind the Moon Palace, where they came across a training ground. In the past, many female disciples from Moon Palace had been invited there to practice sword fighting. It hit them how amazing life was here. The traditional clothes, beautiful people, clear springs, cool breezes, blue skies, white clouds, and green pines pleased them both greatly. The Moon Palace felt like a fairyland. "It's all so wonderful, Alex. We're so lucky that we get to stay here for the rest of our lives." Debbie couldn't help but exclaim, looking at all the beauty around her. Episode 329, Shattered Dreams. "If you want to stay here, I'll stay with you. Just say the word and I'll always be with you." Alex looked at Debbie and smiled. These last few weeks being here at the Moon Palace with her had been the most relaxed he had felt in a long time. "You make me laugh." Debbie affectionately touched his nose with her pale fingers. She turned to face the lake and said, "After spending so much time with you, I can see that you are ambitious and you have a big heart. But you can't abandon your family. After all, you've got your parents and all your relatives back home. You've been thinking about going back to your family one day, haven't you?" Alex was speechless. He felt as if Debbie had stabbed him. Of course he had never forgotten his family, not for a moment. But if staying away from them meant that his family could prosper, he was willing to remain out of their lives forever. Unfortunately, ever since Nathan had defeated the Drake family back in Washington, D.C., the future of Alex's family looked bleak. What would Nathan do with Alex's father and mother if they fell into his hands? At his grandfather Lincoln's birthday party, Alex had also found out that George, the owner of Harmony Island, had betrayed the Ambrose family. George had turned his back on them for another family, the Mitchells, who had begun to plot against the Ambroses too. Would they be able to withstand an attack? In Alex's opinion, as strong and powerful as his family was, they were suffering from several problems from outside and within. If they weren't careful, hundreds of years of work, their legacy could be destroyed at once. "Alex, what's the matter?" Debbie asked anxiously, looking at his tense face. "I'm all right." He calmed down and gave Debbie a reassuring smile. "Let's go take a look at the lake." They both stood at the edge of the lake. The water was so clear you could see the fish swimming around the bottom. Debbie squatted down and put her hand into the water. Several brave fish swam over and nibbled on her fingers. "Debbie." When she heard Alex calling her, she turned her head. But instead of an answer, a handful of cold water splashed on her face, sending a shiver up and down her spine. Alex had already run away, laughing. "I'm gonna get you, Alex," Debbie yelled, glaring playfully at him as she stood up to chase him. Alex enjoyed joking around with Debbie and watching her chase him, running and laughing with her in the beautiful mountains, which made him very happy. The disciples of Moon Palace stood by looking at them, their hearts full. They felt that the Lord and his lady were perfect for each other. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, Chris Stedman received an update at the Stedman family villa. A few weeks before, when Alex had taken Debbie to the Moon Palace, Chris had sent 2 of his men to follow them. One of them had returned to Baltimore that day to give Chris a face-to-face report. Alex Ambrose and Debbie Stonehill, along with 4 other students, got off the plane together. They stopped off at the restaurant there, but only stayed for 2 hours while they ate and rented a car. In the restaurant, Miss Stonehill became dizzy. Mr. Ambrose was quite nervous, so they gave her some medicine. And then they drove their car to the Appalachian Mountains. We followed them for a long time, and using the heat sensor, we could see what was happening inside the car. We've determined that Miss Stonehill vomited blood inside their vehicle, reported the men. Chris's eyes were shining with delight. Vomiting blood would be a side effect of the poison. Once black poison water had been consumed, there was nothing in the world that could save the victim. When they got to the Appalachian Mountains, we stopped, because the Appalachian Highway is an endless road that leads up to vast snowy mountains. Only men with a death wish would go up there, they said. Then why did they go up there? Chris was puzzled. He couldn't figure it out. Do you think there are healers in the mountains? Maybe they thought they could find a way to save Debbie's life? The men had also been baffled when they saw the car drive toward the mountains. Or maybe they thought that Miss Stonehill was going to die soon, Melissa suggested. They could have taken her to the Appalachians for the scenery. She likes nature. Or Alex thought that she was dead, so he took her up the Appalachian Mountains to find a cliff to jump off himself. The mountains are covered in snow. Their bodies won't rot in those conditions. Maybe he had some romantic idea that they could go there and be together forever. Go on, what happened next? Chris asked his man. There's only one exit off the highway. We waited for them there. There's no other way they could have crossed it. If they were to return, they would most certainly have passed us. We waited there for weeks, but their vehicle never came back down. We can only conclude, Mr. Stedman, that Alex and those girls are dead. I agree, Chris, Melissa chimed in. The Appalachian Mountains are cold, and there's nothing to eat there in the wintertime. If they haven't been seen in a few weeks, they must be dead. Good. Chris thought for a moment. It was more than likely that Alex and his girl were dead. He turned toward the man and said, Tell your associate waiting in the Appalachian Mountains to look out for their car for another few weeks. Then he can return, and I'll pay you both $75,000 for your work. Thank you, Mr. Stedman, sir. Thank you, thanked the men. Chris, now that Alex is dead, can you take me to see your father? Melissa asked, looking at him expectantly. See my father? Chris, who had been reveling in the joy of Alex's death, was shocked by her words. He looked at her strangely, which left her speechless and confused at his bewildered expression. You told me that once Alex is dead, you'd take me to see your father to discuss our wedding. You also said that you'd already taken care of the rings and were still finding a wedding dress. Aren't you going to show me everything now? I can't wait to be your wife, said Melissa with joy. She reached out to grab him and jump into his arms, but she was pushed away. Melissa, you are dreaming. You are just a commoner. My family's a big name in Baltimore. Do you really think that I would marry you? He stated bluntly. Chris, how can you do this? You said that you would marry me once you killed Alex. You said that you wouldn't give up until he was out of the picture. I gave up so much for you. I even offered myself to you. Chris, why are you looking at me like that? Melissa stopped, noting that his face had quickly changed. This was not the man who had been so gentle and considerate with her before. "Oh, you mean to act like you're innocent now? Do you think I'm a fool? I'll tell you the truth. I've been using you from the start. As it's likely that Alex is dead, you're useless to me now. But don't worry, I'll pay you for your work. Take the money and go." Chris took out a credit card and threw it in her face. "Why did I believe him? This was just a stupid dream." Melissa suddenly laughed. She bent down and picked up the credit card. As she looked at it in her hand, she realized that this dream, everything she had imagined, had all just stemmed from her desire for money. "Chris Stedman, I don't want anything from you." She snapped the card in half, threw it on the ground, and walked out of the villa. "It was all a dream, Melissa. You are ridiculous. For a dream, you killed people. And in the end, what did you get?" Although her eyes were full of tears, she laughed wildly. Episode 330. Alex is dead? Chris watched Melissa run away, shaking his head in disgust. Crazy girl. He dismissed the other man and took a few minutes to think about his next steps. He picked up his phone and dialed his father's number. He wouldn't say anything about Melissa's part in Alex's death, but he felt it was time for his father to hear the news. Art Stedman was having a meeting on the other side of the city. After being defeated by the Clifton family, he had been depressed and taken time away to rest. But now he needed to get back to work. Despite his failures, he still worked as hard as he had before, going to and from his various meetings on time and conducting them in high spirits. He was awe-inspiring and still well respected amongst his colleagues. On the inside, though, he felt empty. The failure of the war had destroyed 30 years of hard work and crushed his spirit. He felt like a walking corpse. Art was sitting in a meeting when he saw that his son was calling. Even so, he simply hung up and carried on. Immediately after, he received a text message from Chris. "Dad, come to the villa tonight. I've got news. Things are going to turn around for us." Turn around? He thought over. Art's brain kick-started. It was as if his mind had been a barren wasteland, but now it had been watered, and the first few sprouts of delicate green grass were beginning to grow. Of course, he had his doubts about this news that Chris had promised. He simply texted back, "Good." But he allowed a glimmer of hope to spark in his heart. After he finished work that evening, he directed his driver to take him to the family villa. "Dad, you're here." Chris immediately stood up when he saw his father coming in. "What's up? Go ahead." Art was calm as usual. He took off his coat, hung it on the hanger, sat on the sofa and lit a fine Cuban cigar. "Alex may be dead," Chris told his father. Art stopped smoking his cigar. He looked at Chris, surprised, but his sharp eagle eyes were focused. "It's like this," and Chris sat down and shared this story with his father. "His car hasn't been down for weeks, so I'm almost certain that he's dead in the Appalachian Mountains," Chris concluded. "He's dead?" After listening to his son, Art believed that the probability of Alex being dead was quite high. His mind processed the information quickly. Father, that girl Melissa also revealed to me that when he was in New York, Woodsworth and Ken Stokes worked for Alex. His family is rich too. Considering what Alex did in the past, I think he's the banned son of the Ambrose family, Chris continued. Art was surprised yet again. Thinking briefly, it seemed true that Alex would be the banned son of the Ambrose family. He took a drag of his cigar and exhaled a puff of blue smoke. The statement issued by the Ambrose family is very clear. Alex is no longer considered to be a member of the family, so if we kill him, they won't do anything to us, Art concluded. Great minds think alike, Chris grinned. Like his son, Art also believed that getting Alex out of the way would open up many opportunities for them. It was likely that he would be able to restore all that he had lost and return to power with capital and interest. Later, Art stood up and went to the sitting room. He picked up the telephone, paused for a moment, and then decisively dialed the number to call the Blood Brothers gang. This truly was a chance for things to turn around for him. But if he wanted things to change, he would need help from the Blood Brothers. This news needed to be disclosed to them as soon as possible. Hello, Mr. Stedman, is there any news? Tyson Slade, the leader of the Blood Brothers gang, answered. Based on the time of Art's call, Tyson could guess why he was calling. There have been some recent developments that I must share with you. Art lowered his voice. It seems that Alex is dead. The sentence dropped like a huge bomb in Tyson's ears. Who killed him? It seems. What does that mean? He asked. First, Alex had defeated Damon Walker, which had caused a big problem for the Blood Brothers gang and their plans to return to the East Coast. Now someone had killed Alex. How many more unknown martial arts talents could there be in this country? The thought worried him. It appears that he was killed with black poison water. We can't completely confirm his death because no one has found his body. However, he and several of his female students went to the Appalachian Mountains, and no one has come down in weeks. So we're guessing that he's died in the mountains. Is it not possible to survive in the Appalachian Mountains for a few weeks after taking black poison water? As far as I know, it's a complicated terrain. There are large areas of no man's land and several gangs living in those communities. No one has ever survived there for a few weeks. The probability of survival is less than 1%, so that's why I'm telling you. Alex most likely died there, Art said. Well, Damon's teacher wanted to avenge his death, but it seems that won't be possible now. It's a shame, Tyson lamented. He had hoped that the Blood Brothers would be the ones to destroy Alex. At least that way, his death would be seen as their revenge against the martial arts world in their ongoing feud. But whatever. It's a good thing that he's dead, Tyson shrugged. It would have been a great obstacle for our gang to return to Baltimore with someone like Alex running around. Now that he's dead, everything will be much easier. My thoughts exactly, Mr. Slade. When are you going to return to Baltimore? Art urgently hoped that the Blood Brothers gang could return as soon as possible. They could help him recover his previous position of influence in the city, and even dispose of the Clifton family, so that he could unify Baltimore's underworld. Don't worry, Mr. Stedman, our time will come soon. You can count on that. And with that, Tyson hung up the phone. He sighed deeply with a mix of relief and frustration. He couldn't believe Alex was dead. Tyson dialed Lee Harshaw's number. He needed to be told the news. As the phone rang, he looked at the large screen on his wall, images of sea sharks gliding slowly and menacingly by. "Boss, do you want me to go to Baltimore to avenge Damon?" were the first words out of Lee's mouth. These days he carried his hatred for Alex deep in his heart. He felt like he couldn't breathe, and he wouldn't be able to again until he had avenged Damon's death. "Alex is dead," Tyson said, getting straight to the point. "Dead?" It was a simple sentence, and yet Lee was confused. "How can he be dead? He was supposed to die by my hand. He can't be dead. If he's dead, I can't avenge Damon. Boss, who killed him?" "He was poisoned. And then he went to the Appalachian Mountains. He hasn't been seen in weeks. He may have died of the poisoning, or he may have frozen and starved up there," explained Tyson. "Ah, that punk. It's not fair that he died like that." Lee gritted his teeth. "I'm so sorry." Despite his apology, though, Lee couldn't help but be pleased. He began to jump up and down and punch the air with glee. He knocked the towering trees around him. He cracked and splintered the ice-covered lake with his fist and smashed a large stone into little pieces. He just couldn't believe it. Alex was dead. Episode 331, Quest for Revenge. "Lee!" Tyson roared. The power of his voice stopped Lee in his tracks. He turned to his leader, and his eyes were filled with a confusing mixture of rage and joy, sadness and disappointment. The news of Alex's death tore through him. "I understand how you feel," Tyson said comfortingly. "And you will get a chance to use your energies, even if it's not to take revenge on Alex yourself. When we go back east, you can inflict all the pain you like." Lee's anger turned to anticipation. "So, when do we go?" he asked and clenched his fists. "I want to destroy them. They killed Damon, just like they killed Julie. History repeats itself. We must take revenge." Tyson shared the sentiment, but he gestured at Lee to calm down. "I know you're itching to go," he said, "but we're not ready. I need a little more time to prepare. It won't be long. And then we'll strike such a blow that the entire martial arts community on the East Coast will topple over." Tyson smiled. He had been preparing his body and mind for this event for a long time. He was very close. Once he had perfected his skill, nothing could stop him. Then he would lead the assault on the East Coast. He had pictured it many times. They would be like a winter storm descending on the fallen leaves, breaking them apart and scattering them to the wind. All those who had wronged the Blood Brothers in the past would be hunted down and destroyed, and the eastern region of the United States would come under their control. "Martial arts is a joke over there," he thought. "There's no direction, no cohesion. Everyone does what they want. It's just a game. Something to do for fun. They need real discipline, and I'll give it to them." "How long until you're ready?" Lee asked anxiously. "If I'm given the space to focus, no more than a month," Tyson said. "After that, nobody will be able to stop us." "A month," Lee thought. "I can't wait that long. I'll go insane." "I request permission to go to Baltimore myself," he exclaimed. "I'll begin the process on my own." Tyson gave him a quizzical look. "Alone?" he asked. "Yes," Lee answered. He straightened his back and stood with confidence. Nobody over there can match me. If I go myself, I can work more effectively. And if I target the right people, I can cut off the head before the rest of you arrive to devour the body." Tyson thought about it. He couldn't think of anyone who could stand up to Lee in the East. Most of the real threats were growing old, and he would be able to knock them down easily. And once they were gone, the rest would drop like flies. Besides, he thought, Lee is known to be one of us. His actions will teach them to fear us. When we make our move, the mere whisper of our name will drop them to their knees. Lee's idea made sense. "All right," he said, "it's up to you to decide. But if you go, you must not embarrass the Blood Brothers. Work carefully, and don't take unnecessary risks. Once my preparations are complete, I'll check in on your progress." Lee was overjoyed. "Thank you," he said. He walked over to Tyson and bowed to him. "I swear that I'll live up to your confidence in me. I'll crush them for you, and I'll let you know when the time is right for you to come. Once you join me, they'll all grovel before us." "Good," Tyson said calmly. "Before you go, I'll send a message to every martial arts organization on the East Coast. I'll let them know we're coming. And when you arrive, they'll be trembling like leaves." "As you say," Lee said, and bowed to his leader once more. The next day, Tyson sat down to compose his email. It was to be sent to the biggest and most influential martial arts gangs in the eastern region of the United States. The news would spread to everyone, even remotely connected to the martial arts community. The letter read, 100 years ago, the martial arts community of the Northeast area of the United States staged a cowardly attack on the founder of our organization. More than 100 of us were killed, and our founder was forced to take refuge on the other side of the country where he died. This is a debt that must be paid in blood, and the blood that is required to satisfy us is enough to fill the oceans. We are the Blood Brothers. Our founder was betrayed by the gangs of the East Coast. They demolished his life's work, and the pain of it tore life itself from him. But we live on, and we have not forgotten. Starting today, the Blood Brothers demand retribution from the descendants of those who committed this great wrong. Lee Harshaw, our representative on the East Coast, is coming to collect. There will be nowhere to hide. Through him, our fury will descend upon you, and our vengeance will spread death and desolation across your lands. Our assault against all traitors will hang like a flaming sword over your heads until the blood debt has been paid in full. When Tyson was done writing, he clicked send and leaned back in his chair. The war had begun. News of Tyson's message quickly spread across the eastern seaboard. However, the news did not reach the Moon Palace. No one from the Appalachian region had participated in the attack against Tujuli, and the letter had not been sent to anyone in the region. For the time being, Alex and the others at the temple remained unaware of what was happening. The rest of the Northeast was in a state of convulsion. Every gang and martial arts group in the area began preparing for the assault. Some were defiant. Others were overjoyed. Many were scared and disappointed that the peace would be broken. Many of the major gangs remained calm. The sentiment of Tyson's letter was not news to them. A confrontation with the Blood Brothers had been expected for many years. Now that the time had come, they were prepared. On the day after the email was sent, Art Stedman was sitting in his office when his phone rang. He accepted the call. It was Tyson. "Mr. Stedman," Tyson began, "in 2 days, our East Coast representative Lee Harshaw is coming back to Baltimore. I hope that he can count on your assistance." "Yes, of course," Art said joyfully. In his mind, it could be only a good sign that Tyson was sending Lee back. "If I may ask, is this the first step of your return to the East?" "It is," Tyson answered blankly. Art was overjoyed. Tyson said nothing more. Instead, he hung up the phone and called Lee. "I've spread the word about your arrival," he told him. "You'll be on a plane to Baltimore in 2 days. When you get there, Art Stedman will receive you." "Thank you, Tyson," Lee replied. "I'll start preparing tonight." "Very good. I will send you a list of those groups that took part in the attack on our founder. We'll target their descendants. Once you arrive, you can start picking them off. How and in what order is up to you." Tyson hung up the phone. He was standing in front of a brand new building in the headquarters of the Blood Brothers. He put the phone away and went inside. He had spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the new training facility, and he had spared no expense on the latest and most advanced technology. The new facility housed equipment and training areas that utilized lasers and nanotechnology, and it also contained more traditional features like spiritual grass, water areas, and elixirs. It was Tyson's pride and joy, a beautiful mixture of the old and the new. But more than anything else, it was the perfect place to prepare oneself for war, and the training room in the core of the building was the best of all. Tyson walked deep inside the building until he came to the door to the central training room. The two disciples stood guard outside it. Tyson pressed his hand to the fingerprint scanner, and the metal door opened. The air from inside the room rushed through the doorway onto his face. He could feel the aura of the place, its spirit. The two disciples could feel Tyson's spiritual joy. The very atmosphere seemed to improve them more than months of hard training ever could. Tyson saw them looking at him. "Disciples," he said with a reassuring firmness. "I expect that Lee will quickly subdue Baltimore. Then we will join him, and together we will conquer the East Coast." He went inside. Meanwhile, Lee was finishing a training session on the frozen lake. When he was finished, he walked from its center towards the edge. When he felt stone underneath his toes, he stopped and closed his eyes. "Demon," he thought, "I will avenge you. I'll make them pay for the price of blood for all their crimes. I swear it." As he thought these words, his whole body stiffened. His internal force intensified. Suddenly, the thick ice on the surface of the lake broke beneath his feet. Deep cracks shot out in a half circle behind him. A hole opened up at its center into the water below, but Lee didn't fall in. He stood above it with only his toes on the edge, and the strain only increased his determination to complete his task. Episode 332, Beginning of Trouble. Early the next morning, Lee and 6 hand-picked men got on a private plane and flew to Baltimore. While they were in the air, he looked over the list of names that Tyson had given him intently. He studied their locations and decided on a good place to set an example. He decided on Pennsylvania. They landed at 10 o'clock. When Lee stepped out of the plane onto the runway, he saw that Art and Chris were waiting for them. They came forward and greeted Lee enthusiastically. "Hello, Mr. Harshaw," Art said, and gestured to his car. "Please come with me. I've already made arrangements for you." "I'm grateful, Mr. Stedman," Lee answered. But I'd like to pay my respects to my fallen comrades first. Of course. I'll take you there immediately, Art said. Art, Chris, and Lee walked over to the car, and they drove to a cemetery in the outskirts of Baltimore. It was a cold and windy day, and the grass and the trees were beginning to wither and lose their color. It was a desolate scene. Art showed Lee where Damon had been buried. He had been given a large tombstone with the inscription, "Here lies Damon Walker, our brave and righteous brother in blood." Lee couldn't contain his grief. He started crying, staggered forward, and wrapped his arms around Damon's tombstone. It was as if he was embracing him again. The chill of the cold stone against his cheek only intensified the fire of vengeance in his heart. "Damon," he whispered, "the one who killed you may be dead, but many more of our enemies remain. I will spill their blood for you. You just wait and see. I'll send them to wherever you are, and you can fight forever in the afterlife." He wiped the tears from his eyes and turned to look at Art. "Mr. Stedman, I need you to get me a flight ticket to Philadelphia. I'm not here for fun, and I want to start as soon as possible." "Yes, of course," Art replied respectfully. "The Blood Brothers will return to the East Coast shortly," Lee said. "As long as you remain loyal, we'll help you take back what you've lost." "Thank you," Art said sincerely. "We're looking forward to your return, and we'll do whatever we can to help you." They got back in the car, and Art made a few calls to arrange a plane ride to Philadelphia. After a night's rest in Baltimore, Lee boarded a plane to Philadelphia. Art said he wanted to go with him, but he couldn't leave on account of his position. Instead, he sent Chris along. When they arrived in Philadelphia, Art had arranged for local officials to drive them to the Black Swallow Martial Arts Academy just outside the city. Lee kept his eyes closed for the entire car ride. All he could think of was how he would barge into the academy and make himself known. "The Blood Brothers are coming," he would say. "Now you will all pay your debts." At the Black Swallow Academy, a much-anticipated ceremony was about to begin. Zachariah Holbrook, the academy's headmaster, was about to emerge from 8 months of self-imposed isolation. It was a punishment he had forced upon himself for the shame of having to expel his favorite student. The rumor was that he had spent the time in intense mental and physical training. Everyone at the academy waited nervously for him to appear. The staff and the most accomplished students waited in the great training hall, and the rest of the students were gathered in the courtyard outside. The air was filled with tension. Everyone wanted to know what the master would say and do. The sound of a door opening rang out across the hall. But the master's chambers remained sealed. From a door on the other side, a middle-aged man came wobbling into the hall with heavy footsteps. His eyes were sunken, his nose cracked, and his loose, pale skin hinted at the previous injury. As he approached the center of the hall, every eye in the academy followed him. He was the expelled favorite student of Zachariah. He was Cliff Munson. Cliff had been seriously injured by Alex at David's wedding ceremony. He had broken several ribs, and there had been severe damage to his internal organs. The hospital couldn't help him, so he had been taken back to the academy. With the help of their herbs and ancient healing practices, he had survived. But Zachariah had not been told. He had been in isolation. and there had been no time to lose if Cliff's life was to be spared. Today, they would all find out the Master's feelings on the matter. Cliff walked up to the front and waited with the others. A muffled noise came from inside the Master's chamber. Everyone stood up more attentively. The time was coming. They heard the sound of footsteps approaching the other side of the door. It swung open, and Zachariah stepped outside. He was an old man, but powerful for his age. His hair was white with a few remaining streaks of black, and the wrinkles on his face hinted at a long and eventful life. He looked calm and at peace. The people closest to him rushed up to receive him. "Master, you've returned to us," one of them cried. Another ran out onto the courtyard and called out, "The Master has come out!" The courtyard exploded in cheers, and cheers of Zachariah's name soared up into the sky. Zachariah looked content and peaceful, but then his eyes fell on Cliff. He could only bring himself to say a single word. "You." The memories and hurt came rushing back to him. He remembered how Cliff had been sneaking off to brothels behind his back. It was not something he could tolerate, so he summoned Cliff to face judgment. He had been forced to expel him. Cliff had broken his heart so thoroughly that he had gone into complete isolation for 8 months, and now here he was again. Cliff could see the pain in his eyes. "Master, please, allow me to speak before you say anything," he said and went down to his knees. "I know that I was wrong. I know I betrayed you. I beg your forgiveness." Zachariah looked down at his old pupil, and Cliff stared back at him pleadingly. If his master didn't let him back, he would be in deep trouble. When he had been expelled, he had thought that he could live on his own reputation. But Alex had beaten him and destroyed that reputation. Without the protection of the Black Swallows, he was as good as dead. Besides, he needed time and a place to practice. Zachariah looked around him. From the looks on his students' faces, it was clear that they sympathized with Cliff. He stood like that for what seemed like an eternity, careful not to betray his thoughts. "Please, give me another chance," Cliff said. "I swear, I'll never let you down again." Zachariah sighed. In his isolation, he had practiced calm, forgiveness, and goodwill towards all life. Those feelings remained with him even now. He smiled leisurely and said, "I will select a number of our most important texts, and you will transcribe them 100 times. Cliff didn't care about the punishment. He was ecstatic that Zachariah had accepted him back. He crept forward and took his master's hand. "Thank you, Master," he said. "I promise to reward your faith in me." Zachariah smiled and gave him a faint nod. Then he turned to the other people who stood around them. "What has happened in the world since I went away?" he asked. He had been isolated for 8 months. There was no use in wasting time before getting caught up. "Many things, Master," one of his disciples said. "First of all, Cliff was seriously injured in a fight. He almost died, so we brought him back here. But he refuses to tell us who it was that beat him." "Is that so?" Zachariah asked and looked at Cliff with confusion. He had trained him and watched him for many years. If there was someone out there who could beat him so easily, he wanted to know who it was. There has also been a fight between the Clifton and Stedman families for control of Baltimore, the disciple continued. The Stedmans got Damon Walker to fight for them. He was a member of the Blood Brothers from California. Right before the fight, he easily killed Paul Novak, but he lost the fight and was killed. An unknown fighter called Alex defeated him. Zachariah raised his eyebrows. The surprises just kept coming. Paul was one of the few who he knew stood a chance against Cliff. If this Damon could beat Paul so easily, he thought, then how could he have allowed himself to lose to this Alex? There's one more thing, Master, the disciple said with a heavy voice. The Blood Brothers have sent a message to every major gang on the East Coast. They're after revenge against those who have wronged them in the past, and one of them is coming soon. He's probably already here. Episode 333, The Coming of War. The disciple took out his phone. This is it, he said, and opened up a text file. He showed it to Zachariah. This is the message. Tyson Slade has declared war on the East Coast. Zachariah read the letter carefully, and his face grew dark. It's worse than war, he said. The Blood Brothers are preparing for a massacre. Master, is it true that our people also participated in the attack on Hujuli? Another of Zachariah's students asked nervously. What happened back then? Zachariah studied their worried faces. For years, students and teachers at the academy had asked him about those events, but he had refused to answer. Now that war had been declared, perhaps the time had come for openness and honesty. It never made sense to me, Cliff interjected. From what I've heard, Hujuli was respected by everyone. And then, suddenly he was branded as a threat and thrown out. Martial arts training is supposed to be about inner peace and self-defense. Why did the old masters turn on him and his family? Someone once told me that Hujuli's ambition made him dangerous, and that had justified the action against him, he continued. But that doesn't seem right. Zachariah thought about it. He walked over to a window and looked out. The sky was clear and blue, and sparrows were playing in the air outside the window. He sighed. People thought differently 100 years ago, he said pensively. Those were troubled times, and some of the principles that we hold dear were temporarily abandoned. Cliff and the others nodded. They understood what Zachariah meant, but they needed to know more. Zachariah's face hardened. Hujuli founded the Blood Brothers to avenge his family and kill those responsible for their fate, he said, shifting the subject. Many on the East Coast have watched them for a long time. Their numbers have grown rapidly, and they are now the largest gang on the West Coast, with an international reputation. Obviously, Tyson now feels that he can make his move. We must make ours. One of Zachariah's disciples stepped forward and asked, Master, did you gain any insights from your isolation? Yes, Zachariah answered. I had a lot of time to contemplate and train. I have mastered ancient knowledge and techniques that I didn't fully understand before. With time, I'll teach them to all of you." He raised his eyes and stood taller. "Step forward, my favored 7. 7 of the most accomplished students at the academy came forward and stood around Cliff. They looked to their master with eager anticipation. "My honored disciples," Zachariah said with a smile. "To start with, I will instruct the 7 of you on the key points of what I've learned. I will also find the time to give lectures on classical texts to all our students. I have many new things to say." Cliff and the 7 disciples nodded gratefully to him. "When the Blood Brothers come, we'll have nothing to fear," one of the disciples exclaimed. "With our master leading us, they're not a threat. And besides, they're only sending 1 man." "Don't underestimate the enemy," Zachariah cautioned. "We must get back to training. We need to be—" As he spoke, he was interrupted by a loud clang and the sound of wood breaking. Zachariah, Cliff, and the 7 disciples rushed out of the hall into the courtyard. On the other end, they could see that the gates into the academy had been smashed. The students closest to it had been thrown aside, and several men in dark clothes came walking into the academy. At the head of them walked a large-bodied, middle-aged man with a fierce expression on his face. He wore a black suit and carried himself with steady confidence. Beside him walked a younger, more handsome man who was half a head taller than his companion. A few feet behind them came a group of 6 young people, whose clothing and demeanor matched the older man exactly. It was clear they were working for him. The 2 men in front were Lee and Chris. "How dare you come into the Black Swallow Academy like this?" the oldest and most senior of Zachariah's disciples shouted at them. "Who are you?" Lee stopped and smiled. "I'm Lee Harshaw." Zachariah, Cliff, and the others were shocked. Nobody had suspected that he would arrive so soon. "So you're Lee," Cliff said and stepped forward. He looked derisively at Lee. "You've overstepped your bounds, pal. Maybe it's time someone taught you a lesson." Cliff saw his chance to redeem himself in the eyes of his brethren, and he decided to seize it. He stared at his opponent and got into a fighting position. He was ready. He rushed at Lee. He was almost fully recovered from his fight with Alex, and he descended on Lee with terrible speed. He struck at his stomach. The blow landed, and Lee gave off a slight gasp. While his feet stayed firmly on the ground, his body jolted backward and absorbed the blow. Cliff was secretly impressed. Such a blow could only be absorbed by an extraordinarily resilient fighter. Lee hadn't even tried to parry it. Most men would have keeled over. While Lee was readjusting, Cliff went in for a series of quick blows. He came at Lee with 10 attacks in lightning-fast succession. But Lee blocked every one of them. "Is that all?" Lee sneered and threw his fist at Cliff. Cliff stepped to the side to dodge the blow, but he was unprepared for its strength and speed. As he twirled around, Lee's fist struck him on the shoulder with a crunch. He staggered back a few meters, and he saw that the stone floor had cracked where he had stood. The other disciples could tell that Cliff was struggling to match Lee, and they all rushed to his side. When they reached his side, they spread out in a line across the courtyard. "Hold positions," one of them yelled. They knew that they must stay coordinated, or they might disrupt each other's flow. If they worked cohesively, they had no doubt that they would stop the intruders. With a signal from the eldest disciple, who stood in the middle, the others stepped forward to create a half circle around Lee. This defensive move was a special technique that had been taught at the temple for several generations. It relied on teamwork to force the opponent to expose himself by parrying. Cliff and the disciples had trained extensively together. They had mastered this technique a long time ago, and they could perform the synchronized attacks in their sleep. As they slowly moved on Lee, they stared him down with complete confidence in victory. Lee seemed amused. "So, the Black Swallows have gained their reputation by ganging up on people," he said. "And here I thought that I would have to face fighters with actual skill." He started laughing hysterically. Episode 334, Coming to a Head. Cliff and the disciples were incensed. "We'll do whatever's necessary to throw out scum like you," one of them shouted in anger. "Now leave before you get hurt." Cliff smiled menacingly. "You think I'm afraid of your little tricks?" he said, and assumed a defensive posture. The most senior of Zachariah's disciples gave the signal to attack, and they all moved forward to begin their assault. They moved in perfect unison, each one attacking just as another retreated. Their blows came from all directions in a pattern designed to make successful parrying impossible. It was a technique designed to overwhelm. However, against all odds, Lee held them off. His training was based on defensive moves, and he had spent many years preparing his body and reflexes for an attack by multiple assailants. He seemed to move at the speed of light, twisting and contorting his limbs in impossible ways in order to defend himself. Cliff and the disciples were shocked. They had never seen the like. They had not been afraid of the Blood Brothers before, but fear was starting to grow in them. Lee was only one man, but his defensive skills seemed almost superhuman. If the Blood Brothers had such skill among their ranks, then facing the whole group would surely be a hopeless task. "Are we done with the warm-up?" Lee said as he took a step back from their assault. "Want to fetch a drink?" He stared the disciples down. They were panting from the strain of the attack, and beads of sweat glimmered on their foreheads. Lee was calm and collected. It was as if the fight had not even begun for him. "Enough of this," he said with scorn. "Let me show you how to fight for real." There was no pause after he had spoken. He immediately leapt into the air and kicked the senior disciple in the chest. The disciple crossed his arms to protect himself, but there was no time. Lee's foot struck him in the sternum with a crunch, and he flew backward and fell onto the stonework a few meters away. He lay there, unable to get up, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lee quickly turned to the others and unleashed a frenzy of kicks on all of them. It was too fast to defend against, and in a few moments, they were all lying on the ground with broken bones and bloody faces. the other disciples of the academy came forward to help their wounded brothers. As Lee stood over them with a mocking smile, the disciples lifted them off the ground and carried them into the academy. As they passed Zachariah, he looked at them with pity. He clenched his fists and fixed his eyes on Lee. They were full of hatred and despair. Lee met his eyes and laughed. "You boast about being the best, but I guess not," he said. Then, he suddenly became very serious. "You know why I'm here, Zachariah. Our founder's family was betrayed and murdered, and your old masters were in on it. You have a blood debt to us, and I'm here to collect." He sneered. "Why didn't you come out to greet me yourself? Well, perhaps it was a smart move. You saw what happened to your little students. But with you, I won't be so gentle. The debt must be repaid, and I think your head would cover it." Zachariah grew angry at Lee's arrogance. "You have inherited the arrogance of your founder. Oh, Julie's ambition was a threat to everyone around him. He needed to be stopped. But he survived. And now you come here to continue his legacy of destruction. But I will stop you," Zachariah screamed. Zachariah focused his internal energy. He channeled all his anger and fear, concentrating it into focused energy with which he could assail his opponent. Without saying another word, he rushed towards Lee. "About time, old man," Lee thought. "Let's see what you've got." Lee came forward to meet him, and their clash was like the crashing of two storm clouds. Zachariah was a more formidable opponent than even 7 of his students had been, and Lee required all his energy and focus to deal with him. His attacks were paradoxical and puzzling. His attacks were frenzied and deliberate. His movements were fast and slow, and his contacts with Lee were as hard as they were soft. It was a style that he had studied for many years, and he had finally mastered it during his isolation. The idea was to create confusion, to make your opponent feel as if you're doing everything at once. A hard blow can be diverted, and a soft blow can be blocked. But when the attack is both at the same time, the choice of a proper defense becomes impossible. Lee was a master of defense, but Zachariah could tell that he was struggling. It was working. He went in for the final blow. With both fists clenched, he struck at Lee's chest with unimaginable speed. But he had made a mistake. Using both hands to strike at the same spot was risky. If this attack landed, its force would topple the opponent. But its focused nature worked against the confusion his technique relied on. The success of the blow depended on the opponent being sufficiently bewildered already. Lee was not. Zachariah's attacks confused him, but he was an expert in defensive techniques. He sensed ahead of time that Zachariah was going for the final blow, and he easily stepped aside. Then he swiped at his opponent's legs. Busy with his own attack, Zachariah had no hope of avoiding the counterattack. His legs buckled and he fell to the ground. "Die, old man," Lee said, and moved to stomp Zachariah's head into the ground. Zachariah narrowly avoided death. He moved his head away from where Lee struck his foot into the stone, rolled away from him, and stood back up. Then, one of his students called out to him and threw him a sword. He caught it in the air and immediately went for the attack. Lee reacted quickly. In the corner of his eye, he could see that other students in the courtyard held swords. He rushed up to one of them and grabbed his sword from its scabbard. As he drew it and swung around, the two swords clashed together with a loud clang. Sparks flew. Zachariah smiled faintly. He deflected Lee's sword and shoved his own into his shoulder. Lee cried out in pain. "I'll take you with me, old man," he said. Then he lifted his sword and plunged it into Zachariah's chest. Both men collapsed onto the ground. Lee stumbled to his feet, but Zachariah could not. He had been stabbed in the heart. He tried to get onto his knees, but he quickly fell back down. He gasped for air. Lee picked up his sword and stood over Zachariah with disdain in his eyes. Without speaking, he raised his arm, and there was a flash of light in the autumnal sun. And Zachariah's head left his body. Lee lifted his face to the sky and closed his eyes. "Founder," he said solemnly, "the revenge for your betrayal has begun. One by one I will bring tokens of their defeat to your tomb in your honor." He bent down and used the sword to cut Zachariah's robe from his body, complete with the emblem of the Black Swallows. As he walked across the courtyard and disappeared out of the gate with his men, the academy was left in stunned silence. For what seemed like an eternity, not a sound nor movement was made in the courtyard, but for the swallows dancing in the sky above. Having dealt swiftly with Zachariah, Lee wasted no time in spreading his revenge across Pennsylvania. Chris took him across the state to hunt down everyone who shared in the blame for Hu Julie's fate. Lee defeated them all, and everywhere he gathered tokens to be brought to his father's tomb. When he crossed off every name in the state from his list, Lee asked Chris to send out a message for him. Lee called for a meeting of the martial arts groups at Silver Lake in Baltimore. It was to be held in 10 days. Every descendant of Hu Julie's betrayers must attend, where they could expect a visit from Lee. And if anyone wished revenge for what had been done in Pennsylvania, Lee made sure to add they could find him at Silver Lake. In just a few days, the news spread all over the East Coast. The news of what had happened in Pennsylvania caused an uproar in the martial arts community, and Lee's letter created furious debate. Many wanted to go to Silver Lake to kill him. Others wanted to go and hear what he had to say. Respected leaders and elders in the community made statements in which they declared that anyone who chose to go to the meeting would not be faulted for doing so. A few days before the meeting was to take place, Jessup got the news. A few weeks earlier, he had received a phone call from Alex and Debbie. They had told him that Debbie's condition was under control, but that she needed to stay in the Appalachians for another month before she was fully recovered. Jessup knew what the actions of the Blood Brothers meant. It wouldn't be long before they returned to the East Coast. The situation was very dangerous, but he chose not to tell Alex about Lee's actions. If he had, Debbie might become worried for the safety of the family. And if she left the mountains and came back to the city, it could be very bad for her. Episode 335. Anticipation all over. The day before the meeting arrived. It was the day before New Year's Eve, and representatives from all the major martial arts organizations on the East Coast came to Baltimore. Many of them were among those who the Blood Brothers blamed for what had happened to their founder. There had been fierce discussions about whether they should go, but every one of them had decided that worse things might happen if they didn't. Besides, there was widespread outrage about what had happened to Zachariah and the others, and the meeting might provide an opportunity to get revenge on Lee. More than anything else, however, they were united in the desire to preserve the integrity of the practice of martial arts, along with its continued existence. The hotels of Baltimore filled up with representatives of the martial arts organizations. In his room at the Four Seasons Hotel sat Brody Kent, the leader of the Sunrise sect. He had just finished his daily meditation and sat at the table drinking tea. He was lost in deep contemplation at what might transpire at the meeting. A young member of the sect was standing behind him. It was Brody's attendant. He looked nervous but determined. "Master," he said, "will we get a chance to kill the murderer tomorrow?" Brody sighed. "I don't know," he answered. "He killed Zachariah and the others. We must not underestimate him. But as one of the major sects in this part of the country, we are duty-bound to stop this blood brother, just like we drove out his predecessor." He paused and sipped some tea. "I just don't know if we can," he muttered. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew that the talents and resources of the Sunrise sect had decreased considerably in recent years. Even his skills could not hope to match his predecessors. It was the sad truth of martial arts in the United States. There was no interest in such traditions anymore. All anyone cared about was celebrity gossip and the newest shiny trinket. "The tea has gone cold," he said, changing the subject. "And this blend is undrinkable. Go and ask the staff if they have any other ones." The young man turned and went to find the hotel staff, leaving Brady alone with his thoughts. In another part of town, a man was sitting on a bed in another hotel room. His name was Grayson Ashbury, the leader of the Pouncing Leopard Martial Arts School, and he was also thinking about the coming confrontation with Lee. His wife sat beside him. She was trying to calm him, but he was nervous and tense. "Honey, please just promise me you won't start a fight with him," she said. "This man is a greater threat than any you faced before. You could get yourself killed." Grayson sighed and tried to smile at her, but he could not hide his sadness. His wife knew very little about martial arts, though she always supported him. But this time even she knew that he was outmatched. "And if I don't stand a chance," he thought, "is there anyone who does?" In yet another room in another hotel, a dignified middle-aged woman sat stoically in a chair. Her name was Belinda Hawkins, and she was the leader of the Iron Fist sect. Several of her disciples, all of them young women, sat on the floor around her. She was preparing them for what was to come. "Tomorrow's battle will be a great opportunity for us," she said. "We've never been shown the respect that we deserve. Despite our strength and skill, We've always been marginalized." She smiled and looked into all their faces. "And we know why that is, don't we?" The disciples looked at each other and nodded. "It's because we're women," one of them said. "The others are almost all men. Of course they won't accept that we're as good as they are." Her name was Melody, and she was the eldest and most senior of Belinda's disciples. Belinda smiled. "You're right, Melody," she said. "But now we have a chance to prove ourselves. Lee Harshaw is very powerful. Not even the leader of the Sunrise sect will be able to defeat him." "But if Brody Kent can't match him, how could we do any better?" another disciple exclaimed. "We have to be cunning on our side," Belinda said somberly. "We'll hold our ground and let the men fight first. Lee's powerful, but there's only so much a man can take. Even if he is victorious, he will get tired. That's when we'll step forward, and I'll strike him down myself." "Then, the Iron Fist sect will be the saviors of U.S. martial arts," Melody said, finishing her leader's thought. "The other gangs will be forced to recognize us. We'll be the first martial arts group in the country, and no one will dare disagree." Belinda nodded with satisfaction. One of the younger disciples looked displeased. "I thought we were here to protect the martial arts community," she said. "I'm sorry, but this plan seems selfish." The atmosphere in the room changed completely. The other disciples stared tensely at her, flabbergasted that she would say such a thing. "What are you saying?" Melody asked sternly. "Who are you to question our leader?" "I didn't mean it like that," the younger disciple responded. "Well then be quiet," Melody said sternly. Belinda raised her hands and gestured to them to stop arguing. She leaned forward and addressed the one who had questioned her. "I understand your objection, but I promise you that I have not forgotten the greater purpose. That's why we're all here." She paused and leaned back before continuing. "But if I can improve our status at the same time, then I'll do it." "I understand," the younger disciple said. She seemed satisfied by Belinda's answer. Conversations like these were happening all over Baltimore. The city was overflowing with nervous anticipation. For those who knew about it, the upcoming meeting was a ticking time bomb that threatened to set fire to the whole eastern seaboard. Of course, the vast majority of people were completely unaware. For them, life went on just as before, with no awareness of the danger they were in. On the following day, there were New Year's celebrations all across the city. A spirit of renewal gripped the city, and firework displays danced across the early evening sky. In the distant Appalachian Mountains, the atmosphere at the Moon Palace was equally festive. Decorations had been set up, a massive feast had been prepared, and Alex and Debbie stood on a stage in front of everyone. Since they were the lord and lady of the palace, it was one of their duties to deliver a speech. "Today is the first New Year's that Debbie and I spend at the Moon Palace," Alex began. "While we've only been here a month, we feel as happy and welcome here as if we had lived here all our lives. We wish every one of you a wonderful evening and Happy New Year." He took Debbie's hand and led her off the stage, and they were met by applause and friendly cheers from the crowd of disciples. They had all accepted them wholeheartedly. Just as they were about to step down from the stage, Celeste came forward and held out her hand to stop them. "Lord, please stay up there," she said. She looked over to the assembled crowd. "I think a kiss between our Lord and his lady would be a good way to start the new year." What do you all think?" The enthusiastic response of the disciples washed over them like a tsunami, and everyone in the room started chanting for Alex and Debbie to kiss. Alex and Debbie looked at each other. She blushed and lowered her eyes to the floor, but he just smiled at her and asked, "Do you want to?" Debbie looked back up at him, and they stared into each other's eyes. At that moment, it felt as if they had just fallen in love all over again. He leaned toward her slowly and put his lips against hers. They were sweet, soft, and warm. She met him, and he put his arms tightly around her and squeezed. She was surprised at his forwardness, but she closed her eyes and was filled with happiness. Episode 336, Bad News Travels Slowly. The cheers grew louder, and everyone was glad to see the love between their lord and his lady. The Moon Maidens were happy, but also a little envious. Alex took Debbie's hand, and they walked off the stage as the party continued with music, singing, and dancing. Everyone was having fun. "Let's go for a walk," Alex whispered to Debbie, leading her out of the hall. Outside, the moon was bright. The temperature was cool and the air was fresh. Alex hugged Debbie, trying to keep her warm. They sat down on a rock, whispering sweet nothings to each other, and Alex wrapped an arm around her. At midnight, fireworks burst over the dark sky, creating beautiful patterns in many colors. Combined with stunning scenery, it was a particularly romantic night. "Hey," Alex said, glancing at Debbie, who was watching the fireworks with rapt expression. "What?" she asked, turning to look at him. "It's a full moon," Alex said, giving a loud howl and making Debbie laugh. Debbie's smile is more beautiful than the fireworks, he thought. He pulled her in a little closer, squeezing her tight and kissing her lips. Debbie responded, kissing him back. They forgot all about the cold as they lost themselves in romantic kisses, feeling that this was the most perfect moment of their lives. A man approached them from the direction of the Moon Palace. His name was Rocky Dalton, and he was one of the Grizzlies, one of the gangs that had previously attacked the palace. When Rocky noticed that Alex was kissing Debbie, he was embarrassed and coughed a few times to get their attention. Alex and Debbie sprang apart, startled by the interruption, and Debbie hid her face, which had turned bright red with embarrassment. "Rocky, it's late," Alex said. "Did you need something?" "I'm sorry to disturb you," Rocky said. "But I just got the news that the Blood Brothers have declared war on the martial arts community. In the past 2 weeks, Lee Harshaw has killed the leaders of Black Swallow Academy, the Spitting Cobra Sect, the Deathmaster Sect, and the Golden Warrior Academy. Because we're in such a remote location, it takes a while for the news to filter through to us." Alex was surprised. Was it possible that the Blood Brothers had gone to Baltimore to avenge Damon's death? He thought. If so, that seemed to mean that he was responsible for what was happening. The Blood Brothers had killed the leaders of 4 martial arts sects, so they were clearly out of control. How could the community resist such an attack? Unless someone stopped the Blood Brothers, the martial arts community wouldn't survive. "Sir, I heard that you defeated Damon," Rocky said. "That was really impressive." The fighting in Baltimore had happened a while ago, but this was the first time these local gangs had heard about it. In recent days, Information about the war had begun to reach them, and they knew Damon had killed the legendary Paul Novak. Then, during the fighting in Baltimore, Alex defeated Damon, displaying a spectacular level of skill. Everyone had been shocked when they learned that Alex had defeated Damon. When the gangs had attacked the Moon Palace, they hadn't thought much of Alex, and they had expected to defeat him easily. But he had turned out to be much more skilled than they had realized. "Thanks, Rocky," Alex said. "What's the situation now?" "Lee contacted all the martial arts groups, asking them to meet at Silver Lake in Baltimore," Rocky said. "He plans to take his revenge later today." "Today?" Alex asked. He thought quickly. If Lee had dared to challenge the whole martial arts community, then he must be confident of success. If he failed, he would pay a heavy price, so he wouldn't have made the decision lightly. Alex felt responsible and knew he would have to stop Lee. "Debbie, we need to go home," Alex said, looking at her. She was completely healed now, so they didn't need to stay any longer, and Alex was needed elsewhere. "Okay," Debbie said, nodding. Alex, Debbie, and Rocky returned to the Moon Palace, where the party had finally ended. Alex went to the stage and announced his decision to leave immediately. The Moon Cult disciples all began to speak at once, not willing to let him leave, and the 4 Moon Maidens were worried. "The Moon Palace is also part of the martial arts world," Alex reminded them, "and it's my fault that the Blood Brothers have gone to Baltimore, so I have to go and fix this." Some of the disciples understood and offered their support. One woman stood up and called out, "You must go!" She turned around to look at her sisters. "We can't make him dishonor himself by forcing him to stay. Do you want him to be ridiculed by the martial arts community? I support his decision to go." Others began to join in, and they all shouted at once, "Support the Lord!" Alex was deeply moved by these women who believed in him. The Moon Maidens walked over to Alex. They all wanted to go with him. Rocky had said that Lee was extremely dangerous, so they wanted to be able to protect Alex. They begged to be allowed to accompany him, but he denied them, shaking his head. "I know the Moon Palace has a lot of important business coming up over the next month," he said. "You 4 are the backbone of the group, so you must stay here. I can't leave the Moon Palace unless I know you're here to take care of everything." "But who will take care of you?" Celeste demanded. "We worry about you," Celine said. "Take us with you," Callisto begged. "Yes," Luna agreed. "Take us." The Moon Maidens knew Alex was right, but they just wanted to be with him. They pouted at him, their eyes sparkling with tears, making Alex feel guilty. "You're being silly," Alex said, patting their shoulders. "How could he possibly disappoint these sweet women?" "Fine," he conceded. "But I can only take one of you, and the rest will have to stay here. You can decide which of you will come with me." He had no intention of choosing between them, so they would have to make their own decision. "Me!" cried all 4 of them at the same time. Celeste shook her head. "Okay, let's use rock, paper, scissors to decide," she suggested. The others agreed, and soon Celeste and Celine were eliminated, leaving Callisto and Luna to battle it out. They each made a fist and shook it as they counted. 1, 2, 3. Callisto made the scissors gesture, while Luna held her hand out flat to indicate paper. Scissors beat paper, so Callisto had won. She would be the one to go with Alex. Callisto grinned, but the other 3 women were disappointed. Episode 337, Back in Action. Alex, Debbie, and Callisto went to the gate of the Moon Palace, followed by hundreds of disciples who were determined to see them off. "Well, let's get going," Alex said, waving to the disciples. He took one last look at the palace and grinned at Celeste, Celine, and Luna, and then he turned around and left with Debbie. Callisto and Rocky followed behind them. Celeste, Celine, and Luna wept, and the other disciples also cried as they called out to Alex. "Goodbye, Lord," exclaimed Celeste. "Have a safe journey," wished Celine. "Come back as soon as you can," yelled Luna. Their voices echoed through the Appalachian Mountains. Alex and Debbie rode donkeys down the mountain. It was more than an hour's walk to the road. Alex, Callisto, and Rocky could easily walk that far, but Debbie couldn't, so they had chosen to take donkeys. They plodded steadily on, and after an hour, they reached the side of the road, and Alex helped Debbie off her donkey. "Good donkey," Callisto said. "Go home now." The donkeys had been raised in the Moon Palace and would have no trouble going back by themselves. "Here's the car I arranged for you," Rocky said, pointing to a car that was parked at the side of the road. "Thank you, Rocky," Alex said. They all got in and drove rapidly down the mountain. They passed by the spot where Chris Stedman had previously stationed some men, but they were gone now. Just the day before, Chris had asked the men to return to Baltimore. It had been a month, and there had been no sign of Alex coming down the mountain, so Chris had assumed Alex was dead, and he had given up looking for him. Alex finally arrived at the airport and bid farewell to Rocky. Then he, Debbie, and Callisto boarded a flight to Baltimore. Silver Lake was a famous tourist attraction in Baltimore, but many tourists arriving on this day were going to be disappointed. The police were out in force, blocking off access to the lake. Many tourists grumbled, unhappy that they couldn't enjoy the sights. "You'll all have to leave," Officer Chelsea Woods said to the crowds. "The lake is closed to visitors today. Thank you for your understanding." The Baltimore police were currently responsible for maintaining order outside the Silver Lake area. They were aware of the meeting between Lee Harshaw and the martial arts community, but they couldn't intervene. All they could do was attempt to protect the public from whatever was about to happen. People from the martial arts community began to arrive, and Chelsea had to check their identities. Only people whose names were on her list were allowed to enter. Chelsea was careful to be respectful to these visitors. "Please go in," she said to Brody Kent of the Sunrise Sect. She knew this meeting was important for the survival of the martial arts community, and she was interested in what was going on. She hated Lee Harshaw for killing 4 of the martial arts leaders in Baltimore, and she wanted to see how the community would dispose of him. When the tourists saw so many people from the martial arts community arriving, they realized that something big must be going on in Silver Lake today, so they were happy to stay away. An expensive car drove up, with Julian Devant behind the wheel. After more than a month of treatment, his legs had healed fairly well. But as the doctor had predicted, Julian had been left with a limp. Chris Stedman sat in the passenger seat. His father couldn't be seen here, so Chris had come in his place so that he could keep his father informed. Melissa stepped out of the crowd to follow Chris. She was wearing a black coat and her face was drawn. She looked around at all the police officers and everyone from the martial arts world. She knew the Blood Brothers were going to fight with the martial arts community, and she thought it was because she had killed Alex. Melissa felt uneasy, but she wanted to sneak inside and look around, even though she wasn't keen to see what happened. It was her fault that more innocent people would die. She lowered her head and walked toward the lake. "Hey you," called a police officer. "The lake is closed today. Please leave." Melissa was about to turn around when one of the martial artists got into an argument with several police officers. When the officer in front of Melissa hurried off to help, Melissa took the opportunity to slip inside. Many seats had been arranged on the banks of the Silver Lake, and several martial artists were already lounging around on them. People continued to arrive all the time. On the other side of the lake was a small building, and Lee was sitting within it, his eyes closed as he mentally prepared himself. Blood-spattered robes were piled on top of a wooden table. Chris and Julian entered the building through the back door, afraid that the martial arts community might see them. Julian was limping, but he had come to terms with this new part of his life. When they saw the blood-stained robes, they grew nervous, recognizing them as belonging to Zachariah Holbrook and several other leaders. "Hello, Mr. Harshaw," Chris said. "Hello, Mr. Harshaw," Julian echoed him. Lee slowly opened his eyes, saw Chris and Julian, and nodded. "Today, everyone from the martial arts community will be here," Chris said. "There are so many of them already sitting by the lake, and more people are coming. You will soon have your revenge." Lee thought of his dead apprentice inside. "I still wish I could have been the one to kill Alex," he said, clenching his fists. From outside the building, the martial artists began to call out. "Blood Brothers, come out and face us," came a cry. "Are you too scared to come out?" challenged one. "I promise I won't kill you," yelled another. Lee's expression grew angry, and his muscles contracted as he tried to control his rage. Chris and Julian trembled with fear. "Mr. Harshaw, we should go," Chris said, standing up. "We'll be cheering for you from the crowd. My father and I wish you success against the martial arts community." "Yes, we wish you success," Julian repeated. He was too scared to even look at Lee as he limped out of the room with Chris. Episode 338, Heads Will Roll. Everyone from the martial arts community had arrived at Silver Lake. Many influential people and powerful sects were in attendance, including Brody Kent of the Sunrise Sect, Carlos Fitz of the Tiger Sect, and Belinda Hawkins of the Iron Fist Sect. They all shared a common enemy in Lee Harshaw, and everyone wanted to kill him and get justice for the martial arts community. They began to shout, taunting Lee. "Come out and face us," yelled one. "Are you a coward?" challenged another. "How dare you move against us? You'll pay for this," yelled another. Chris, Julian, Chelsea, and Melissa merged with the crowd, quietly observing the situation. Several hundred meters away, Jessup and Rufus Clifton stood by the lake, waiting to see what would happen. As leaders of the Baltimore underworld, they had the right to watch. Jessup knew the Stedman family had been colluding with the Blood Brothers, and if the martial arts community were to be defeated, it would be bad for the Clifton family. Just as the mood of the crowd reached its peak, the door of the building opened slowly, and Lee walked out, followed by 6 men carrying bloodied robes. They held up the material, and everyone recognized the robes as belonging to the Black Swallow Academy, the Golden Warrior Academy, the Deathmaster Sect, and the Spitting Cobra Sect. Silence fell as everyone gaped in shock. Well, which of you is brave enough to face me? Lee asked, sneering at the crowd. One lone voice cried out, I am. Brody Kent stepped forward and looked at Lee. I'm the leader of the Sunrise Sect. You've killed members of our community, and you continue to challenge us. We cannot let you go. The Sunrise Sect had long been regarded as the supreme martial arts group in the country, so Brody felt it was his duty to speak first. Ah, Brody Kent of the Sunrise Sect, Lee repeated. Aren't you getting on a bit? I thought you would have retired by now. He smirked. Well, before you die, you should know that the martial arts community slaughtered all of Julie's family. So you are not innocent here. You're hypocrites. You boast of being noble and talk about morality while you commit the gravest sins. He paused for a moment, regaining control. Well, today I will avenge my predecessor, he said, and your robes will join the others after I take your head. Brody was furious. Julie only sought glory for himself, he said. If it hadn't been for the concerted efforts of our community, he would have colluded with our enemies to destroy us. He deserved his punishment. He pointed at Lee. And now you are the traitor among us. We should never have allowed the Blood Brothers gang to be established. You want to avenge a traitor. Everyone nodded as they listened, and Lee lost his temper. You'll die for that, Lee roared, launching an attack. I will rid the world of your vile presence, Brody yelled, rushing toward him. 2 hours later, Alex, Debbie, and Callisto arrived in Baltimore. As soon as they got off the plane, they took a taxi to Silver Lake. While in the car, Alex called Jessup, assuming the Cliftons would know what was happening. Mr. Clifton, what's going on here? Alex asked. He wanted to get the latest news as soon as possible. It's bad, Jessup said, his tone heavy. Really bad. Lee has killed Brody Kent and also the leaders of the Phoenix Gang and the White Dragon sect. This situation is extremely tense, and the martial arts community is worried that they might lose this fight. Alex was surprised. He hadn't expected the situation to have gotten so critical already. He was tormented by the knowledge that he had caused this war, and now so many people had died because of it. I'll be there soon, Alex said, and then he ended the call. Alex, what's wrong? Debbie asked, looking at his gloomy expression. Nothing, he said. Don't worry. He looked out the window and frowned. Stop the car, he yelled. They were moving too slowly and there was no time to lose. The car stopped, and Alex insisted on switching places with the driver. Debbie, we need to go faster, he said. Don't be afraid. Callisto, look after Debbie. He started the car, shifted to fifth gear, stepped on the accelerator and began to speed along the road, overtaking one car after another. Half an hour later, they arrived at Silver Lake. Alex didn't have time to argue with the police officer doing crowd control, so he simply barged past him, with Debbie following behind. Lee decapitated his opponent and tossed away the head. He had done this so many times now it was becoming routine. He waded into the lake, washing the blood off his face to clear his vision. His clothes were drenched in his enemy's blood. He looked over at the shore and laughed at the fighters there. The Sunrise Sect, the White Dragon Sect, and the leader of the Phoenix Gang have all fallen. Who's next? Everyone in the martial arts community was angry, but no one dared to step forward. If even Brody Kent couldn't defeat Lee, then how could they do any better? "What?" Lee asked. "Have the rest of you become cowards?" Still, no one spoke. Lee grinned. "You all competed with each other to kill Hu Julie's family, but now that it's your turn to die, you're not so keen to volunteer. It's a miracle that any of your sects have lasted this long. You're all worthless." "You..." Grayson Ashbury of the Pouncing Leopard School began to speak, but his wife stopped him. She whispered, "You promised me you wouldn't fight. Everyone who has accepted the challenge is dead. Don't do this." "But..." Grayson began. And then he sighed, giving in. All of the members of the Iron Fist sect looked at Belinda Hawkins. It was clear that Lee would not be defeated easily. So would Belinda fight? Belinda thought it over. She didn't want to waste the chance to make Iron Fist the most respected sect in the community. But Lee was really powerful, and she wasn't sure she could beat him. Then again, Lee was insulting the entire martial arts community, so how could she ignore the challenge? Improving the standing at the Iron Fist sect would be a wonderful achievement, but she needed to fight for the sake of the whole community. Lee had to be stopped. "You're all talk," Belinda called out to Lee. "No one cares what you think, and they'll care even less once you're dead." She drew her sword and attacked. Episode 339, A Blast from the Past. "Stupid woman," Lee taunted Belinda. "I'm not the one who's about to die." He wasn't even slightly worried. After all, he had already killed Brody Kent. What could Belinda possibly do? Lee exploded into action, bursting out of the lake and rushing at Belinda. The Iron Fist sword technique stressed the combination of striking hard and moving swiftly, and Belinda had perfected the fighting style over several decades. She used it now to attack Lee, managing to wound him. Lee bellowed in pain. "You think you're so skilled," Lee said, scowling at her. "But you're only making a fool of yourself." He kicked out hard, hitting Belinda's sword, knocking it backward. The tip of the sword almost hit her face, but she managed to control it, just in the nick of time. Lee took advantage of the distraction to attack, and Belinda couldn't react quickly enough. A couple of brutal kicks broke her leg and cracked several of her ribs. She stumbled and fell into the lake, sending water splashing everywhere. The other martial artists were worried that Belinda might die. They couldn't look away, desperately willing her to get back up. Lee strode into the lake, moving effortlessly. Belinda stabbed out at him, trying to save herself, but she was seriously injured and had little strength. She was really struggling to continue. "And you thought you were good enough to kill me?" Lee taunted her, grabbing her sword. He pulled hard, dragging Belinda through the water and raising her to her feet. "Now you can join the others in death," Lee said, lifting his sword to behead her. "No!" came a sharp cry from the shore. A young woman rushed at Lee. The woman was a disciple in the Iron Fist sect. She held her sword in her hand, anxious to save Belinda, who had been like a mother to her. She couldn't let Belinda die. "No, Go back, Belinda cried, knowing that Lee would simply kill them both. She knew she couldn't be saved, and there was no point in both of them dying. Stay there, the woman yelled. Then she ran at Lee, thrusting her sword at him with all her strength. Idiotic girl, Lee said, laughing at her. Do you want to die too? He turned toward her and lashed out. He would deal with this problem first, and then kill Belinda. Lee easily disarmed the woman. It was obvious she was just a rookie, and she didn't have much skill. She had probably only been practicing for a few months. It made no difference to Lee. He still intended to remove her head. The woman froze, knowing she was doomed. But just as the sword was about to splice through her neck, something hit the blade, sending vibrations up Lee's arm and preventing the fatal blow. Shocked, Lee realized that someone had thrown a knife. It was closely followed by another, and another. If Lee didn't deal with this new attacker soon, then it would only be a matter of time before he got seriously injured. A figure flashed by and grabbed the woman's shoulder. Lee reached out and grasped her arm. For a moment, the woman got tugged back and forward between them, before finally being pulled away. The woman felt a little dizzy, and her arms hurt from being pulled in two directions at once. But she knew if Lee had won, then she would be dead. So she was grateful that her rescuer had proved to be stronger. She followed the man who had saved her, placing more distance between herself and Lee. She felt safe with her hero, but she felt that he seemed familiar somehow. Are you all right? Alex asked her. As soon as he had reached the lake, he had seen that Lee was about to kill the woman, so he had thrown a blade in an attempt to save her. Alex turned around to look at her, but when they saw each other's faces, they were both stunned. They stood there, motionless, gaping at each other. Alex recognized the woman as Kathy, who had been his girlfriend when he had been at Preston University. Back in New York, Alex and Kathy had fought, and then Kathy had dropped out of Preston University and disappeared. It wasn't until Minnie had given Alex the farewell letter Kathy had left him that Alex realized Kathy had turned over a new leaf. In the letter, she had said she was going away and would learn to forget him. He had never expected to see her again, especially not under the current circumstances. Kathy now looked completely different from when she had been at Preston University. She was wearing a beautiful pink dress, and her hair was neatly pulled back in a ponytail. Her face was devoid of makeup, making her look a little younger. It's you, Alex said, his brain turning to mush. Thank you for saving me, Kathy said shyly. She hadn't realized Alex had been the one to rescue her. Seeing Alex again for the first time in ages, Kathy's heart beat faster. You can let me go now, she murmured. Alex noticed he still had an arm around her waist and quickly dropped it, stepping back. They stared at each other, feeling awkward. And then the other martial artists began to applaud Alex for saving Kathy from Lee. Bravo! Well done! Many of the martial artists looked at Alex in astonishment. They had been involved in the martial arts community for a long time, but they couldn't recognize which school this young man had come from. They wondered who he was. Some of the martial artists thought about the fighting that had taken place in Baltimore more than a month ago. Had this young man been involved? You're very skillful, Lee called, watching Alex from the lake. Before I kill you, why don't you tell me your name? He had always admired skilled martial artists, even when they were his enemy. It was a shame this young man wasn't on his side. Still, Lee would kill him quickly as a sign of respect. Alex spotted the blood-stained robes that had belonged to Zachariah and the other leaders, and he saw the fallen bodies, including that of Brody Kent. Anger rose within him. Listen up, he called. I'm Alex, the Lord of the Moon Palace, and I stand with the martial arts community. Today you have killed my colleagues, and now you will pay with your own life. Episode 340, Fighting the Sea Shark. Everyone was stunned when they heard Alex's name and realized that he was the man who had fought in Baltimore just over a month ago. They all began to talk at once. He's the one who defeated Damon Walker, exclaimed someone. He's younger than I imagined, said another. He's very skilled. Of course, no one was more shocked than Chris and Melissa. How could Alex still be alive? Chris had been sure that Alex was dead, so he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What's wrong? What happened? Came a voice from his phone. Chris had been speaking with his father, Art, keeping him informed, but he had fallen silent when he had seen Alex. Everything had been going smoothly until now. Every time Lee had killed someone, Chris had been overjoyed. Alex is here, Chris told his father. He's not dead. What? Art was shocked, and his heart thumped hard within his chest. A feeling of dread washed over him. Didn't you say he was dead? Why is he still alive? Chris, what have you done? Chris trembled, scared of angering his father. Don't worry, Chris said, trying to appease him. Lee will kill him now. You know he will. I hope so, Art said, sighing heavily. Melissa covered her mouth as she stared at Alex. She hadn't killed him. She shook with relief, glad she wasn't a murderer after all. Alex isn't dead, she thought. But what about Debbie? Surely she's alive too. Chelsea Wood was glad to see Alex alive. She had hoped he would be here. You're Alex? Lee asked, excited. The same Alex who beat my apprentice? You killed him? Yes, I defeated him, Alex admitted. But I didn't kill him. But Lee wasn't listening. He tipped back his head and laughed. Damon, he called out to the sky. I will avenge you today. The loser who killed you will be joining you shortly. He looked at Alex, his eyes burning with hatred. It's your fault that my apprentice is dead, he said, practically snarling. Now you can apologize to him in the afterlife, but it won't be quick. I'll make sure you suffer before I finally put you out of your misery. Lee let out a fierce roar and launched himself out of the water straight at Alex, who was caught by surprise. He hadn't expected Lee to get out of the lake so quickly. Alex leaped up, avoiding Lee's strike. Xavier's internal power was at work in Alex in combination with the power he had already inherited from Zora and Georgina, making him faster and more agile. Lee was surprised by Alex's level of skill. No wonder he had been able to defeat Damon. But Lee would be careful not to underestimate him. You're very good, Lee conceded, looking him over. It's a pity that you crossed me. Now you'll die just like the others I've disposed of today. He struck out again, rushed at Alex with his teeth bared. He kicked out, trying to sweep Alex's legs out from under him. Alex leaped out of the way, easily evading him. Lee realized that sheer strength wasn't enough to deal with Alex. His opponent was too slippery and was managing to elude him. Then Alex lashed out at Lee, who hurriedly raised his arms to block. But the contact stunned Lee, sending shockwaves through his body. Alex's strike had been extremely powerful. When he stepped back, Alex hit him in the chest. Lee managed to block Alex's next punch and quickly stepped aside. "Why aren't you boasting now?" Alex called. "Why are you backing away?" Alex didn't give Lee a chance to catch his breath. He chased him, landing blow after blow. Lee tried to avoid him, too busy trying to defend himself to fight back. Alex fought fiercely, confident in his abilities, and Lee was shocked that he couldn't land a single blow. "Why is he so powerful?" Lee thought. "He can't be much older than 20. There's no way he should have that much power or skill." He began to fear Alex. Alex's attack was impressive and overwhelming. The martial artists, who had been subdued for the last 2 hours as they watched their fellow practitioners fall, now felt able to cheer for Alex. "Come on, Alex!" exclaimed one. "Kill him!" yelled another few. "Not so arrogant now, are you, Lee?" screamed another man. Lee fell into the lake, creating a huge splash. Alex went in after him, continuing to fight. Even in the water, his moves were powerful and graceful. He kept his balance, managing to remain upright. Everyone was surprised. They hadn't expected Alex to be so skilled at fighting in the water. None of them were so good at it. But Alex wasn't as experienced as Lee. Lee sank under the water and disappeared. "Lee, stop hiding from me!" Alex yelled, looking around at the lake. "Come out and face me. You've harmed my martial arts colleagues, and now you have to pay." All of a sudden, the lake erupted around him, spraying water in all directions. Lee's nickname was Sea Shark, due to his excellent underwater skills. He had hidden under the water to sneak up on Alex, and now he attacked from beneath him. He grabbed Alex from behind, opened his mouth, and tried to take a bite out of Alex's neck. Alex snapped his head back, breaking Lee's nose and loosening several teeth, forcing him to let go. Alex turned. "Bastard!" he yelled, kicking Lee square in the chest. Lee screamed and tried to avoid the blows. "You've killed for the last time," Alex said, punching him over and over, hitting his stomach and chest. "You'll never attack the community again." He struck hard, feeling several of Lee's ribs break. "Your gang has repeatedly come here to cause trouble, and you've declared war on us," Alex said, still hitting him. "You intended to overthrow the martial arts community, but none of your plans will come to anything." He threw out a kick, catching Lee on the chin and snapping his head back. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was loud as Lee flew backward, hitting the water and sinking under it. He never resurfaced.